up there. Can your team go through that low ground around the Roche pit to even connect to you?
No.
I feel like that blink is too far. You have to fight around Medusa right now. That's going to be Roshan going 9 Panda's way, and that is a refresher shard. Cap.
It's going to happen. They're going to catch crit as well. Kiyotaka, they know that Roshan's free, so they went hunting for more heroes. Yeah,
there it is.
That could be the last laugh there for Kiyotaka.
We're approaching the 55-minute mark. The 55-minute timing. The third Roshan with refresher shard. That's double chrono. Or is it double vendetta? Give it to him.
It's not. It's definitely going double chrono.
For the Reddit thread. Still
Force
looking for the
away.
pickoffs.
Another pickoff. I mean, the other side of the map, ain't no Shopify's not contesting that. I mean, 9 Pandas just go hunting.
Third halberd for Antares, by the way. Should note, Arteezy's life is to never hit another hero. And how are you killing Tiny? I'd like to propose this question while we have a brief minute. He has 5,700 HP.
Impressive. Impressive, yeah.
That's a big rock.
I mean, how are you killing him without your Medusa? Because she's pretty much not hitting anything. Get him with the harpoon. Ramsey's tipping his replacement in Saberlight.
Yeah, he's like, I've been there, my friend. How's it feel right now? Do solutions are tanky. Pretty annoying.
I mean, they've got Bloodthorn with Scythe. That is a lot of damage they can lay out in a very short amount of time. They've got to be able to stop this. They almost took down the Aegis, but it's not good enough. Now Ramsey's going to be able to hit that Chronosphere. That's going to be the tide. Will it be the Medusa? The AoE grab, it cannot stop Ramses, who will manage to bring down Arteezy, and that will be the end of the game.
It's not close. He didn't even need to use Aegis or Refresher Shard.
Yeah.
And the late game was here. Like, this is a matchup they have felt very comfortable with in the tournament. I think the one that, at least to me, has looked the best, because these late game fights just doesn't feel like you can deal with the chrono unless you have a hard save. And Shopify find out the hard way why 9 Pandas were willing to give him the Snake Lady here. Not being able to punish the tempo either. Like,
no, they did not.
This is a team that wants to go to the 50-minute mark. They want to go to the 60-minute mark. Rogers is going to run around and make space. He's going to die 10 times. Who cares? Ramses is going to buy the Midas to scale into that late game and not fall behind on farm. And if you can't catch them on the map, which didn't happen, in fact, it was the other way around, Kiyotake plus Antares were just finding everybody with this Tiny Skywrath combo. What's the game plan in those late game fights, right? It feels like Saberlight's useless. Like, he has to ravage everybody. He doesn't have the vision to find it.
9 Pandas who have had probably one of the most definitive play styles here at this tournament, and Shopify Rebellion going into this game 1 did not have the right game plan to be able to counter it, and as a result are down a game in this best of 3 series.
Well, 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 rare footage of a Medusa being defeated. Unless it's your Shopify Rebellion. Now you're 0-2 with the hero, so maybe not that rare. But the fact that we now have a potential strategy. Nyx Assassin, 1 ingredient. A Faceless Void, another ingredient. And then a Tiny that's just playing out of his mind. Recipe for success. It seems like 9 Pandas might actually have broken this hero that is terrorizing the tournament.
And kudos to 9 Pandas. Honestly, I feel like every team left in this tournament is going to pay attention to this game, because not only was that good gameplay from 9 Pandas, but that's a great idea. This Faceless Void into Medusa is a great idea that only this team has thought of and tried so far. So I'm sure we're going to see an emergence in Void in the next few days. But it's just really beautiful. It makes a lot of sense, right? This hero does outscale her in the late game. You can build Diffusal as a 3rd or 4th item now because it can transition into a Disperser. And when you have the backup damage coming from your Tiny, who's going to build a Tree Volley, and your Skywrath Mage that you can play with in the early game, it just seems to hit check every box that you need.
Yeah, what I like so much conceptually about Void, not on top of everything you already mentioned, is that you have to take long fights against Medusa because you're never bursting her. And the problem with Mana Shield is it reduces your damage by 98%. So most carries can't take long fights because you can't Satanic or any sort of lifesteal off of the Medusa. So you are a hero that has built-in sustain off of one of your spells. So I think that just allows you to take these long fights. You can chase people in the back with time locks. We're seeing them lock down the Medusa in some fights and burst, and then in the other fights, they're completely ignoring the Medusa, time walking around. You're not slowed down by the Scotty. You're not totally gimped by that in the fight on the Faceless Void. So I like the 5th item Diffusal. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that, but props to 9Pandas is really cool.
I also really liked it. I actually want to go away from the Faceless Void, though, and say that I think Nyx had a really free game somehow. Like, the amount of times he was able to get those hits on the Medusa in fights was probably, I would say, a fault on Shopify's side. For example, they kind of made, like, this weird push just to the north of Radiant's Triangle, and Artisi's walking, like, in. And he's away from, like, Sentry or Vision, and there's no one that can cover him. So Nyx just walks up, hits him, and then he just dies because he has no mana. Like, these types of fights should not be happening. I get that it is hard sometimes, especially when he gets the blink. Like, there can be a Faceless Void Chrono into, like, a Nyx blink follow-up. He was able to get his ult off, so he played really well as well on the side. But that Nyx was a massive problem.
Yeah, that just speaks to the beauty of how they were concocting the fights on the side of 9Pandas, right? And I'm so glad you brought up the Nyx, because outside of getting his vendettas off on Medusa, which was key to killing the hero, he was just doing some cool things overall, right? He was constantly providing vision for his team. He sniped Storm's courier when it had a BKB in it, so that was 3 minutes without a BKB for Storm. He was running around, placing vision on cliffs, TPing out, and then we saw an instant follow-up kill on crit from Kiyotaka on Tiny, like 30 seconds after Roger placed the word. So I feel like outside of what he did for the gameplay, overall, the way that Roger approached being a nuisance on that map was so fundamental in their win.
We also have someone running around placing vision for us. Pyrian is on the ground in the players area and looking...
Hi.
Yeah, what's up, Ted? What's wrong?
What's up with you guys? I'm not running anywhere,
Oh.
Neil, okay? Let me put
Leisurely
that.
walking.
Not in my contract. I stroll, gentlemanly fashion. By the way, I think the vibe I'm going for today is like someone that works at the Del Monte farm.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I'm, that's the imagine. Not this, no, just up here.
Give me some
Okay, stay up
pineapples.
here. Exactly, pineapples. I'm just noticing PSG LGD have just turned up. They're getting all ready and in position. I saw 9Pandas when I was coming up here. They were very animated, very pumped up. Obviously delighted with that victory. Haven't been able to spot Shopify Rebellion yet because I think they're tucked away in one of the back booths, but they're probably jolly cross. Any questions?
Yeah. So LGD shows up. What about Tundra? You see them
Haven't
roaming
seen him
around?
yet. We've got 2 booths at the front here, and then they're sort of stacked up behind there. So sometimes the teams turn up and they secrete themselves behind curtains. Obviously, don't want to bother them ahead of their preparation for this series, so we kind of leave them to it. It's only really in transition that I'm allowed to spot them.
Okay. It also doesn't surprise me too much that 9Pandas has been very animated. You had a good interview with Ramses. They were waving to the cameras during the draft.
They were high-fiving each other and stuff. So yeah, you can see a lot of confidence in that team. Lots of smiles as well. It was good to see. I think they're one to watch. I know that's not saying much, but I think they're one to watch.
Well, with a 1-0 performance so far, I'm not surprised, Pyrian. Thank you very much, and we'll check in with you a little bit later.
Cool.
And one of those players that probably has a very big smile on their face, well, it's probably going to be Kiyotaka. This was a fantastic Tiny performance. This man was a menace all game long, and a hero that was immensely popular in 7.32E and kind of fell off the map a little bit, but he is making a strong argument for it being a first phase ban, perhaps, if Shopify Rebellion want to reevaluate their Game 2 draft.
I think it speaks to something that Sheep was mentioning earlier about how it felt like it was a oversight of Shopify to not prioritize Nyx in these fights, because in a few fights it did feel like they were just getting this jump on this 5k HP Tiny, throwing Ravages out at him, chasing him all the way back to 9Pandas vision in that one fight. They placed such a high priority on killing him that it took away so much attention from the Nyx.
Yeah, like I noticed that when you're letting this Nyx hit you, that's doing most of the damage to your mana, and that's in the early stages of the game. Late game, that's when Faceless Void is 6-slotted, and then he's able to deal with the Medusa within the time of a Chronosphere, right? But early on, that was the main issue, because we saw the Tiny comboing, we saw the Chronosphere into Skyroth. Oh, it doesn't do anything. Like, I think my friend was telling me that the Skyroth ult is doing like the equivalent damage of like doing it to an anti-mage with his level 25 like magic resistance buff. It did nothing. How many times we see like this tiniest sliver of mana go down? So I don't think this magic damage stuff is like the answer at all. And so you have to focus on who is the actual problem, and Nyx got away with way too much.
Oh yeah, there's just no such thing as damage amp against Medusa. We were like talking about she's even amped by the ancient seal of Skywrath, but Mana Shield doesn't include reductions or amps. So whatever your spell's damage reads, which in Skywrath Mage ulti was 1,000, which sounds like a lot, it's only burning 250 mana, which that is not a lot. That's instantly refilled by a single Coddle Chakra. And so yeah, it's such a deceiving hero. Like early to mid game looked unkillable, and then late game one Chronosphere just blows up.
And that is how 9 Pandas persevered. Even with the Midas, I thought it may be a little bit too greedy, but they have a strong strategy. Are they going to let it go through again in game number 2? Will Shopify reevaluate the importance of Medusa? We're going to have to find out. Stick around, everyone. It's a full 3-game series here in the playoffs. Game number 2 of 9 Pandas versus Shopify Rebellion, coming up after a break. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. Here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
You watch 5 days of group stage and half a day of playoffs, and you think you know the meta? Everyone out here saying it's the Medusa Major. 9Pandas saying no, you're wrong. We didn't do good at the Lena Major, and now we have to defeat the Medusa Major. And they did it. Now will they do it again? Are Shopify shook? Will Shopify give away the Medusa? Will they take away the Faceless Void strategy? So many combinations and permutations. And only one way to find out. Game number 2, draft number 2. Captain, Fly.
Hey, Fly.
What's up, Fly?
Fly, I'm gonna give you a little piece of advice. I think you gotta pick more stuns with your Medusa. I think relying on only having a Storm Pole and this massive teamfight element on Tide is just a rough way to play Medusa. I feel bad, like he can't get in there and just kill people because you have a Coddle and support duo. And obviously I know way more than Fly, so this is really good advice.
Chen. Chen, there's a Chen danger right now. Okay, they don't go for Chen.
Doom. Okay.
The Chen danger still exists for both sides.
Yeah. Oh, we've gone back to base. All right, Shopify done. They don't care anymore. None of this fancy shit. They just block the Medusa, pick the Storm. All right, Abed, chop, go, go.
They did an IO this time, though. They could have gone Coddle, they could have gone Maiden. But instead, they'll go with the IO.
Well, in our last series, I believe it was, there was the Doom and stuff left in, but they went for like Coddle first pick and really valued that. To see it go completely ignored here is interesting. I do think that picking Storm IO like this, knowing that 9Pandas have a really, really strong Skywrath drafting preference is a little worrying. Maybe the IO can like keep Storm safe though, and it's okay.
Yeah, I assume they feel comfortable with the IO over the Coddle versus Doom just because of the relocate outs when the target gets doomed. So I understand the priority there. But I'm a bit curious, why do you guys think all these Chen teams, like 9Pandas and Shopify, which were so keen on the hero a few days ago, have shied away from it?
I think Skywrath Mage's stock has risen quite fast. I think what people are seeing is that if you have a hero like Pango Storm with a mana battery, the best thing to do is just shut him up in the mid game. Just say, okay, we can ignore you like for the 6 seconds that this Ancient Shield goes off. So far, 9Pandas, I don't think they have any reason to shy away from Skywrath. Like they are 2-0 on Chen, so there's a reason why there's a lot of merit to Shopify considering that. But they're 6-1 on Skywrath Mage this tournament. Like they are winning with it. It's working. I think the idea behind it is sound, and I think people are realizing that you want to be able to group up. The auras from the Chen are fantastic, but these pesky spirit heroes have to be dealt with, and if they deal with it now early on in the draft, they may even be able to go back for the Chen in the second round. So I think that's just priority of addressing the Storm.
I think Fly has lost his last 3 Chen games as well. Whenever I see it, it's like laning doesn't look too strong, and it's also quite greedy. I think when I saw Fly do the best on the hero, he was like hardcore farming the camps and like taking the enemy ancients and stuff. And if you're not given that opportunity, maybe you're like sacking your carry too much and stuff.
Yeah, and maybe there's just too much priority in making your Storm comfortable in that first phase before he gets banned out than to secure a support hero that changes the way that your draft is built. But also, just on the topic of Sky, it is Antares' best hero alongside Techies. Like, even before Sky looked good, they were playing it. They were playing it during Dream League. They were playing it during Lima. Like, this is a hero that they will always try to go for, because Antares' style of supporting is he likes to explode heroes, right? He plays Techies and likes to burst people. He likes Sky. He plays Sky and likes to burst people. I can promise you he's also a Willow player at some point, but they probably don't value that hero as highly.
He has a 75% win rate on Skywrath, I believe.
In this tournament or like
just
career?
In general, career.
Damn.
And also, we saw how well he did on lane, right? They shifted this guy to the safe lane support, and he got a double kill early on the Titan Coddle.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't think that a Titan Coddle would feed that early on, but he just made it work.
Yeah. 50 games, Skywrath Mage, 74% win rate. My man.
That's pretty high.
Crazy.
It's really good.
I'd love to see a puck from 9Pandas. I'm just looking at Kiyotaka's hero pool, and out of all the ones that he does play, that seems by far the best, because they've banned out most of his heroes, like Tiny, Ember, Void Spirit. You only have so many left, and his hero pool has been pretty condensed. A lot of Storm Spirit games, 100% win rate on Tiny and Storm, so like he's very specialized. I think if they don't pick Puck now, it doesn't make sense to me to delay the Puck pick, because they're going to have 2 more bans for the next round. I don't see anything else that he plays, so it would be a new hero for him if they don't.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. I think you're already pretty happy playing your Skyroth Doom together on the map. Like, you don't need any more setup for that. This Blink, what is it called? The strike on Doom, help.
Infernal Blade?
Infernal Blade into Hoof
I
Stomp.
heard Blink Strike. I was like, what?
Yeah.
No,
Ricky's
sorry.
in this game?
No.
Thankfully not.
But like that combo from Doom and Skyroth is enough to just go around and kill anyone together without even having to commit Doom. So I'm happy with them being able to play together. This Puck adds another layer on top of that. I think it was a great call by you.
Yeah, and as Doom gets more levels and scales more, the Sky feels very comfortable leaving him to play around the Puck in the mid lane, right? And all of a sudden, if you have this Puck rotating on you, the Sky rotating on you, securing the power runes for his Puck, and you're a Storm Spirit, you're going to have your supports TP in. And you take the supports away from the side lanes, then 9 Pandas are just probably going to run them over. So the Chen does make a reemergence, but towards the end, it just feels strange to ignore it when 9 Pandas do so well in it. It's, I believe, Grandmaster tier on Roger. He plays so much of this hero, it is unbelievable. And we talked about how Shopify supports are going to have to respond to the rotations mid. That is when Chen excels, right? In 1v2 situations. That's when you can really make this hero seem powerful.
So there's a lot of reasons why Monkey King's really powerful here as a carry. He's been seeing a lot of prominence against these Vanguard rushing offlaners. And what I like so much about him versus the Vanguard rushers, not only because of his Jingu mastery, is that he can also jump the supports and ignore this guy in the lane. So position-based supports like Sky, it's kind of like a double-edged sword where Sky can burst you with a +1, but he also has really nothing he can do once you Primal Spring on top of him. So if you get a Frostbite on the side where CM and Sky are trading, Monkey King, one of the few carries that can connect super early on with like level 2 or 3. Skywrath Mage, super squishy if he manages to get initiated onto. That's what I like so much about this Monkey King, and it also really makes it difficult for Skywrath to roam to other lanes, pressure mid. We saw that in the first series today, where if Skywrath Mage is left unchecked, he completely shut down Laurel's Storm Spirit in the previous series. So now it's like the Monkey King not only should win its lane, but it also should alleviate a lot of pressure on Abed in the mid lane.
But also, it's just very nice synergetically with Storm Spirit, right? Typically, these high mobility initiating type of mids like Storm, they need to see the target that they're going on. So if you have your Monkey King like waiting in a tree line, waiting to set up with his ulti, you can get the zip in into the ulti into the Jingu, and that's a kill on somebody. So I do like how it functions
Synergetic.
strategically.
Until you zip and kill his tree.
Yeah, I was about to say. Or just cut it with a teammate like we saw in the Lucas series.
Yep, that one's always a banger too.
I hope that they do not do that.
Yes,
because it is very cool conceptually.
I liked your idea better, Mira. I think they're going to lean towards that strat,
Yes.
personally.
Instead of cutting. the
Yes,
Monkey King down.
instead of force static and stunning their own monkey.
I mean, who knows? Maybe Abed's harboring some resentment and we might see it come out. You never know these days.
Oh my god, yeah.
You played with somebody else during Dream League?
This is for Mikey.
Let me show you.
This is for Mikey.
Man, that's funny.
I've also really liked on this Monkey King though, the movement towards Echo Saber Desolator as a build. I just think that it allows you to do so much. I remember a very standout performance from Mickey during like Tour 2 where he was able to, anytime someone showed on the map out of position, he was always just on his way and he had the damage to like actually kill and be a part of his team. I think Monkey already has been so nice on this patch because of his ability to get across this massive new map. This build allowing him to just have a really kind of faster timing and just own has looked awesome. And now you can also build into the Harpoon, which RTZ did last time he played this hero.
Those are good points. So what carrier 9 Panda's looking for on 23? You see that you're playing against the Monkey King. They might be eyeballing the PL, the Ursa, potentially the Troll.
I'm feeling more like Bloodseeker, maybe. Like, I think you want, like, a strong 9th pick carry that's going to have a strong lane. I think, like, Naga would have been good. These are very consistent laners. I'd be a bit apprehensive to a PL pick, not because I think the hero's weak, but because you pretty much ensure whatever hero Saberlight gets on 10th pick will absolutely free farm, and that's just a bit of a concern for me because Monkey King's already representing a lot of pressure on your bottom lane, but I think, like, a stable laner that is unlikely to get dominated is the go-to here.
I'd be surprised if Bloodseeker doesn't get banned out in this phase, though. It feels like most teams have opened their eyes to its potential to just be picked before they see the offlaner.
Yeah, I'm wondering what else they're eyeing, because they're taking a little while to deliberate this second ban.
They can also go back to the Faceless Void from game number 1, unless you thought that was a specific anti-Medusa tech.
Yeah, I think that was much more about a way to deal with Medusa specifically. It was
I'd
also
prefer
good
Ursa
against
to Void for sure in this kind of game when you're playing with a Chen and you're going to want to take those earlier objectives.
Ursa would be fine too. Just prone to a counter is all. Like, I'm concerned if they go like Io Necro or something like that. Not particularly great this game, but there's probably other ranged options. But I guess the ranged offlaners kind of suck because they don't go Crimson. Whoa! I was not expecting that.
Me neither.
Ramses
No, they did
play it.
play it once.
Carry Doom, maybe?
No,
No.
they played it on Ramses.
They beat Betboom with it.
Oh, really?
So I guess like the idea here is we're talking about the ability to take objectives with something like an Ursa. Slardar does the same thing. The amp damage is a good way to take Roche. It's a good way to take Tormentor, and it's also a way to secure your pick against a melee offlaner because Slardar is a hero that excels in the 1v1 situations versus melee heroes, and that's probably what Shopify are looking at, that melee offlaner to build auras for them. But you have the Slardar now, and you're not concerned in the same sense that you would be before.
What kind of build did he go? Was it like a Midas Mask of Madness, or did he go like a more active build?
So his offlaner was Sand King.
Okay. So I imagine in that game he'd want to farm a bit harder, but when you have a Doom on your team, you probably want to lean towards being a bit more active just because the Dooms tend to go Midas.
This is a good Veno pick.
I like it a lot.
This is a very good Veno pick versus Slardar. I would be surprised if they didn't try to rotate their lanes around a little bit just to give Ramses that better game. Because Veno gives them everything they need, right? Slardar will never be able to get on top of him on lane. They're going to have the vision that we talked about that is so pivotal to playing with a Storm Spirit, especially in a map so big. And it's going to have the area control. I just don't like it that much synergetically in terms of having an Io on your lane. Like, what is Io Veno going to do? Io's probably just going to ditch him at some point and play with Storm.
Ooh, I mean, they can play together, right? You just get your, you can just click this Slardar down. Like, I think it's so hard. I think it's so hard for him to lane.
You can probably go stat items now that Veno's a universal hero and have pretty decent base damage. I'm not exactly sure what it would amount to, but that level 2 overcharge timing with Gale could be pretty scary for a hero like Slardar. You usually don't have sprint level 2. I'm just skeptical of the Slardar. You guys said they picked it once already and it worked for them last time. I just think it's really hard to go in against like CM Root, Storms. Like usually Spirits are really hard for Slardar to deal with because he wants to be right on top of you, constantly hitting you as you run away. So yeah, I'm heavily leaning towards Shopify because they've got such good advantages on the side lanes, which I think is going to enable Abed to show off his Storm Spirit.
I think 9 Pandas have to lane this cleverly. They should pivot the Slardar away from the Veno lane, and then they'll have a shot to play that tempo game that they
I'm down
wanted
for that.
to.
Let's see if we might see some musical lanes, and if 9 Pandas might just clean this out 2-0. Let's see it with Cap and SVG.
PSG was skeptical about the carry Slardar, and for good reason. Yes, 9 Pandas ran it before. They beat Betboom with it, but it was a very different Slardar. First of all, it was paired up with Io, which I think makes that hero work a lot better as a carry. And then on top of that, it was also matched up against a melee offlaner, whereas here, it's potentially matched up against a ranged core in the Venomancer. Probably one of the worst heroes to be laning against if you are Slardar.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I think this Slardar pick makes like 2% sense.
2%. Well, it's going to look a whole lot better if they can get themselves a first blood. Maybe 2 as they're going for Arteezy, but Kyotaka's low. They do manage to get the first blood first. Roger collects that one. They're going to be able to kill Fly as well. Maybe even crit as another crush is going to land there. Another slow. 3-1. Our analysts walk by and they're going down the hallway and they're going to get to the TV where they watch the game and be like, what the hell happened?
All right, Slardar pick makes like 5% sense to me.
All right, they got a solid 3% out of that fight.
Like, why did you want... I mean, that's a great start for them. I think it's the type of start they need with this lineup. That's just a kill lineup. But I just don't think Slardar has a good matchup versus Monkey. It's okay versus Storm. It's like an old school IO counter, but normally you pair the Slardar with something that can jump and abuse the amp, not just himself.
Yeah.
And then they have an offlane counter pick. So you got to be able...
What the hell happened?
That was our analyst. They were indeed wondering what the hell happened. Well, you're going to have to watch the replay.
What was I saying?
I lost track. Okay, you said, all right, you said something that stuck in my brain because I thought the starter was picked because I thought it was picked because of the Monkey King. And here's my reasoning why. They picked it up against Ursa in the Bet Boom match. So if you think about like how those heroes interact, right? I think Slarter is the ultimate like 1v1. So he actually beats other heroes that usually like to 1v1 a hero.
Is that true though?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Like, do you think that like if Slarter gets on top of Monkey King, does Slarter beat him?
Not if there's Wukong out. It's terrible. You get all the extra armor.
Yeah, okay, that's true. Or another way to look at it is Corrosive Haze takes away all of his armor.
No,
that he gets from
Haze
from
is terrible
Wukong's
versus
command.
bonus armor heroes. You're just missing an ult. Look, I'm looking to be surprised, but honestly, this one baffles even me.
Yeah.
And I think he's gonna have a rough time because, like you said, like you didn't even see your lane. Like Slardar is miserable when you don't see the lane match, but you can abuse it. Then you're just playing for mid-late game scale on this hero, which I don't have faith in this hero to carry games, but maybe Ramses will prove me wrong. He did have an outstanding performance game 1. Maybe he's just feeling it. He knows some secret Slardar tech of the patch.
I was so certain they were gonna do Doom. I was like, they don't have IO. There's no way they're gonna do carry Slardar.
Yeah, but it was a bold pick for sure. I think Shopify is a lot more comfortable in this game. We'll see if it pays off. They also do have some lane shenanigans, but you have to play those lane shenanigans. And right now, CS not looking so bad for Ramses on this Slardar, and more importantly, all 3 lanes across the board. Like Maiden Veno, the one thing for Ramses is Maiden Veno is not the craziest Veno partner. Looking for those melee stunners, but it's still good enough where...
Yeah, it's good enough to get the kill.
So here's the question. Like, can you enter this lane past level 3?
I'm not sure if you can enter the lane again.
You can get a Purge creep from Chen.
Yeah. There's another thing about this Venomancer. I played it a few times. Universal hero now, right?
True.
All of the stats that you can get, everyone's going like these auras and stuff, but if you want to go the like Hurricane Pike, like that's sort of the overall big stat build, like Saberlight, click on his items, he's got like pure stat items, you actually are hitting much harder with the universal stat build now when you go these kind of builds.
You can see us better. Gale will miss. I mean, I guess you can't Gale better, but you can see us better. That's for damn sure.
True. Like the Dragonlance, way more value for you in the damage department than it used to be.
Yes. We'll see if he just builds to scale, build to deal with Slardar in the fight. I can see that being an option. Gleipnir, also pretty nice this game. You get an extra stun for the puck in the engagements. Pretty obnoxious for this lineup, which doesn't have a easy way to gap close the wards in the mid game at least.
Kiyotaka, he took a tower shot. Abed looked to take advantage of that.
Ooh, another orb up.
Yes, he's got another orb. Yeah, Fairy Fire immediately going to be used. Abed low enough. Kiyotaka. Ooh, this man has been on a spree. Has not been at a major since I believe ESL 1 like 2021 sometime, and he's coming into this one.
I mean, Depressed Kid ain't so depressed anymore.
No, that's why he changed his name to Kiyotaka. He's at the top of his career right now. He is making some moves. He absolutely dominated that game 1, and now he just beat out Abed in the 1v1 in game 2.
Revitalized kid. Showing up. He's had a great tournament. I think it's the reason this 9 Pandas team is up game 1.
Yep.
For Shopify right now.
I think it's also the reason their playstyle works so well, right? Like we talked about how their playstyle is, you know, drawing away from fights. The only reason you can really pull that off is if you have some element of aggression and pickoff, right? And that's usually coming from Kiyotaka and Taris, who as a team are still getting kills even when you're trying to avoid big 5-on-5s.
He's definitely done a decent job holding up the tempo.
Ortiz trading hits here.
Doesn't have a boundless.
Yeah, he's not going to have that big burst of heal. And got purged immediately from the Jingu, so he had to back away.
Living life on the edge down here.
Yeah, seriously.
Of course, there is Purge up on Miro already. So even if you get those Jingu stacks, nothing's guaranteed down here. Purge creep up top as well that just got killed, as it was helping Ramses out with the Gale. See if Roger can get another one. All he has now is a Vul. We all know how powerful the Vuls are.
Oh, Ramses, he wants to go for the trade-off of kills here. Runs into the crush on the side of Saberlight. They do manage to get the kill on fly, and because of that Gale, it'll keep Roger back from securing the support kill trade-off.
This is a tough lane. That said, Ramsey's honestly not doing too bad. I mean, he has 2 deaths, but if you're looking at the net worth right now, despite the CS, he's fine, right?
Yeah, because he's not paying for any regen because he's just flat out dying.
He's taking the old trip.
He runs into lane, he gets a CS, he dies, he comes back, does it again.
I mean, if it works, it works.
Well, I don't know how well it's working because experience-wise, Shopify is looking very good. They're both level 4.
I don't think this lane gets any better either. They're going to try and gank for him. I think
Need a
Ramsey's gonna-
successful gank for sure. Ramsey's going to keep his distance here. He doesn't want to die to the Venomancer again because this is a guaranteed kill, maybe a guaranteed 2. Kiyotaka going to have to hit the second orb. And good, certainly go for it if they want now.
Actually has a little hill troll they can break. That might be cool in one of these man-up engagements. Break the Veno. Nonetheless, this is a lot of space for Ramses in a matchup where he shouldn't be getting as much out of this lane as he is right now. Like, this is not where you want the Veno lane to be. So it's a nice gank just to skew that matchup even further. Abed takes advantage of the space.
Yeah, we haven't seen this combo yet. The IO Storm Spirits in this game. They're finally going to be put together. Nice deny there from Roger. About the best you can hope for. And again, a lane. I like that they Abed immediately went for the punish, though, on this mid lane. If Kiyotaka's going to be messing around on top, you got to put pressure on this mid tower, and that means killing any support that steps up to protect it.
A lot of damage through the catapult. Gonna be very happy with that exchange, at least for Abed. And like you said, you got to punish the coils. Like, if Kiyotaka can get a guaranteed kill off every coil, then you got to make up for it elsewhere. I like that Roger denied Ramses. You know? Ramses, heal me. No. Or maybe, yes, I'll heal you.
You remember when you kicked me? You remember when you flamed me in an interview?
Second puck TP top. They saw it with Veno Ward. Staying around because they have Abed up here. There's also Dire Obs. Seeing everything.
These wards
Harpy
are
Night
super
Vision.
annoying. Hitting the level 3 poison sting on some of these heroes, weaken them up for a fight that is already pretty disadvantageous.
Shopify have 4 up here. There's nobody in mid right now. This is the lane to brawl, and if you're going to brawl.
Does mean Arteezy's left a little bit alone, but our Antares ran right into him on that high ground spot. Arteezy actually scores a free kill. That'll maybe push him over the line to level 6 before Miro gets there.
I do think Arteezy can carry this game. He's a pretty good Monkey King. Huh. So does he, I guess.
Look at him. Brief lap, but whoa, back to business almost immediately.
It can only give half a chuckle. His daily allotment.
Kiyotaka actually had a sentry already. That was nice.
And Arteezy will come top now to complete the full 5 heroes being up here before 8 minutes.
Yeah, that's what he wanted to do earlier, and then Antares ran up there. Double damage denied by Crit. Managed to get the Doom out onto the Storm Spirit, so good attempt there from Crit. Tried to go for the deny, didn't quite land it. Tether doesn't really have anywhere to tether to, so it looks like the 2 of them are going to die together. Kiyotaka already on a killing spree, so he's working his way back into the game once again.
You're pretty happy with this early game if you're 9 Pandas. Like, anytime you can get Puck ahead of Storm in this Puck Storm matchup, you feel pretty good, because then you can just keep killing him the rest of the game. The tankiness isn't there, and this is IO Maiden Storm. This Shopify draft invested a lot into the mana battery to have Albert snowball from the early pick. If you're falling behind versus Skyrath Mage Silence, versus Puck, versus Doom, you're not going to have fun in this mid game. I'll tell you that much.
He's 1,000 net worth behind. And I mean, just like this is pretty small, but I have noticed him missed an uncharacteristic amount of CS.
He's suffering.
Double silenced up right now.
Let's look at the damage. God damn.
He's going for it, though. Wants this kill on 2 Antares. See if he can get it before the Puck kills the IO. IO dies first. Abed. Oh, no! Misclick. Okay, doesn't matter. Gets that kill. Now he's got to make the long jump away. Kiyotaka might chase after him. He's got the coil. They need TPs coming in. The orb isn't going to land. That's super important. His fly's going to be able to run interception. Freezing field. Immediate stun from the Minotaur. They do have the Noxious Plague out onto Kiyotaka. Abed commits and gets the kill. But Kiyotaka bought back and kills him right back into the play. Immediately goes for more. Flies low. Roger's dead. In fact, he was just sitting there underneath the wards.
I'll haunt you from the grave, Abed. You cannot run. You cannot hide.
Not even death will save you, Kiyotaka. Monster move there with the buyback.
Now, was it worth it? XP-wise, yes. Gold-wise, pretty whatever. But now he's almost level 9. So not too bad, I guess, especially Shopify bringing a lot of resources mid. However, that's a nice pickup for Sableye here in terms of just getting involved in early fights, getting 2 kills. Going to push him really well up the board here. Definitely having a laugh as Roger tried to deny himself.
Yeah, Roger was just sitting there. He was definitely trying to sit there and deny himself, but I think he only had Poison Sting on him and Noxious Plague. but that doesn't let you deny.
I mean, we should know Rogers. He's on a pretty decent game, and he's one of the old school Chen players, right? You go back to those VP lineups where he was playing Ramses.
Oh, super
He was
dominant.
the Chen Ench back in that day. He's pretty far. He's only 1,000 behind Abed. If you get some good Chen auras up in this game, that's one way to combat this Veno pick as well.
Yeah.
Like, Greaves Pipe destroy Veno in the current patch. Absolutely destroy him.
Yeah.
You just lose all of your damage. You lose so many spells.
I mean,
Roger,
that's a
get there. That'll help the Slaughter pick. And Shopify know it, which is why they want to ramp up the pace as much as possible. Get Veno in a position where he can push aggressively into jungle areas, push lanes out aggressively, which will set up the Storm IO pickoff.
Hit him with the boundless strike, chain it with the stun. They do have the frostbite after that, so really nice chaining of stuns there. And they'll take the mid tower, and they did that because they saw all those heroes from 9 Pandas showing bottom, so they felt pretty confident.
Nice find by Artur. It's also going to be the dieback here for Kiyotaka, so he's out for a minute.
Oh yeah.
Very early in the game to be missing a minute. I mean, that's like 10% of the game.
That is one way to put it, yeah.
Miro is going for that backup Midas. So we're going to delay some of the earlier auras here. But again, I mean, it's the 9 Pandas game plan, right? Go for the late game. Go for the 40, 50-minute win, not the 20 to 30.
How's Ramses doing in that regard?
Delay not too bad. He did go Mask of Madness as his farming item. You pretty much have to go Mom or Midas on this hero. Probably go for the BKB Blink into AC or, I don't know, I guess you can go Harpoon on this hero.
He's really keeping the same build. I thought because he didn't have IO, he would go for a Hand of Midas, honestly. Like, I thought the BKB Blink was in part enabled by he had an IO that could pull him around the map and be more active.
I mean, Mask of Madness on Slaughter it acts as a Midas because it lets you do Ancients. So
that's true, yeah.
You end up making the XP up a little bit. They don't really have another Ancient farmer either. So I actually like that he went the Mom here over the Midas. I mean, you can always go both. But not having an Ancient farmer in this meta just feels terrible.
Yeah, when you have their double Ancient camps on your side of the map.
Saberlight. He gets some spells off here.
Yeah, gets a little bit of poison on out. Miro's dropping below. Freezing Field doing a lot of work there. Kiyotaka's going to get bursted. Miro tried to go for the TP out. Doesn't make it. Frostbite stops him there. Roger gets cleaned up on the back. A 1-for-3 exchange. Saberlight very happy that they went for a dive on a Venomancer. When you commit to a Veno, you really got to make sure you 100-0 him. Otherwise, you might just be paying the price of all that dot damage.
Maybe 9 Panda's not expecting Shopify to be at these fights, but Arteezy has done a really good job just joining all these early engagements with Monkey, a hero that can be really impactful in these early engagements. Like, even him just being there for the last stun, some last hits. He's level 10, top of the net worth chart. 3-1 and 4, having a great game. And this Veno, this is a hero where when you commit on him and you don't finish him off, you feel real bad.
Yeah. I have to wonder whether or not, Miro could have thrown a Doom at the start. If you're going to go for that kind of kill, you want to make sure he doesn't get off any of those spells.
Then you're committing so much on Veno, it gives Abed a free fight. I think it's just a bad place to fight at this point in the game, honestly.
Sure.
And it's just not the type of engagement that's going to go well for you when you're ult dependent. You want to be picking heroes off, getting the 2 or 3 hero type engagements, not the 4-on-5 right now.
Oh, this is a very awkward position here for Shopify. They're actually surrounded by heroes. Flight's going to pop out. They're going to go for Miro. Is Arteezy going to fight this one? They do have the relocate in. They're going to go for the Doom now. Wukong's command out. Didn't have the best hold. Get the Rod of Atos inside of the Wukong's command, and that's going to be enough. And despite the fact that 9 Pandas had some heroes around, very wisely not opting to take that fight because they were still outnumbered.
Ooh, that's a nice rune, too. Kaya plus Arcane Rune for Abed. This is probably the only place you're safe right now, Roger.
Didn't even know that little spot existed. I like how he put the Kobold Foreman in a different spot than himself.
Save the more valuable person. I mean, he's still behind them here.
Yeah, he's going to sneak in.
Of course, the Watcher.
There is the Watcher that's going to spot him. They get the Doom out onto the Veno. Can they catch him with a Penitent?
Surprise! I've been here the whole time.
Ramses, he's going for it. Does get stalled off by the Frostbite, so it looks like they're probably only going to get the Veno kill. As it takes a while. He does actually, Doom wears out, so he's going to get a spell off or two. And TP certainly not going to work, though.
That was the ultimate Chen flank of all time.
Hiding behind the Roshan pit.
You thought I
for
left.
a full minute.
I was in this corner for the last 2 minutes.
All a part of my plan.
Solar Crest done for Antares again. He's been rushing this item on Skywrath both games. It's going to pay off here, at least for the Slaughter, help with the single target burst. And especially if you can use it aggressively with the amp.
Yeah.
That's a lot of minus armor on a Storm or Monkey who may not have it if you don't get Wukong off. Not to mention, Venno can be a low armor hero as well. I mean, you get some through the auras. He is going mech on Saberlight, so you have a chainmail, but these heroes are going to basically have 0 armor in the fight.
Frostbite is enough to set up for the relocate kill.
He wants the Lizard. Did not get the Lizard.
That is an arcane rune for Abed, so 9Panda's got to be very careful. I wonder if they leave him here? Yeah, leave him here to be able to kill this camp.
Nice little stacks.
Now he's got his Kaya Sanj. So that'll limit the effectiveness of some of these disables.
He's really strong right now.
Yeah.
This is an awkward period for 9Pandas. And if you're Shopify, I feel like you want to keep fighting these fights. Keep snowballing off the Storm. You have to think about the Roshan with the Corrosive Haze plus Solar. So you don't want to necessarily die up here. You can take the fights elsewhere. You're fine with that too. And remember, like with Venno, you do get debilitated by these auras, so I feel like you want to keep using this hero as much as possible in the early mid game before the Pipe, before the Greaves come out. Because Pipe is already done for Miro. And he's going to go Lotus next. The more dispels you get, more tankability. It's going to make Saberlight's life harder.
Pretty even game so far. I mean, net worth pretty much dead even, but 9Pandas now hit their timing. BKB Slardar. I wonder if they are thinking about doing Roshan. Like, if you feel like you've reached that point of overwhelming strength you're talking about with the Pipe and such, is it worth to see if you can take the 5-on-5?
I think they want the fight first, and the fight is coming.
Yeah, but Shopify is also looking for the fight. Crit is going to be spotted. Abed jumping forward, immediately got doomed. Hit by the Mystic Flare as well for a lot of damage. They have to go. Oh, he got the relocate out.
What a clutch reload by Crit.
That Noxus Plague. That's going to slow down some heroes. That's going to catch Roger, and if they're not careful, it's going to spread to other heroes as well. So they keep their distance, leave Roger and his army behind. And now it's Shopify who are pretty well set up here around the Roche pit. Abed back into play. Abed playing very aggressive now. He still has Crit to be able to help him out here. Crit helping Abed keep his distance from Ramses, who's got plenty of mana to work with. Ramses really extended his timeline there of the BKB, staying in that fight
so damn close
for way longer than you could have expected.
That's the starter damage that, I mean, it's okay, but it's not amazing, right?
No.
Abed can tank it up like that with 2000 HP and IO Tether. And I mean, that's just all Crit right there. You don't get that reload, you might not be getting this Roshan. Very clutch, and the fact he gets it off despite Coil coming out.
I love how they don't have great Roche heroes, but when you win a fight right outside the Roche pit, you kind of have to go for it. So they're going to drop all 5 heroes and all their spells to finish off Roche as quick as possible.
But that's a dangerous place to fight. I mean, it really is. That is the fight you need to win right now if you're Shopify. If you lose it, instantly gone. Instead, you will get Aegis for Storm. Abed is picking up the pace.
I mean, the fact that it starts off with the instant doom and Crit, I mean, Kiyotaka saw it coming. He threw out the coil to try and stop Crit. But the relocate goes out in time.
I mean, you don't really have much to stop reload this game. Think about it.
Yeah.
Why is hazed and coiled here, but not able to commit, and Abed wants to jump. Gonna find him.
Abed is going to be able to grab him at the same time as Arteezy trying to track down Roger. Kiyotaka jukes him out. Nice TP away. While Arteezy is forced to use his BKB.
Yeah, where the hell is Arteezy right now?
I mean, he is so far forward. Now the Slardar has managed to catch him inside of the river as well. They've got plenty of bashes for that one. Artur.
What the hell is he doing there?
Yeah, stepping out way ahead of his team who are focused on an entirely different target.
That is not the death to give up right now. Again, like we saw game 1, they got these Aegises and they did not get anything done with them. This is a game, are you just going to waste the 5 minutes again, right? Like, this is your time to find the fights. Let Abed be the careless initiator because he has the second life. Just force the issue. You need to be able to back him up.
I mean, let Saberlight do it too. You've got two different heroes that are fine with frontlining.
Exactly. Now you're just giving time for 9 Pandas to take stuff off the map. They have a 2K gold lead. They're doing Tormentor. That's an Aghanim shard for Roger, who can now pick up some Ancient Creeps. You get a Golem in here. Get some extra magic resist. Add those auras up versus the Veno, versus the Storm. Suddenly this lineup's going to be a lot tankier.
Yeah.
I worry about Saberlight's impact going into this late game right now. I mean, he's going to be an aura buyer. You have Atos. I have concerns about Veno in the late game in this patch.
No,
like, I've seen it fall off very hard. So maybe your Monkey can carry. Maybe Abba can put on performance, but I'm feeling similar to game 1, where sure you're getting Aegis, but you're not finding the fights you want with them. And I mean, 9 Pandas have been a very scary late game team this tournament. Shard to Fly, that's a pretty good one. We've seen Crystal Maidens do a lot of work with it.
Yeah, seriously. A lot of these Crystal Maidens are getting kind of ignored in fights. And that oftentimes means they're actually getting away with a decent amount of net worth going late game.
Just straight 5-man smoke down mid. This tells you what Shopify won this game. They want the fight. They want it now. Gonna do anything to try and get it. High ground Obs. Doesn't see anything.
Spot Antares. Take the jump for him. Abed being very careful, zipping around like that. He wants to make sure he doesn't get doomed. And 9 Pandas not going to try and make that jump. 2 minutes left still on Aegis.
That's a whatever kill, I think, right?
Yeah, it is.
I think you're pretty happy with that 5-man smoke if you're 9 Pandas. Get some farm for Arteezy here. Really need another item on this Monkey King. When you're going to start to feel good about these fights going long, if you can get some tank ability up, be able to stay in the Wukong.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The map split continues. Ayotaka has farmed out this entire top half of the map. He has been untouched for a long time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He is scaling on Puck this game. I mean, honestly, this late game might come down to how much farm Kiyotaka has in terms of right-clicking with Puck into the amp.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of it is also going to come down to Ramsey's initiation. I mean, he's trying to work towards a moon shard. That's the perma-stun build.
It is.
You jump somebody, you pop BKB, you pop your Mask of Madness, and, you know.
You're going to have to make that jump count. Because you're getting one jump, right?
Yeah.
When you go in versus the Veno versus Atos versus Monkey King, you just got to commit with the jump. You're probably not getting out. It's a suicide mission. But it might pay off.
Right. Or it might just have that unit get relocated to safety.
That is a big, big concern for 9 Pandas this game. Are you able to deal with the crit reload saves on the big cores? Because you are a single target burst lineup that has committal ults in the Doom in the coil. You just reload someone out of that, there's not a lot of reload cancels, right? Who's getting deep on the backside to cancel that ult?
Oh, once again. Not once again, actually. I just had a flashback to when they dove mid to kill Kiyotaka, but this time around, the stun, just the follow-up disable was barely off.
Smoke's coming through on the side.
They are zipping around using that
Ramses
Aegis mana.
crit.
He wants to keep that regen going as best as possible.
Got the bash.
Oh, we got the bash! Stops him from being able to tether up to the high ground. Shopify going to play around the Wukong's command.
That's an awkward position, though.
Kiyotaka coming in through the back line. They have the Doom out on the Monkey King, but he is laying into Roger. Will be able to get that kill. Kiyotaka
Abed
going to be
wants
chased
the
after
puck.
by Abed. Crit's going to join him. Hurricane forward, trying to get him a little bit of distance, and that might just have been enough. Meanwhile, Ramsey's going in on Arteezy right now, but he is surrounded by too many heroes. Kiyotaka had the backup of his teammates, but Ramses did not. And Abed, who has now been drained of all of his mana, is in a bit of a trouble here. Kiyotaka wants to be able to get this kill, but the rest of Shopify are coming forward. What? Arteezy unable to out-heal that damage. Now Abed being picked apart. Shopify had the momentum, but they just ran into a fight that they couldn't actually close out. Mira was too strong for Arteezy, and Abed was never able to get that Kiyotaka kill.
This Puck's so tanky. Why is he so tanky? He had the little Centaur aura, the magic resist, the mech,
Oh,
the
yeah.
pipe, Lotuses.
That
He's
full
got
Chen
Kaya
army was
Sane.
still alive.
That is a ridiculous amount of damage for Puck to tank up here. I mean, decent damage numbers for Shopify across the board, but this is the issue. It's a lot of spread damage. Chen and Doom are just soaking it all up.
Another pick off, perhaps. Cole's going to run out. He has to use the orb defensively, so Crit is going to be fine.
Yeah, those cores are coming up in 5 seconds here.
Yeah,
you do not want to
go.
just throw it the other way back. I mean, we saw some of the issue for Ramses in those fights, so that is definitely a suicide mission, right?
Yeah.
When you go in, you get a good crit kill, but you're stuck in the Monkey King man fight. And he was alone, but I don't know if those are going to be favorable. And Abed just silent again.
TPing in onto the Chen creeps. The silence going to last only so long, but a follow-up is there finally from Kiyotaka. Putting those boots of travels to work now. Once again, Abed just being a bit too aggressive.
The amp is there.
Oh, he had a moment there. Couldn't get away.
That's a full vision fight for 9Pandas with everybody there. I don't know if Abed knew what he was jumping into, but he did not like what was on the other side, as the auras are just adding and adding up. You have Time Warp aura, you have extra armor. Nobody's clearing these Chen creeps out. No one is clearing the Locket, the Mech, the Pipe, the Lotus. How do you start these fights on Shopify right now?
Well, I mean, Abed's idea of barreling in there, it does not work out. I have to say, Abed has been a remarkably consistent player throughout his career, but this series, there's definitely been some overextensions from him.
It's just who else starts the fight, right? I feel like there's been this consistent pressure in both these games where maybe it's just not how 9Pandas are playing the patch, playing the map. Like, they're very patient, they're okay going late game. And I feel that puts Shopify in a weird position where they're the ones who feel like they have to find the fights, have to force the issue. And I think historically that is a position that does not end well for this team. Because they tend to force the fights, and they can be awkward. And they traditionally only play with one core that goes in, and it's Abed. So he has to be the one going in here. There's not really another choice. There's not a backup option. It's just a lot to jump into. They saw Ramses on the triangle, which is why he made this jump. So that deep Radiant Observer, making them think that this was a numbers fight to their advantage, but you gotta respect the tankiness. Like, you are not gonna win these fights off a single target jump burst. Just not gonna happen.
Ooh, real bad fight for Shopify, and now 9Pandas. They just have a full lead. 13,000 net worth lead, in fact, in this game, too. Might just be able to 2-0 Shopify out of the upper bracket.
What an upset that would be. I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card coming into this tournament. The Revenge of Ramses.
Revenge of Ramses, and, you know,
Ramses Revenge. Sounds like a Disney ride. Book me a ticket.
And it's been a while since Eastern Europe has been dominant on the international stage. Really goes back to those Virtus Pro rosters that Ramses and Roger. I mean, that was still, to date, still one of the lengthiest dominations by a single team.
What are you talking about? Spirit 1 TI-10.
Yeah.
You're welcome. You're saying it's been a while since CIS.
Sorry, I guess I was meaning more multiple teams. Silence on Arteezy. Has to drop down for the trees and pop his BKB. Ramsey's committed with his single target lineup, but he had nobody to hit. Now he's trying to crawl away, but he will not be able to slither out of this one.
This is the fight Shopify wants right now.
Oh, what a coil, what a hit! So many heroes dropping low. Can they finish any of them off? They get 2 of them. Saberlight's going to take out here, but the important heroes of Arteezy, Abed, and maybe even Crit. No, he's going to be stopped by Miro. Catching up to him. Arteezy's jumping away into the trees. The 2 will get out. The 1 and 2 for Shopify. But 9Pandas, with their overwhelming net worth advantage, were able to bully down Shopify. Despite Ramses really not getting the initiation he wanted out of that.
Honestly, this Slardar is just a giant bait. Like, this Slardar's job is go in, tank all the spells, and then look at the damage here. It's all Kiyotaka.
Yep.
Like, he is the carry in this game. He has Dagon, he has Enchanted Quiver. Puck's hitting big right clicks, big spells, landing massive coils every time. This is the hero you need to find if you're Shopify right now. Like, what the hell is Slardar even doing in these engagements?
Well, he missed his crush.
He ran and missed his crush, got
And then he
stunned
got
off the Veno shard, I believe.
Yeah, the latent toxicity hit him, and then he popped the BKB,
But
got
look at how
stunned
much
up.
he's tanked here, right? That's Wukong Gong, that's half of Abed's mana, a lot of Veno spells, and it just
this
sets up
jump.
a 4-man silence into 3-man coil.
The orb hits everybody. He's got that Dagon. I believe it was Dagon 2 in that fight. It's going to be Dagon 5 pretty soon, the way these fights are going for 9Pandas.
I don't know. How do you address the sustain and the tankiness that 9Pandas are bringing out right now? Feels like Ramsey's job in this game is just to give Roshan to Kiyotaka. That's it. That's how much he believes in him.
Wow.
I'll pick Slaughter. I'll give you Aegises. Carry me, son. I'll pass the torch.
22,000 damage dealt. I mean, there was no doubt. He was the MVP game 1.
Wait,
and
has Ramsey's actually done less damage than Roger? I mean, I told you, like, this Slaughter pick doesn't do much, but I guess maybe he doesn't have to. He just needs to tank some spells. He's a good tank. Guy's playing World of Warcraft. I'll go in.
Shopify.
Look at how aggressive Kiyotaka is right now.
Oh, yeah, he's got that Aegis. He is feeling free.
Dagon 4. He went from 2 to 4, and the 5th is 300 gold away.
Yeah, he's going to get it off of his top wave that he's going to push in while the rest of his team sets up for a tier 1 tower push at top. I mean, they should just be demolishing down buildings. And I'm not sure what Shopify's game plan is to this, because they just picked up the AC, but I don't think that changes how strong you feel in these fights.
I mean, AC
Not
is
against
nice.
Ace.
It's nice for Slaughter, but it's honestly not doing much for the puck damage.
Yep.
Doom doesn't care either. Still, it's probably an item you need at some point, but it's not ramping up the damage here.
Kiyotaka's here. Run! Everybody get out!
Run for your life. Oh my god. That is a spell amp level 5 Dagon.
Dismantled. Saberlight can have the same thing happen to him as Ramses has his Moonshard combo. It's a 2-man stun, but no hold to be able to follow him up. In fact, they don't even care about the Wukong's command. They walk right through it. Challenge Artur.
You just get
who has
man-fought.
no heroes.
And that man fight's not close.
It's not. Our Shopify have entirely fallen apart.
Yeah, this game is well out of their control. Even the spell lifesteal for Kiyotaka is a problem here. You man-fight him with Monkey, he zaps you with Dagon.
Yeah.
He's healing 400 or 500 HP in this, feels like. What do you do? Sorry.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures
It's Kiyotaka's world cap. Shopify are just living in it.
I'm not going to be living in it for long. The way this is going, this is looking like a game that 9Pandas, again, so many of their wins were going later than 40 minutes, but this game is looking like they dominated so hard they may not have to go past that marker. We'll see. We'll see if Shopify, if they're going to choose to fight, are they going to be forced into fighting? 9Pandas going to keep this push going. After all, they have Aegis and Cheese.
Big right clicker carry here. Destroying your racks.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle
All right, that's a range barracks. Good enough, they say. Okay, they have a Scythe. So the AC helps deal with the Slardar. Now they've got the Scythe to try and lock down Kiyotaka. That can kill him once.
You gotta wait out the Aegis and then make the big jump. You have to find Puck in these fights. I don't think there's any other way to win it. Gonna try and burn the Aegis here.
Yeah, they're gonna be forced to trying to punish Kiyotaka here. They get him once.
They have an Atos.
Can they get a follow-up disable here? Unlikely.
Yeah, there's only
don't
two
have an
real insta-stuns. It's Boundless Strike and that Hex.
Yeah.
But, hey, that's a free Aegis pop, and now you can smoke and maybe take the aggressive fight that 9Pandas might not expect here. You want to find Puck right now. You do not want to find Ramses, because Ramses is the front line. He has Satanic Cheese right now. This is a build designed to just go in and soak up the attention. You got to ignore Slaughter, find the real carry, make this jump count. It might be your last.
Look at 9Pandas playing around their high ground ward. Shopify are going to walk into this one. The question is Arteezy going to walk into this? They jump in, they do find the Chen first. Ramses immediately gets his initiation, starts gunning for crit, trying to stay on top of him, does manage to get those bashes. Meanwhile, Miro's gonna be targeted, controlled up, and may not be able to get off of Doom at all. In fact, he does. Controlled up, immediate buys back though.
That's a nice freezing field.
A really nice freezing field, but unfortunately they just seem to be a bit too strong. Got the Doom off onto Abed, he's gonna die, and Ramsey starts going to work on 2 RTZ. All of them dead, none of them buyback, and that's GG. 2-0 over Shopify.
I'm gonna bash you back to where you came from, son. God damn.
Bash them all the way down to the lower bracket as 9 Pandas are gonna be moving on.
What a performance from this team. Like, where the hell did they come from, right? Playing with a stand-in, playing on new patch, rough performance in a lot of the recent results, but it just feels like Kiyotaka's popping off. They're playing around him. They're willing to sacrifice. Like, Ramses is willing to take a backseat in this game, who normally he is the star one-position carry player, right? But he is sacrificing a lot of his game to play a Slardar, a frontliner, to give Roshan's, and he just understands, like, this puck is going to carry the game. All I have to do is perma-bash Monkey once, and the rest of the damage is going to come from Kiyotaka.
Would Ramses have been willing to do that on old VP?
I don't think so. I legit don't think so, and that's the kind of stuff that wins you games here. Like, just straight up wins you games. 33,000 damage done by puck at the end of this engagement.
Ramsey's putting his trust in some of the younger generation, the new generation of Eastern Europe, and boy does it pay off. Kiyotaka with an MVP performance without a doubt.
We've got Ecstatic Kid on the puck these days, it seems. Fantastic performance out of 9 Pandas, taking down Shopify Rebellion 2-0. And they will face off against Evil Geniuses in the lower bracket, which is the showdown we have come to enjoy quite a bit. Meanwhile, 9 Pandas will go on to face the winner of our next series, Tundra versus PSG LGD. But for right now, we can just revel in the impressive performance, impressive drafting, impressive team play that 9 Pandas presented us with in this game number 2. Real satisfying stuff.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect coming into this series since we didn't get to cover them too much, us Group B'ers here. But that was just some good old EEU outskilling. Because I do think Shopify's draft was very good and there were a lot of entrance points for them into the game. Their Veno lane went very well. They killed the Slardar a few times, but Kiyotaka on this puck just did so much and made so much happen. Not only did he solo kill mid, he corrected the top lane, he corrected the bottom lane, he was getting 4-man coils, he was just constantly playing on the edge. There was this one fight near the top tier 2 where it looked like he was gonna die. Roger hurricanes him back and he baits Abed on the Storm to follow him all the way and they secure the kill on them. They make the Storm overextend, they make the Monkey King overextend simply to catch this puck, and I mean, hats off to him. That was an incredible puck performance.
I'm completely with you. He just played out of his mind. It's like I look at the other heroes and I want to find things to say about them, and like I can't. My mind just keeps going back to how much this puck owned and moved around the map.
Yeah, I'm like, if you like flip through your notes, you know, you're the drafter, you're like crunching the numbers, and you're like, the side lanes are gonna do this. We're gonna be able to pressure the puck. We're gonna check the runes, and then you just see Abed solo killed level 4, and Mir already mentioned it. Like, he not only wins his lane, but he wins the other 2 lanes as well. I mean, that. There's so much you could theory craft in a game of Dota when you see the drafts, but that's why we play the game, and that's what makes these type of games. I thoroughly enjoyed watching that game. That was straight up just like untraditional picks, heroes nobody else is playing, and they just freaking owned them.
And initially, you were quite skeptical about Slardar carry.
I was. I think a lot of people should be skeptical. I don't think any other team would have won with that lineup. So that's even more impressive.
I thought it was like the worst Slaughter game I've ever seen. And he destroyed. It was crazy. Like, you see him going this Master Madness and being able to like farm Ancients and getting his farm up and like being able to jump with his team, right? When he jumped alone, then it looked terrible. But when he jumped with his team and got in there, amazing. And you're covering like some of his problems with this Doom. So it's like you're kind of not facing what alone. They made it work within the team. Great work.
Great work to all of them. And perhaps one player that we're not mentioning by name, but we're going to get an interview with, Pyrian Flax is standing by with Antares for an interview.
Yes, I am, Neil. I am indeed with Antares from 9 Pandas, fresh from that 2-0 win. That looked really good. You guys seem to be very confident.
Yeah, okay. We do our best Dota today.
Yeah, it really did look like it. a carry Slardar, not something that we've seen a huge amount lately. What was the idea there? I'm curious.
Ramsey just call it. He says like, guys, I just want to play Slaughter and just pick it. It's just his ideas. He has a lot of not traditional course players.
You guys also in game one, you finally managed to beat Medusa. Not that you've been struggling, but everybody's been struggling against Medusa. How did you do it? Because I think other teams are going to be looking to how you did it. How did you guys think you beat Medusa?
Actually, we have 100% win rate against Medusa. We know how to play against it. Just focus on the heroes, and at one moment, when everyone is dead, we just kill it. And actually, we have good heroes like Void, Nyx, which works against BKB even. So it's just simple. We know how to control it.
Fantastic. You guys seem very confident, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
What?
I said best of luck.
What? What did you say?
How dare you wish us luck? We don't
luck.
need that.
All I need is skill, and Antares has been displaying it. Yes, his Skywrath Mage has now an 87.5% win rate in this tournament. He has picked it 8 times and only lost on it once.
Oh my
People shouldn't be scared of the Medusa. They should be scared of his Skywrath.
Yeah, he's such a damn good Skywrath, and like kind of to link it to the Slardar again, like the itemization of everyone on 9 Pandas was so good. You had the Solar Crest Rush on the Skywrath Mage and the Bongo Boots on Chen. So it's giving Slardar the attack speed he needs to actually carry and kill these heroes. So I really liked what they all did together.
All these teams are playing with mana batteries, and I mentioned in the draft, but what I love about this Skywrath Mage is you effectively negate 2 heroes in the mid game if you just silence the guy that they're trying to give more mana to. And what I think is so funny about Dota is that just makes so much sense, but like I would have never thought of it.
Except the Medusa. You can silence the Medusa.
Well, I'm talking about like the
She's a different
Storm,
kind of mana battery,
Pango,
yes.
yeah, like the mid laners that are meant to carry the momentum in the mid game. It's just there's 120 heroes to choose from, and these teams are coming up with cute, creative ways to like counter an idea, and that's why we see the meta slowly but surely shift.
The thing is, a lot of teams have tried playing Skywrath Mage versus these Storms, versus these heroes that they need to silence, but none as well as 9 Pandas. And I think it's because Antares understands the hero so well that he just builds to support his team. He doesn't build to do damage. He doesn't build to be a tertiary carry. He'll just make the Solar Crest every game. He does not skip it. He goes Glimmer. He goes Force Staff. He doesn't go for a Toaster. Don't worry, guys. I'll solo kill a hero. He understands his position as a support is not relevant to his hero's ability to dish out damage. So his understanding of how to itemize is just so excellent.
I'm very, very happy with his performance, and they should be as well, because now they will be moving forward in our upper bracket, and they will face off against the winner of our next series, our last upper bracket series of right now. It's going to be Tundra versus PSG LGD after a break.
Breaks, draw back. Paddock on my wrist, I'ma hit him with a drip drip. They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star. Brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king of the czar. Got me so high, so addicted. Telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take best of me. Lot of commas in the bank, I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in they lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy paid, price going high. Yeah, I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me to take no, raise a toast to the goat. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me to take no, raise a toast to the goat. Yeah. It takes a lot to be the best.
It's time, everyone, for our final series of this 4 best-of-3 day, all upper bracket matches, no eliminations, just to see who's the best of the best as Group A and Group B face off against each other for the first time since we started this tournament. Tundra Esports, the kings of Group B, going off against PSG LGD, who were not upper bracket material when it comes to the Lima Major. And an extra surprise for you is Kazu.
It's me.
Welcome to the panel, my friend.
I made it here. I was just chilling, and then I get a call. I'm like, yo, you want to be on? All right, I'm here.
You took a train here. It wasn't even that difficult for you.
No, it was pretty chill. I mean, I was just hanging out, you know, being around, chilling, watching some Dota, playing some Dota from my hotel room.
You're saying playing some Dota. You've been playing quite a bit of Dota. You said you've been grinding out like 60 matches so far?
Sure, like 40, 50, 60. I don't really keep track, but this new patch is good. I'm enjoying myself because before, I was not liking it. But now, Dota is back, baby.
Okay.
Dota is back.
Now, you're saying that, but I see a lot of people bemoaning the state of affairs with, oh, we're seeing Medusa every single game. Oh, it's the Chan, the Enchantress. Isn't that not your experience?
I mean, kind of, yeah. I think Medusa is it's a pretty dumb hero. I've seen it in my pubs. I do think it is beatable, as is any Dota hero. But it is probably top 2 or top 3 most broken heroes Dota has had since I've played this game.
What's worse, this or Lina?
I think this is worse.
Yeah,
this has got to be worse, no? Like, Lina is actually, sure, she farms fast, but if you jump her, if the guy is out of position for 1-2 seconds, he's dead. Like, you can kill him.
I'll make a case for Lina being worse simply because in competitive Dota, Medusa is worse, but in the casual pub experience, you don't need team play. You don't have to play well. Anyone could have played Lina and got some MMR, so.
But can't anyone... I think I can turn my eyes, I can close my eyes, play Medusa at 20 minutes and tell my team, I'm walking down mid. I'll win.
Your MMR does not count. Think about the average.
You're not indicative of the, you know, we decluttered everything with Pico. Everything has now been separated, and now only the best and brightest are making the best of these situations. And one of the players and one of the coaches responsible for Tundra's success is AUI 2000, and Pyrian Flax caught up with him just a little while ago.
Hey guys, I'm here with AUI 2000, the legend himself, coach of Tundra. You guys are the #1 team for building pipes in this tournament. You're building more than any other team. I have a couple of questions about that. Number one, is there an occasion when you can foresee not building pipe? Because it seems pretty good.
I think the item's pretty strong. I didn't really know we were the #1 team for building it, but usually there's magic damage, so it's a good item.
Pretty much sells itself on that alone, doesn't it? However, your ex Wraith Pact, I don't want to bring it up, your ex bestie, is Pipe in any way making up for the death of Wraith Pact?
I mean, the Wraith Pack at TI was OP, but like compared to the last Wraith Pack, like Pipe's probably stronger.
Really?
I mean, the one that didn't only reduce physical, I think so. Like that Wraith Pack was sort of situational.
Interesting. Okay, here's another fact. Your team has the smallest hero pool at the tournament as well. You're very consistent in your picks. Do you ever have to motivate the players to play heroes that they're kind of maybe bored of playing, like Kotl, 9 games in a row, whatever, or do they just get on with it?
I mean, the problem is like I feel like we practice a lot of picks and we have a lot of picks, but people just keep giving us ones that we like. So like, why not play it? It's just, I don't know, it's very comfortable for us. I guess it's might be weird, like we might get challenged now. People study for us a bit more, but I don't think anyone has problems finding new heroes on this team.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Howie, and we'll send it back to you guys.
We're just seeing the tip of the iceberg of what this team is capable of, which is terrifying, because 33's out here whipping out offlane Medusa, and they're just like, you're not really testing us that much. This is just a small selection of the strategies we have to offer. If you keep handing us things we're comfortable with, why should we bother dipping into the reserves? They're comfy right now, and they should be. They topped Group B.
Yeah, this is a versatile team. They always have been. I mean, they have 9 as their mid laner, who is always trying to make unconventional mids work. They have Snaking, who had experience playing 4 on this team and then playing 5. And then they have Skeeter, who in the last patch had one of the biggest carry hero pools. So I wouldn't be worried about versatility at all. It's like AUI said, there are things that they found that are good, and if they're getting it, why change? Why shift away from it?
They also have they have some of the players that I think when you give them their comfort, they shine so much more than other players on it. Like 3-3 for me is like one of the standout players that when you give this guy a hero that he wants to play, he will always perform at 100%. There's some other players who are maybe a little more open in terms of playing other heroes, but if it worked for them, they went what, 14-2 in groups? Or 12-2, I don't know the exact score, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, what I love about Tundra every patch, you saw it at TI, you saw it even like the patch between TI and now in 7.33, is they always have an identity, and it's always a little bit different. It's like a tweak. It's like, what heroes do we play? How do we interpret this meta? And the identity I've established for them so far is 3 survivable, hard to gank, tanky cores with 2 supports that make all the movements in like the first 15 minutes. And then they hit this insane power spike with like 2 core items. They have like a Armlet Deso Wraith King with like a Crimson Pipe Underlord, just that, like they're the ones that picked Omni Knight last pick, and they even said like we just stole that from Talon, And so they're not afraid to try other people's ideas, and Mira has been raving about importance of teams not flexing picks. They took Medusa and flexed it, all right? So these guys, they're taking that to like a whole nother level.
I mean, if you're flexing your first pick Medusa to offlane and going 12-1 and 21 the way 33 did, then you're a team to fear. But also, the thing you mentioned about their survivable cores, they also pick supports that scale, so they're never too concerned about their lack of scaling if their cores are too durable. They love their coddles, they love their bounties, they love their snaps, things that with items can provide that late game presence.
And now they're going to have to test that against PSG LGD, who, in the topic of offlaners, are speaking a lot about 33. I want to hear from Zeal, though. Empyrean Flax did an interview with him.
Hi, guys. I'm here with Zeal from PSG LGD. This is your first major event, is that right?
Yeah, it's my first major event.
And how are you finding it?
Everything is kind of like new to me, and I find everything fine so far. The nerves, everything. I feel fine, comfortable.
Are you enjoying playing on the new patch and playing sort of, in these booths with the enemy team just right next to you? Is it exciting? Is it fun?
Actually, I kind of enjoy this new patch because there's a lot of like crazy stuff happening in the game, and for the LAN experience, I think it's pretty fun too. It takes me back when I was playing like small competitions too. Yeah.
So I've got here that a lot of Chinese players are playing pub games on the C servers instead of the China servers. Is that true? And if so, why?
It's true. The Chinese players are playing in Southeast Asia. I think it's because of like they can't really get games in Perfect World servers because there's like very less players. So everyone is just in the C server. Yeah.
And how are you finding it playing in the C servers?
well, sometimes I need to do some translation over there. Like I need to communicate English and Chinese. But that's fine for me. It's kind of fun to sometimes you get to play with like some of the legendary players or like some big streamers there. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, all the best in your game, and we look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament. Cheers.
Great. Well, I'm good that Zeal already has a background with translating, because chances are we may have him doing it more and more if this team keeps winning, which so far it's looking like he was the missing piece, Mira. Xiang Yu for Tour 1 may have been touch and go for them, didn't show up with the Lima Major with PSG LGD, but now Zeal, the charismatic offlaner that we always love PSG LGD to have, has been very, very compatible, it seems.
Yeah, he brought the hero versatility, which is what their former offlaner lacked. It seems like he's very well-tempered and friendly and easy to get along with too, which is really important if you're going to transition into a team in the middle of a season. But for the most part, he's looked solid. He's looked stable. They're one of the only teams that flexes Pango to offlane still in this tournament, and they have a lot of their LGD pocket picks still, like their brews and whatnot. But he has been delivering.
Yeah, he's definitely a big upgrade from Zhang Yu. They missed like this versatility with where you can play these Beastmasters with auras or flex your Pango, as you were saying. I saw him like in one of the opening games of the patch. I played against him. He was playing Brewmaster. He did some Meteor Hammer into Radiance pipe build, so he was like already, trying some Meteor Hammer, but also knowing that pipes and auras are very good. So this guy, I've got my eyes on him. He's one of their standout players, at least lately. And what I like a lot when LGD do play is when they combine their supports with nothing to say. He's like the solid rock of this team, where I want to see them play these Ios, Kodos, which isn't really, strange to this tournament because a lot of people are doing it, but they really, really excel at it. Shiro on his carry, give him some time, and he's going to be A-okay in the mid game. And this team, they just needed some time, and now they're good to go.
Let's see how good they'll be to go against Tundra, though. It's a best of 3, the last one of the night. Let's see if PSG LGD can make their way to a top 8, or if they're going to be going down to lower bracket. Stick around. Game number 1 coming up next.
Having upper bracket secured feels great, especially the top seed, which means we get to choose our opponent, which is always a nice dilemma. We struggled with it hard last time, but I think we will figure it out this time. Yeah, it feels great. Like everything is working out very well for us, and excited to see how we do against the other group.
Well, they decided to choose PSG LGD as their opponent. And was it a wise decision? I know, Mira, you specifically said that you've been a fan of Tundra. You've been way before people started bandwagoning. What tournament did you know that Tundra had the sauce?
I'm also a fan of LGD.
Correct.
I need to say
but,
that.
Okay, but the reason why I'm leading with this is because you specifically mentioned one tournament that
Yes.
you were like, oh, Tundra were really good at this one.
No, so this is what I always reply or counter when people think that Tundra is a one-patch team. That's actually so wildly incorrect, because ever since I started working as a Dota analyst, Tundra has always been the most impressive team at the start of the patch. At ESL 1 Fall 2 years ago, that was at the start of a new patch, and they just had a better idea of it, and I believe they got second place, and they crushed group stage completely.
They did.
And
Do you
I
know who they lost to, though?
Wasn't it LGD?
It was
yes,
LGD.
Okay. But I think they debuted the mid Coddle back then also, and they also had a lot of mid Earth Spirits. But then when there was another new patch in Dota, there was another third-party tournament, which was Gamers Galaxy and Dubai, that Tundra won. And that was at the start of a new patch. It just seems like they figure it out faster than anybody else. So anybody who goes into a new patch thinking Tundra is nerfed has not been following this team's history. They've just been following them since TI.
And actually, it's the other way around. They won ESL Fall. They beat LGD in the grand finals. They're the ones who got first place in that tournament.
Oh, they got first place.
Yeah, they have a history.
Oh, I remember, because Zhao 8 was standing in that tournament. There was nothing to say. Yes, I remember. Zhao 8 was their mid stand-in. That was awesome. And but they also won Gamers Galaxy Dubai, and they beat Boom in the finals.
Well, he's sitting down now, and he's drafting very, very quickly. Shao-It and Aoi 2000 going head-to-head. Alchemist, Bounty Hunter, Bloodseeker banned out. Tundra take out Beastmaster Medusa, and we get the first pick Coddle, responded with Doom Crystal Maiden, and LGD close out the phase with Pango.
I would say it's nothing too crazy going on, at least from LGD side. Coddle is one of the best supports, both in pubs and in pro play. They close the phase with their Pango, so it's already a very good combo there. For Tundra, it's going to be important that you have heroes that can address Pango in the game, because eventually, if you give this Pango a good early game, he's going to sync up with his Coddle at minute 10, 15 with Diffusal, and they're going to make your map into just a huge pain. So for Tundra, you're going to want heroes like Storm, Ember, Bad Riders, just have some form of jump to kind of mitigate both the Coddle and the Pango just, mousing and ratting around the map as they want to.
Yeah, what I was checking out while I was just keeping my head down in the notes is that I was wondering why Tundra was only 1-0 on Doom so far this tournament, because Tundra was one of the first teams last patch to just be picking Doom every single game, a 33 special, and I looked through their drafts this entire tournament. Everyone has either picked it first or banned it in the first round. So every other game other than the one they picked it. So we were talking about the first series where they're leaving Medusa in the pool, looking for ways to beat it. This is the first team so far this tournament that has left Doom for Tundra. So LGD looks like they have an idea that they knew this was coming, they expected it, and they have some clear-cut plan for beating this, because it's like a timing, it's a play style. It just plays into the way Tundra loves to play the map. Like, buy auras with the ability to group, but what makes Doom so strong in their hands is that he also buys Boots of Travel a lot of the time, so they can do it from anywhere with this hyper-mobile offlaner that also builds all the tankiness for you.
Yeah, I believe it's the pick your poison kind of thing when going against Tundra in the first phase, because they've proven that they have so many good first phase heroes that you have to just let one through. And I think the Alchemist is a top priority one. The Bounty surprises me because they do pick it often, but it usually comes in the second phase. So I'm imagining that these teams have scrimmed against each other and Tundra have opened with Bounty against them for them to respect it that highly.
I'm okay with what they did in the first phase, simply because the Alk, I also agree, because the hero is more flexible. I actually think this hero can be played from 1 to 5, whereas I think Doom is a bit more locked in, and he's a bit more straightforward. You know what to expect, and the Bounty ban, I would say, it's just good. It protects Coddle. Coddle hates heroes that will find you all these Rickies, Bounties, heroes that are invis on top of you, or provide vision with track, because the number one thing you actually need to do against some of these supports like Coddles, Rubik, Oracle, Silencers, you need to kill them. These are not heroes that you can leave unaddressed, because they're going to carry team fights, and you may not think it goes, this guy's a support. But sometimes supports, they're really the shining heroes in the back that will allow your course to really take off, which could happen in this game with Coddle Pango. you're kind of set up for that if they don't answer properly.
Yeah, you have to compare like how much HP the Coddle actually has compared to how much EHP he's giving his team, right? The Coddle Illuminate Blast healing his entire team, the Blinding Light, 40% miss chance on a pretty low cooldown. These are just the type of things that go into what you're saying, where if you don't kill this guy, how much effectively are you having to deal more damage to the cores in the meantime?
And when you're talking about this Coddle, Tundra have to address it with some 9 jump hero, right? And they've already taken the Pango from them on the side of LGD, so you're going to be considering a potential Void Spirit, a potential Blink DK, any of those 9 specialties. So this Slark on Tundra tells us nothing.
It's a flex.
Could be Soxa.
It could be Soxa, indeed. I mean, when they initially picked the Slark to flex, they picked it against the first phase Doom, which already looks better than, I mean, a Coddle and a Pango. It doesn't seem too great against either of them, but they're still leaving their draft open to interpretation now. So the 2 picks that come out of LGD could be a complete trap set by Tundra with this Slark.
I want to rave about this Slark pick because first off, he's one of the best picks against Doom. One of the few carries that can chew through that Vanguard early with a gank. And he also is good against the likes of Ursa and Monkey King, which are the other 2 carries that you would like to pick against Doom. So they actually got 3 free bans on Tundra where they no longer had to protect the Doom with those bans. They instead cover all of their bases at once, and if you do hard counter the Slark with a better pick in the carry matchup, they can just rotate it to 4. Maybe it's like 5 head a little bit too much, but like they made it work already once.
There's just a lot of value in this Slark. Like I've seen Soxa Puppet 2, and when we think about how big the map is, vision is actually that much more important. And when you can really nail down these wards and like get them out, and also night vision is super crucial in a lot of these fights, because the map, even though there's a lot of trees, there's a lot of areas that are very open. And Tundra, they're one of the best at making, right, like getting stuff out of an actual bad lane. I don't think 3-3 is gonna care if it does end up being Soxa on the Slark, and they're just gonna make it work.
Yeah, but if they're going to flex the Slark to support, they need to enable it with something like a Darkseer, or I don't like it at all right now. And if they don't enable it in this round, any kind of good Slark combo or self-sustaining offlaner is going to get banned out in the second phase.
I think for Tundra, it's a bit, I would agree with you for most other teams, but they're the team that, in my mind, they abuse the map the most. So even if you, I'm not saying Slark 4 is good, but if one team can make it work without the most setup, it would be them, because I also kind of feel like their Doom, it's going to be their offlane. Otherwise, I feel like, yeah, you have this Darkseer who will make any dumb or weird 4 work. Your Pudge 4, Slark 4, whatever, drop an Iron Shell, suddenly your draft does work. But for them, I really think they just, it's like their style right now. They're going to play around to Shard, Night Vision, delete some wards, and hope to play the map.
And Nine's got the counter pick mid here. Against Clock, you want a Spirit usually, some mobile hero. It's either Puck or a Spirit. I'm leaning towards Void Spirit for what I like against the Coddle.
I like Void too.
There it is. Yeah, it's a pretty limited pool that he had to choose from. You see Clock, you want a hero that innately gets out of the cogs. You have Pangos, so you have like pretty free matchups on all those heroes. So you kind of just pick whichever one you think you'd like to play against the remaining heroes, the Muerta and the Coddle. Most importantly against Muerta, you need to force her to defend herself with her ultimate, with her BKB, and then disengage, because you got to buy that like 8 seconds where you can't touch her anymore. We saw that very impactful in an earlier series, and that's what I like so much about Void Spirit here.
You also like it as the carry to carry matchup, because if you're buying time, Depth Shroud plus Shadow Dance may buy you enough time if
I
they
think
want to
that
make
purely
it
comes down to the offlaner that LGD picks. If they like try to lane well against the Slark, now they have the option to give Skeeter the last pick counter. It's just the doubt that they put in your mind here.
It's on, I would actually say right now, and LGD need to emphasize on this next pick, that you don't allow the Slark to be carry, but that you corner it into a 4. You should think about that.
I agree.
I would love for them to do that, because it's a horrible Slark 4 game. It's not enabled by any pick right now. It can't walk up to a Muerta on lane and hit her. If it fights the Clockwork is going to battery assault back, so I love this Clockwork pick. It's not going to be able to roam on the Pango successfully, and the Coddle in the laning stage will be able to blast it away. So if they actually get cornered into throwing the Slark into position 4, they would be in a bad situation.
Yeah, and I'm sure Javed, he knows his stuff for sure. So if you're them, you kind of need to know that, okay, if we give this Slark a free game on carry, they can now pick some range 4, whatever they want. This could be where they potentially bust out some bad rider that I've seen them do in their pubs with this Doom. But overall, I think what Tundra want to play for right now is they're going to have Slark vision in the game, no matter if it's a 1 or 4. They're very good at playing the map. And these LGD heroes, they really crumble. Once you catch one of these heroes, their whole team fight will fall apart. If you catch Caudle or Pango before roll or Muerta, all these heroes are very susceptible to being jumped because they're just going to instantly die. So any hero that allows Tundra to play the map and follow through with that would really just, I think it just fits their entire draft and how they want to play as a team.
Yeah, I think this Clockwork Doom matchup's kind of a bait because I always thought Doom was unplayable into Clock because you have a really bad base attack time and you can't get out of the cogs. But the best item against Clock is a Force Staff, and Dooms just take the Hurricane Creep, the big Wildkin. You can choose which direction you force yourself out, and you can also use it on your allies. So you've already got like a built-in Force Staff as one of his abilities, and it kind of ruins their entire draft, I think, on LGD. Like, you can get yourself out of the Muerta silence, you can get yourself like to disengage from the roll. My concern is that Tundra is just going to kite them and then be able to turn the fight with Essence Shift stacks if it's a carry Slark. If it's not a carry Slark, you're going to probably have like the double Doom mid to late game. Like, it seems like something to not really plan for, but Dooms get that refresher pretty much reliably every single game. And I just need to see LGD have a last pick that's forcing a fight. Like
Underlord.
Underlord.
It's still in the pool.
Okay.
They need their Aura Builder, and they need some kind of global map mobility. So I'm like, are they going to take it out now? Because it's still there, and it's one of the most contested heroes of this patch.
Underlord would work for me. There's, I think, another reason why.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you pick Elsie versus the Slark Depth Shroud
It's
save,
a bit of a problem. It can be a problem.
You've made the support Slark good suddenly, because I was thinking about the potential of Elsie to dispel the CM route to play as a self-sustaining offlaner, but I feel that suddenly now there's value in the support Slark pick when I didn't see any value to it before.
I mean, now you... Yeah, I mean, LC Duel just gets deleted, but it just
ends.
cancels.
It doesn't. It's not like they're stunned waiting for it to end. It literally ends instantly if the Death Shroud comes out. I mean, I'm thinking Monkey King or Ursa. Like, I think they're going to rotate the Slark out of carry now for all the reasons Mira already mentioned. Like, core Slark, kind of annoying to play against Legion because you can't Dark Pact off the duel, but support Slark, yeah, there you go. I like all the ideas that LGD had individually, but I really do think Tundra has answers to literally every part of LGD's draft, and I think Tundra, if they have the answers with their heroes, they will utilize them. They will kite the map. They'll pick and choose the fights that they want. They have Roche taking with Ursa, Vision from the Slark, Jump from 9, farming reliably, or a builder on Doom. They don't have any of those things on LGD.
The good news for LGD is they're going to have this strong Pango timing when he gets Diffusal, where he can run around with Caudle around the map. The Slark still will not be strong enough to have any saves for his team up until he gets the gold to get that Depth Shroud, and they might be able to kick them out of certain parts of the map, but I don't feel like they're going to be able to kick them out for long enough to win the game. I think Tundra will find their way back into the game and just completely outscale them.
LGD need to play off of their lanes. I like Tundra's draft more overall, but what LGD have going for them is that Ursa can suck real bad against spammy lanes, which you do have with LC Caudle. You need them to get off to a good start, then play through their Pango, because if they're behind at 15 minutes, I think this game is over for LGD. They need to do well in their lanes, then combine the Caudle with the Pango, go around the map, set up Shiro for success, have some purges in the game, and hope that you're ahead and stay that way. Because when you fall behind, Tundra will murder you on this map and not allow you to come back.
I mean, the good news is, in theory, this 4 Slark shouldn't be that impactful in the lanes simply because they have counters to it, hero to hero. But
yes.
So hopefully their lanes don't go badly here.
Their lanes should go well, and for them to do well, they have to go that way. They need to murder top and bottom, which they can.
And
if they play well.
Last time Soxa got his hands on this Slark, it was against SMG, and he had like 8 stacks of Essence Shift at like 5 minutes in the game.
I'm looking at the pregame. I'm looking at like 3 blood grenades from Tundra, and I'm seeing a first blood because you can utilize the Slark nighttime vision to get that fight that you want pregame when it is night.
But also, none of those heroes had Kite for him. Like, he's not getting pushed away by Caudle or swashbuckled away or silenced by Muerta.
Also, they'll be playing against a team that is not eliminated. They're playing against an upper bracket team this time.
Fair point.
They're playing against PSG LGD. For game number 1, it's Cap and SVG.
Ooh, Tundra versus PSG LGD. I'm not gonna lie, I might have been a little bit biased looking at the schedule today. I saw this one as the last series of the day, and I was like, ooh, that's the spicy one. That's the one I really am looking forward to cast. Because, well, it's PSG LGD, so it's always a pleasure to be able to see China back in the upper bracket. Avery, of course, is a big fan. And then we've got the TI winners in Tundra on a new patch. Of course, you heard Mira's defense of them. They have always been able to adjust to a patch because their Dota IQ is so big. So the question is, what kind of innovations are they going to be bringing to the table? And is PSG LGD, are they still playing catch-up? Are they still trying to catch up to the Western European teams who they said themselves they felt like they were falling behind, Avery? Or have they gotten a step ahead?
Cap, you beautiful fool. You have so beautiful fool. LGD playing catch up. Excuse me? Excuse me? Zhao 8 behind in a meta? Excuse me? Blasphemy. Blasphemy. You should be smited from the Dota scene to even utter such an ignorant statement.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes Zhao 8 is so ahead of the meta
that he falls behind.
That he does fall a little bit behind. But that is the question you should be asking, not is this man ever behind? The big question in this game, to me, is like the panel was talking about, how well do the lanes go for LGD? Can they execute this Kato Legion lane to its full potential? And the better question is, does Tundra get impact out of this Maiden Slark support duo that they made work really well last time? But I do feel like in that SMG game, that was kind of dependent on SMG throwing them some freebies at the start.
Sure.
And they just snowballed out of control with the dual roam.
A few?
Yeah, they gave him a lot. They gave him a lot of freebies.
Yeah, like 8 bonus agility by minute 2 or something?
Because personally, I think if you do not feed this Slark Maiden some free kills early, it becomes a liability.
I mean,
think this Slark's a
surely there's
liability.
no way that Slark is...
No, he does not do anything until he gets a lot of farm later.
Yeah.
So, okay, you have a great depth shroud here. You cancel duels. But
that's amazing.
Are LGD reliant on duels to win the fight? Not necessarily if Pango and Muerta get a lot of farm and you can just play off Chakra. Now, these are good heroes for Chakra. They're good heroes to just pump the heal into. And I think they have pretty good scaling time. Like, I don't know what a lot of these Muerta late game carry matchups are like. You know, if we're talking Muerta versus Ursa, what does that look like? I mean, who the hell knows? But I have a feeling it's probably okay for Muerta because you can just always go into that spirit realm and what do you do if you're Ursa? You have no counterplay.
I do want to point out, I've actually lost the chat, but hopefully you guys saw it. I know the observers pulled it up. The all chat that occurred there, which was pretty interesting. Why You Smile said something like 13, 2, and 15. I don't know what that was a reference to.
Well, of course.
Maybe it was a reference to a pub game that, you know, they played together or something.
13-2-15, of course, refers to a very special segment out of the Zhao 8 lore novel, the Book of Psalms, where it was gospeled that Zhao 8 would return and win China another TI in the foreseen future.
The Book of Psalms. Zhao 8's Book of Psalms. Did he write the Book of Psalms?
That's as much lore as I know about that one. You're going to have to talk to a better expert than me.
Because it sounds like to me he's writing a book about himself and predicting that he will come back to save China, which is
15. Ye shall respect the Zhao 8 Grand Final draft appearance.
Anyway, if anybody knows the actual reference of 13,
no, I don't know
15.
what that was. Probably like a Rosheimer or something. I mean, the better thing is he asked to.
That's a KDA. Not a, what the hell?
The better thing is Skeeter asked for the white noise to come back. And Zeal gave him a raffle.
This pleases me to no end.
Yeah, that's the. If anybody knows what that is, that's to help help decrease the outside sound coming into the headsets.
It's very honorable, you know, because he could have played without it. But Skeeter's like, no, I want to win this match honorably. Now,
yeah,
the flip side is
Skeeter, of course, has been brushing up on his Chinese.
I mean, 13-2-15. You know, Skeeter's been studying the Psalms of Zhao very, very penitently. So, of course, he would understand what LGD were going to be yelling at each other.
Right, yeah, yeah.
I'll tell you, though, I've been on LAN versus some of these Chinese teams in the past. Well, white noise ain't helping you.
I will never forget
it's not helping
the
much.
Group stage of Frankfurt Major. Were you there?
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, TK?
It was like, it was all in this warehouse. And there were a couple of Chinese teams there who were very, very loud. RTK was definitely the loudest, but there were other Chinese teams there who were also trying to equal ROTK's energy. And when they played against each other, everybody knew. Everybody knew. The whole build.
ROTK is the only player I played against on LAN where I felt like he was in my comms channel. Like, you have to pause. Like, did this guy get in our team speak? What the hell is going on? He's louder than most of my teammates. No, he's over there screaming. And then maybe you have like Yoar next to you. He's like, hey guys, can we fight? This is ROTK shouting, go, go, go! Slay!
I always, when he does, like, does he mute his microphone? He has to. He has to be muting his microphone, and then he's just screaming over their headsets, over their.
Well, actually, on some of the really old lands, they didn't actually use. They just yelled.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's where he picked up that technique.
Like TeamSpeak. I don't need that. Don't you know who I am? However, I think this LG team is a lot more quiet. They seem like a very reserved, polite, patient team.
I mean, it's a bunch of newbies, right? I mean, you got Why You Smile and Nothing to Say, of course. They are now the veterans on this lineup. But then you've got the eHome trio that, you know, we've talked about it a number of times, that they're mostly new to international, whether it was Lima or now here when it comes to
got
Zeo.
the best of both worlds. I was thinking about that. You know, why is like he's the last of that old wing squad still playing, right? After Faith Beyond retired.
Faith Beyond retired was very sad.
The last remnant of those nostalgic illusions. I'll be sad to see the day when he goes, hopefully no time soon. And another reason maybe to root for this LGD team. Bring some life back to the Chinese scene.
Yeah, the currently desecrated Chinese.
Yeah, they got gutted. So you need that new blood, right?
Yeah.
You want to see these guys at least do well on land so they gain some confidence and get some experience, and this team just feels better about fulfilling Zhao 8's draft philosophy. They'll get the lane back top.
I thought you were going to say his book of solves. But
that was the implication. The big question here is, again, you're going to tri-lane with the support duo. I don't think support Slark does anything against it. So LGD not feeding an early first blood. They just need to play patient up here. Let the pressure come in bottom where you have the 2-on-1. It's a clock versus a melee hero. Like, you can full zone 33 here. This is not a lane he can play, especially if you can keep the equilibrium back. Just do not want to feed.
The blood blocking from Snake King, but he had to be careful.
Oh, he missed the other one.
He did. He missed the blood grenade that might have been able to get the kill otherwise.
This is a good 2v3 lane for LGD. When you have overwhelming odds plus Blinding Light, two large AoE spells that affect everybody, and Blinding Light can always recreate that gap that Tundra are trying to close to get the kill. Not an easy 3-on-2 lane.
Though when it's just the Slark by himself, Zox actually nabs the first blood before the mischance comes in from the Blinding Light.
I mean, LGD had good patience up here. I think they could have just waited a little longer. And this wouldn't have been happening.
Commit for a second kill. He dies after Planet dies, so no experience going to the way of PSG LGD.
This is not what you want to have happen versus that support Slark. It's just not. You have to be disciplined about it, and the punish will come over time, right? But now you gave him a free boots. It's so big for this hero. Like, now he's going to get level 2 if he gets one pull. He has boots that'll help him get this pull. Now, all of a sudden, the Clock's Slark matchup is not what it used to be. That was a costly trade up top.
It's funny how, you know, they always say Dota is a cycle. You know, the old heroes return off of, like, certain meta heroes being run, and then you remember what counters it, and it just kind of constantly goes around and around in a circle. And it seems like maybe we're entering into a phase where people have to remember how to 2v3 or even 1v3 tri lanes.
Yeah, I haven't been playing versus him in 5 years.
Yeah.
Don't know what the hell to do. Now it's time to find out again.
Is it 5 years? I feel like it might even be longer than that.
I don't know. The last... I mean, if you want to go back to where tri-lanes were really popular, it was like a Alliance at TI3 or something.
Yeah.
It's kind of been downhill since then.
Mid lane matchup, 9 versus Nothing to Say. That's going to be an interesting one. Nothing to Say, a little bit behind in CS right now. So not a great start considering the start for Tundra on the side lanes going well.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent start here for Tundra all around. Of course, you're going to sacrifice some of that Doom net worth. I would expect these lanes to get a little better for LGD going close to that 10-minute mark. But if you can win mid here with Void Spirit, who probably should win this matchup early at least a little bit, then that's going to help you going into this mid game with a support duo that you might lack some damage, right? That is the one downside of this Slark. Like, the save's good, but the damage follow-up on a Void Spirit jump, I mean, it doesn't exist.
This matchup is just not that fun when you do not have, when you're a little bit behind, but especially when you only have level 1 battery salt. Like, once he gets level 2 battery salt, Slark, much harder time to trade hits like that. But
yeah, and if you didn't have an early boots, you know,
yeah,
that would probably help a little. Still, it's going to be free farm for Shiro down here and mostly free farm for Skeeter, plus that early kill. So you're just going to go trading these carries into that mid game, and that's where that mid lane might make the difference. Like, which of these tempo mids comes online first and can maybe make some moves, abuse some power runes. Also a big question, like, would you rather have a Sacrifice Legion or a Sacrifice Doom?
I would definitely rather have the Sacrifice Doom.
I tend to agree, especially since Legion save is not, it's not a crazy Legion save game, right? It's not like you're removing some huge spell. You can kind of counteract this Void Spirit initiation, which I think is really nice.
Oh, he goes for it! Nothing to say, nabs him.
Just too easy for the man.
Woo! And he was zoning him out of the next creep wave too, so this is so much better than just a kill.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's why Sox is here, to clean up the XP.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to have to clean this up.
Which means you're going to get a faster level 6. Shiro is in a bit of trouble here. The battery salt really helping out. 33 almost got the swipe in. That might have cost Shiro his life.
Jeez, how did he get him so low?
I think part of it was the regen battle. I'd be curious to see the gold spent on consumables, because Nothing to Say did have a healing salve on top of his bottle. So I think maybe he might have just spent a little bit more effort on the regen game. Let's see, 460 compared to 290. Yeah, healing salve advantage right there.
And you're seeing that 590 for 33. Like, he's bought a couple salves down bottom to try and create the pressure, maybe more than he normally would on a hero like Doom, who's just getting ringed. But remember, he started that 1v2.
Yeah.
They're kind of in that position. Zeal just getting run down.
Yeah, this matchup is so bad for you when the Ursa has a boots advantage. Whether he gets boots before you or he gets upgraded boots before you get your upgraded boots. So that tri-lane having a big effect, and it's going to continue. Why you smile? Good set of cogs there. Maybe saves his life. We'll see. The Rolling Thunder is going to come on through. Whoa, what? What did it just hit? It hit one of those invisible walls.
Valve headquarters?
Oh my god. I mean, this always happens whenever you have map changes. This always happens. There is these tiny little invisible walls from leftover spots.
I feel like it was a cog. Like, it was like a lingering cog effect.
Maybe.
I swear if that's the case, that's not good for LG.
No, it's not. BSG LGD are hoping this is good for them, though. Trying to go for the kill on 33. It's not clear they're going to be able to get it. Both are low, but both will stay alive.
This Slark is just reaping the benefits of those early kills.
Are they going to get that staking? He's going to try for it. The Wisdom Moon. Nice bounce back there from Planet. That was so important. Unfortunately, they don't have a disable. So can't get the true punish. Watch that one again.
I swear it's right on where the cogs were.
Yeah, it does look like where the cogs were.
All right, well, 733B. Cogs now exist in the Muerta Spirit realm. You have to watch out for those.
Zeal, again, needing help. Planet just has to constantly be sitting on his offlaner, because he's just going to keep feeding away. And the more he feeds away, the faster the battle theory is for the Ursa, which makes this game so much harder. Faster.
You know what that roll is? It's like when you're on a skateboard on a bike and you hit a tiny little rock in the road and it just flips your whole wheel. That man just hit a pebble.
Just messes your whole shit up. They do have some stacking going on here, which I assume Tundra has really not focused on, considering their support.
Yeah. I mean, Slark is not a big
double damage going to work here. Rolling Thunder thought about using it.
Give him the chakra.
Does manage to get the kill, but now he's going to be doomed up. Oh, that blinding light.
Look for the deny.
They're going to try to stimulate. Yeah. Pull him back in, get the extra kill. Snaking will help him out with that.
And the stack.
Go for the stack.
Oh, everything aligning here for Tundra.
I mean, stacks are only good if you can actually claim them yourself.
That is true. I mean, 9 can commit the rest of his spells here. I think he will. Just a big net worth swing this early in the game.
Oh no, he tried to juke it out, but it didn't work.
These lanes are a disaster for LGD. This top lane with the tri-lane getting the momentum skewed for Ursa. There's just no way to combat it with Legion, despite having Phase Boot's Tumbler toy. Just not much in the way around this matchup. You're gonna have to make it up with your Pangolier. There's a lot of weight for NTS to carry with Chakra in this game. You better get to that Diffusal, get to it fast, start making some magic happen.
Yeah, they do have that really sick combo of Chakra Magic plus the Swashbuckle, so you have that. Oh no, another Cogs issue. This one,
he can't move through them.
He can't get through. What is going on?
What?
Valve, please.
Hot fix it right now. Salvage this man's game.
This is actually just destroying him. The first bump was not a bug. That was just straight up. The cogs were still there. They just messed that up.
I mean, at least now he knows.
Or actually, maybe he. Well, I guess he tried to get in through the little hole.
What are you even talking about through the little hole?
No, he knocked down one of the cogs on Clockwork, right? And so he tried to drive into that hole, but it might be like that cog was still there technically.
I don't think it matters if it's bugged.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying.
Yo, bro, kill a cog so I can roll through. I mean, they're invis. You don't even know which one he killed necessarily. I mean, in the later fights, we're going to see why sitting there killing all his cogs so Pango can roll through. This is a very unfortunate bug.
My point is that killing the cogs does not seem to save this issue.
No.
Even if they expire naturally or you kill them, the problem is still there. I wonder how long they last, too.
Well, apparently it's a lot longer than we see them there before.
You know, like 5 minutes from now, is he going to roll in that area and get bounced
creating
back?
a minefield? Oh, God. Weird things happening. NTS don't like. NTS says, take me back to old patch. What a weird interaction.
Also, side note, they've just been leaving Zeal up here in this 1v1 against Urso, which has not been fun for him.
Yeah, back in Bear Town. He's just going to go Solar Crest first item. I mean...
that's a bad sign, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's not even the greatest Solar Crest game. Like, this item isn't amazing versus Ursa. It's pretty useless versus Doom. Void Spirit doesn't care. It's okay on Morta. That's about it. Just kind of feels like he has resigned himself to be a backline buffer, which is not what you want out of a later Legion pick with a Caudal Legion lane. It's supposed to be strong.
Pull him back in. They got a jump. Should be able to get this kill nice and easy. Muerto's coming in, but decides against it. I don't know. I don't think you can hold this one, Shiro. Not without some more help.
And it's because of this cog change, right? Like, they made it so you can't move over the cogs with forced movement anymore.
Yeah.
So that's probably what is bugging out the Pango roll.
Yeah, could be.
Guess. Either way, they'll have to play around.
Gonna try and get the surprise Doom. Nothing to say. Keeping his distance.
I mean, Diffusal's up.
Go for the power run, maybe.
This is where you want to start the skirmishing. Your LGD. Combine your supports behind this Pangolier. Start poking, finding those core kills. Because Tundra are just going to farm. Like, they do not feel pressure right now with how much they got away with the support Slark, who's going to be able to save every duel. I don't know if we're going to see a duel this game, but if we do, he'll be able to counteract it. And Skeeter is pretty damn far ahead. Just going Battle Fury.
The Saksa already has his level 6. Where Planet still level 5. Big burst of damage there. Managed to push him back. And an opportunity. Zeal, does he have the mana for duel? Okay, he's got it now. We're good.
He's on the
Double
board.
kill for nothing to say. This time, Tundra, you know, they tried to invade into that hard camp stack again. They get punished.
I mean, this is the window you have to abuse for LGE, where the Slark Maiden is pretty low damage right now, and you have a lot with the Pango Diffusal. You do not want to let Skeeter just get the free Battle Fury here and start farming up the whole map. This 13-minute phase Battle Fury. He is ripped.
He's got another 900 gold already. So, going to be a very fast Blink Dagger unless they do something to stop this.
I mean, I feel like Shiro's pretty far in this game, but it just doesn't even look close.
No, it's not.
It really is. I mean, he has comparable CS. It's just those 3 kills. Doing a lot for Skeeter on that lane. And this is where, if you're LGD, you also want to start getting these tier 1s down so you have space for the Pango Caudal to operate as your clock tries to catch up in levels. I mean, look at how split Tundra are on the map right now. They are farming 5 different areas with 5 heroes.
That's a Tundra classic.
It really is.
They really know how to out-farm you when the time comes.
And they don't mind farming on supports because they feel like the support net worth impact is just as good as the cores a lot of time. Yeah. That's the annoying part. Like, do you want to gank this Saksa Slark in your bottom lane right now? No. It's not worth it. But then at the same time, he's going to get farm and destroy you in the later fights with some halberd, some shard, whatever it is. You're going to be like, well, where'd you get all that farm? I mean, you got it down here, right? Just mad efficiency. Ancient stack for Skeeter with Battle Fury timing with 33 clears for another one of his own. Devour and Midas going to work. There's a lot of net worth rolling in.
Yeah, once upon a time they had 1 stack on Tundra, but as soon as that Battle Fury started getting close, team made an effort to stack up the Ancient Camp for this Ursa.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower
This is
under
getting
attack.
very dicey. I mean, like, because when you get this fast of a Blink Dagger, you're going to start running around, getting kills. Next thing you know, he's going to have a Nullifier.
He will.
And then you just won't have an answer when he jumps on somebody. Oh, cutting through from behind. Shiro, though, TPing out, not fast enough. They're going to blow him up with the magic damage pretty easily here. And then instantly TP out. The Clockwork will stop Snake King.
Not who they wanted out of that, though.
No, they have to pull so many heroes here to try and get revenge for a 5 position. That is not what you want.
I mean, you're happy you got some dual damage. Zeal did go for the blink over that Solar Crest. I'm glad to see it, because I just don't think that would have paid off any time in this game.
I mean, frankly, is his dual damage going to matter when you soul them out in the laning phase so hard?
It will if he can catch up. I mean, it's still a good duel game outside of the Slark Shard. And I mean, Soxa can't be everywhere, right? Like, he's still your big catch mechanism on these side lanes for 9 split push. You have to have it come online at some point. I'm not saying it's pretty, I'm not saying it's easy, but like, what other course of victory do you have right now? As the Roshans are definitely going to go Skeeter's way. Blink Dagger done. Eyeing that Aegis. Slark will tank it up for him. LGD have done a nice job of continuing the Ancient stacking. I mean, that's just been planted the whole game. So they're finding farm for NTS and Shiro. Can you find the fight? Can you find the picks?
Yeah, I can't help but look at LGD's positioning on the map. And like, they're playing around each other so much, but very rarely has this actually worked for them. Like, when Nothing to Say was sitting at that top lane behind the tower bush, you know, just waiting for somebody to show. And nobody from Tundra did. I think the only thing that's really keeping them in this game is the stacks they've been doing otherwise.
That'll count for something. You have Region on NTS. Your Pangle's still strong here.
Missing that swashbuckle, missing that hook shot.
Not even close there. 33 just went Octarine after Midas as well. I mean, his favorite build, right? Just maximize the greed and the rate of farm, because they're not going to be able to catch you.
I mean, they're spending so much time mid that they've hardly seen the cores that are actually farming on the side of Tundra.
Oh, there's one.
And Skeeter's going to show up now with his Aegis to, you know, put some fear into PSG LGD.
Soxa stole their wisdom.
And does manage to get the duel on him. Okay.
Oh, not actually worth it in the end. That's 38 dual damage for Zeal, more than I thought he'd get. Tundra will take your tier 1 mid, pretty much inevitable here. Oh, can LGD win late game? What do you think? Is Morta that powerful? We've seen Morta do some crazy carry jobs.
Honestly, I don't believe in this carry since they did the bug fix. Like, I think we've watched Morta go late game a couple times since that fix, and I think she's lost every single time. It was only like those the like very early on Dream League where we had those Muerta versus Terrorblade, like 2 different matches go late, and she won them both. And that was while she was buffed.
You're killing my dreams. I want to believe in this hero.
Oh, hook shot on through that misses, but the Rolling Thunder hits. They need to burn out 9's mana, keep him from being able to jump away again. They do slow him down. It looks like he is going to be kept inside of that silence. I guess that forced movement feels pretty nice with the silence there of the what is it, the calling from Muerta?
It's going to be a good calling game. Like, this is an annoying spell for Tundra to have to jump into, right? Ursa does not like silences. The Void Spirit definitely does not. You can't really itemize this unless you're willing to go BKB or something. Even awkward for the Slark in some of these fights. Like, we were talking about, okay, you can interrupt duel with that shard, but what happens if you drop a calling on top of that duel and Soxa leaps in and gets silenced, right?
Yeah.
It's a very obnoxious spell to fight when you have like these melee brawl lineups, which they have 4 melee heroes and a maiden who needs to get in close.
Yeah.
Spell is very annoying.
I would also say they also have just pretty good AoE damage, right? Or they can also blast you and they can fear you out of that shard, right? So maybe you cancel the duel, but they can get you, you know, you take some damage, you're low. They can get you out of that depth shroud pretty easily, or they can just kill you with the AoE damage they have.
I don't know. I kind of believe in Muerta.
I don't know why.
I don't know why either.
Yeah, I must be going crazy.
Well, Hurricane Pike will go a long way to helping out against Skeeter's aggression right now. You need a way to be able to keep this Ursa off of Huerta and really anybody else. Hookshot immediately onto Skeeter, who blinked up to the high ground to see if they could get some vision, see if they could get a D ward. He did kill the wards up there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Soxa, of course, he's able to run around. I mean, I feel like the way that 9Pandas was playing with Roger, like now I want to see Roger on a Slark. Running around, constantly being able to tell you where the vision is and where it's not.
That aspect is very nice.
Oh, why you smile? He needs to be able to get the cog separation, but...
That's Basher already up, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, this kill threat is completely online.
Next up is BKB. And Huerta's damage kind of goes out the window. Another attempt at a TP, another stoppage there from 9.
He's got haste. Can't even punish this.
They managed to get the ultimate out of her and then quickly get out. And that's kind of what you have to do against this hero.
Actually caught him.
Managed to get a nice blink dagger, chain stun with the fear, and burst him down. Nicely played. Shiro, though,
shot.
Still gets taken out by Skeeter, and Nothing to Say is going to have a hard time getting out of this one. The roll-up and the bounce around, that helps a little bit, but no opportunity to swashbuckle away.
Radiant's middle tower is under
This
attack.
Huerta hurts. Cannot get too close to her right now.
And so does the Pango. The problem is, feels like the rest of the heroes.
Losing your Tormentor.
Oh, the hook shot! So many heroes are low. The blast over the top. Both supports could be dying here, but the blinding light doesn't manage to finish off Soxa, who has already gotten off his ult, gets a little bit of regen. They slow down Why You Smile, tank up the battery assault deal. He went for the kill, but immediately gets doomed. Oh no! Planet. Can he help out at all? He cannot. Not even able to go for the deny. His Force Staff was on cooldown. The blinding light not ready to go.
That was a Chad hook. I'll give him that. That was a bold ass play. I think Skeeter's happy to keep cleaning up some heroes. They just run into this bear. They do not have an answer. 7-0. He's going to clean up the other Tormentor.
Yeah, Crystal Maiden's going to get one. And Void Spirit gets the other. So it manages to pass the Slark both times. So no Depth Shroud yet.
It's always the one you need, right?
Yeah. But I'm not too upset about getting the
that
shard on Void Spirit. That one's pretty nice.
Even the decreased cooldown is pretty decent value.
Yeah.
And I think Tundra are very comfortable with their current position. I mean, they're just scaling into late game with Doom, a hero they often do not lose those positions with, for good reason. Always top of the net worth, and always finding good jumps. And I respect this attempt. Like, LG need to be able to find these big core kills right now, when their Pango is fully online and before Skeeter gets too big. It's just tough. It's really tough right now. Tundra team does not give you many openings. Another quick smoke from LGD.
Smoke Why You Smile is going to run into a lot of heroes. Oh, but they jump first on the side of 9. He gets in front of that hook shot, but it maybe ends up bad for him.
I don't think that's what he wanted to do. The fastest hook in the West. Predicted the jaunt.
Man, this is some real revisionist history going on right now.
You don't think that was a call?
Absolutely not.
Yo, guys, watch me hook this Void Spirit.
I'm going to melee range hook shot him, guys, when he tries to jump me.
I mean, it's like I always say, the best skill in Dota is luck. Cannot underestimate luck.
Oh,
luck in that,
Doom
though.
on Huerta. So that is just a dead carry right off the bat. She can't go into that ethereal form. You guarantee Skeeter's going to get that kill.
And that's going to be a big problem for LGD in this game conceptually.
Yeah.
Is, what do you do when Huerta gets doomed? Because Legion can't save her. Like, the save doesn't mean anything. The buffs don't mean anything. And you can't turn the fight because Tundra are going to have BKBs. You don't have really any BKB disabled to disengage unless you land some crazy hook cog that separates it. But even then, Tundra don't have to commit anything else, so they can probably just chase you down. I feel like if any fight starts with Huerta getting doomed, or probably Pango getting doomed, it's 100% over.
Yeah. And I don't think PSG LGD wins any fight that Tundra is able to get their BKBs off, which there's another one on 33 now.
He is very farmed.
Yeah. mean, at this point, it's not even about whether or not Muerta can carry late game. When you're this far behind in net worth, doesn't matter what hero you're playing. Well, 30 seconds until Doom is back up. PSG LGD don't seem to want to fight, though. They really want this Basher on Nothing to Say, which is fair. They need more damage threat out of Pango, but they also need more disables. They can create the space for Shiro. They're going to smoke behind Nothing to Say here, who actually jumped forward, spotting Saksa. Hits him with the pounce. The rest of the team is closing in. 9 is going to show up with the Aether Remnant, trying to blow him up nice and quick. Nothing to Say, able to jump over to the side. Hit by the Frostbite, roll up, trying to get the Rolling Thunder up, but he dies to the Battle Fury hits from Ursa. Still, though, Shiro is on the outside of this entire engagement, just laying in the damage. And it wasn't too bad.
Clock buyback. They really want to find more here. But you already used Duel. You just don't have any more stuns.
Yeah.
I mean, not the worst engagement conceptually, right? Like, you're baiting the Pango, you get a really good save off of Zeal press the attack. I mean, if you maybe dodged 1 or 2 more of those Ursa hits and you get Rolling Thunder off,
yeah,
that could be a decent engagement for you. I kind of like conceptually how LGD thought of that, but there's just a lot of damage and network to punch through on Tundra's side.
Yeah. Just imagine if the heroes that Ursa was hitting were on the left side of this COG situation, right? And he doesn't get those Battle Fury hits, Nothing to Say gets off Rolling Thunder. I don't think anything stops him from there. He hits the Crystal Maiden, maybe they chase after 9. But instead, it's another engagement that Tundra's definitely not too sad about. Traded 2 for 2, only lost their supports and are well set up to be able to take Roshan because they hold this area, they've taken away the vision.
And they have Doom backup. As well as Depth Shroud completed for Sox on top of that halberd.
Yeah, he's like, I'm just going to buy it outright, guys.
I mean, why not? It's so pivotal in this game. You're preventing any sort of jump now from LGD unless you go on him. And you want to go on 4 Slark? Doesn't sound great.
No.
You have Planet Ags here. He's pretty farmed on this Coddle, all things considered. You have a little more control with Will-O-Wisp, but Will-O-Wisp can also just be killed by Skeeter at any point in these fights. Not guaranteed to linger. It's not a real stun.
I mean, you're going to need, like, the perfect synchronization of abilities here. Like, the calling plus the orb.
They see Shiro right now.
They've got the vision. They've got the nighttime vision of the Slark on the high ground. They're going to go for this dual kill, see if they can burst down the Doom. Rolling Thunder on in, continuing that chain stun, but 33 still only down to half health. Void Spirit being the target, but it gets off the cheese and starts getting away. Nothing to Say, trying to chase after him. Can't get it close enough. Gets off the BKB before the Doom, but it doesn't matter. Skeeter's here to deliver the damage. He just needs a bash to finish off the kill and should be able to get it in due time. Now the Pango in trouble as well. Roll up, swashbuckle away, but still, no heroes are low. Nobody from Tundra is going to be the victim here. They are all victors.
Applause indeed. Just too much net worth. I mean, you get the jump on Doom before the Doom jumps you. Pretty nice for LGD. However, if you can't kill anybody, it's not worth anything here. And just great vision scouting from Sox this whole game. He's been dewarding to LGD's wards, been getting deep ops for that fight. Tundra just see everything going in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's always something to think about, not just the vision of, like, being able to know where their vision is, but also the nighttime vision that Slark has.
And Shiro just couldn't connect on that duel fast enough. Like, he was really far back. He got messed up by something because the jump was happening on him while his team is jumping the Doom. It's pretty scary to aggressively force pike into these fights.
Yeah, especially when the Ursa is hunting you all the time.
Yeah. Sometimes the problem with Muerta. Like, you need mobility on this hero, but you can't always get there reliably. You know, if Shiro's right here hitting his Doom, that fight can look different, but he can't get in there. Spends the whole fight running.
Yeah. It only gets there now. The damage doesn't get put out for long. PSG LGD, good rocket flare. That's going to spot the bit of aggression coming in from Tundra. They're going to keep it going anyway. Still manage to find the initiation. Planet Force snaps up to the high ground. At the same time, the War Stomp onto the Muerta. Gets off the BKB. They use the duel onto their... Oh, jeez. Disarm on Shiro meant no damage during that duel. Throw out the Doom onto the Pango. 33 is going to chase after him, hit him with another War Stomp, and let Skeeter do the deed. Gets the kill, beyond godlike, double kill for him. And if Shiro's not careful, he's going to add a triple kill to that marker. Force staff away from the Aether Remnant.
They know he has nothing right now.
Yeah, they're running out of force staffs. They're running out of abilities. That's it. GG. Game 1, no contest. It is just Tundra all the way.
Didn't even drop a hero in these last 2 fights, let alone having the Aegis you can't even get through. They need a better game plan going into game 2. And if I'm watching this game, I feel like step number 1 is you cannot let Tundra get away with as much as they're getting away with in the laning phase. I think that's a big problem. But number 2 is, even if you go even in that laning phase, I feel like you have to address what this team is doing in the mid game with the auras, how they're playing the map, how they're getting a ton of farm on all 3 cores. You have to be in a lineup where you're confident scaling, and that was a big question in this game. Even if this early game goes better, are LGD comfortable scaling with the cores they have against Tundras right here? Not to mention the support impact that can come through. Like, I think you have to be prepared to go late game against this Tundra squad while not sacrificing anything in the lane phase. That is a tall order, as they are firing on all cylinders here. And I mean, hey, when you're picking 4 Slark and you're just feeling good about it, I mean, what else is up those AUI pockets?
Yeah, what else do they have in store for us? Because this game 1 against PSG LGD looked pretty easy for them. That towering monster right there. The Slark, the Soxa Slark in action once again. This time in playoffs. Tundra not messing around. Take game 1 rather easily against PSG LGD.
The Slarks, if you will. Tundra Esports take game number 1 against PSG LGD. And I don't think I could necessarily blame bugs for them losing either. Although the Cogs Rolling Thunder interaction is definitely very questionable, I think Tundra still had their number regardless of any sort of mysterious interactions that have entered the game in this new patch.
Yeah, but I do think that had to be tilting, right? Because your first 2 Rolling Thunders of the game get griefed by a power cogs, an invisible power cogs
Ghost
interaction.
of a cog.
That had to be annoying, to be honest. I don't think it's fair for us to dismiss it, but also I think Tundra just played impeccably. They still had the issue of this monstrously farmed Ursa that was just building up throughout the entire game, regardless of what was happening on any other side lane. The LC got completely bodied, and the LC pick also gave value to the Slark Depth Shroud, which, by the way, I thought it was very cool conceptually that they pick an Ursa to farm both Tormentors and drop the shards for his supports. So that way Slark could have bought a Halberd instead of anything else. Unfortunately, they got unlucky, and Void Spirit got one, and CM got one. So Soxa had to buy his own. But I still think that idea is very cool.
One thing that I feel like the best teams do, or the best players do, and the first time I really saw this was like 2 years ago. It was Crit doing it. These post 4 players, in this case it's Soxa on the Slark. We said before, maybe there isn't so much purpose early on for what he can do. But Dota is such a beautiful and complex game that you can always find purpose yourself of what to do. He starts safe lane, tri lane, gets himself some involvement there, then goes bottom. 3-3 is, I mean, kind of fine. He's a Doom. He's going to recover. And overall in this game, there was a lot of impact from the Slark by just knowing, okay, they have vision here, they don't have vision here. If they do, I take it away. There's a lot of crucial spots, I think, right now on the map that give you so much info if you have a ward there. Specifically, like the middle parts, top and bottom of the map that show you like the 18 jungle camps. Like when you just walk there, bam, you know, oh, there's a ward there, take it away. You can buy a shard. So overall, I think, I don't know, these guys, they just know what's good whenever there's a new patch.
You stole my thunder a bit on the laning stage. I wanted to highlight that we've been in a 2-on-2 meta for like 2 or 3 years now, and Tundra is the first team this tournament that I've seen do this consistently, where they start with both supports on one lane, giving usually Skeeter this free farm start, which absolutely changes the dynamic of a lane where he could potentially get harassed out early levels, but instead he's free farming. And teams are not catching on to this because Muerta as a carry does not punish Doom. Like, you have to know they're going to do this, so the only way you can either prevent it is to have a strong tri-lane yourself, or to have a dual lane that can kill or zone the offlaner, in which case they have neither. And even though there's so many things that went right for Tundra this game, the way they navigate the first 3 minutes of the game is ingenious. It's like, it's so much better than everyone else they're playing. Like, the games almost look like pseudo over at that point, which is crazy.
Everyone else is going to need a lot of luck if they're going to take down Tundra Esports in the form that they are in. And someone else who I want to wish good luck to is Pyrian. Pyrian, good luck on your upcoming summon. Good luck.
What?
I said good luck. Good luck.
Oh, okay. Just to explain what that was, I think it was my fault,
was
like
not
most
ready for
things.
this.
When I was doing the interview with Antares, I kind of, when I went to say thank you, I just kind of gestured with the mic. And I think he thought I was asking a question, and he was like panicking that he hadn't heard it. So he was like, tell me what you said. Goodness me, what a game that was. Bugs in my Dota? I could barely believe what I was seeing. Unbelievable.
Still in beta.
Absolutely incredible. We were doing some testing downstairs. It's a heck of a bug. Let's put it that way. I wonder if it'll... how's that going to affect the drafting, I wonder? I'm intrigued.
I like your theory, though. So your suspicion is that because now a few other spells, they get bumped when they're going outside of cogs now.
I think the changes that they made to cogs, which means that you can't escape them, like with a spirit roll and stuff like that. Somebody's gone in and for the first time in probably 8 years has farted around with the clockwork code and has gone to lunch and left their computer open. A pigeon's coming through the window and landed on it, accidentally added a 1 to something, and it's all resulted in this disaster. So the cogs seem to persist for about twice as long as they visually do. The effect of them does. That's what we found out with our intensive testing with a team of specialists, me and Arvo and Neil.
The hard-hitting research that we're known for around here.
We needed lab coats and special clean surface and everything like that, and it's not time or money wasted on that kind of research, I can tell you that. Forget about diseases. This is what matters.
This is what troubles me the most.
Yeah, absolutely.
And hopefully we will get a solution soon enough. Pyrian, thank you very much for the on-the-ground reporting. We'll check in with you later. And I think that's probably the case that Clockwork... The last time I remember cogs being changed is when there used to be a square when Dota 2 first started, and then they got changed into a circle.
Back in my day.
Back in my day, there used to be a square, and then there was some Han hero who was whose cogs equivalent was a circle. Weren't you
Pharaoh?
Han Crush? Yeah,
Well,
Pharaoh.
yeah.
That's
That was
the
a
one.
cool hero.
Hey, don't talk about other games over here.
That was a good game. What can I say?
And a good concept. That's why we had circle cogs. But I don't think the mechanic has been touched ever since. So little suspicious interaction there, and hopefully Nothing to Say will play a different hero now, because generally it's been Zeal on the Pango, and this time he played the Pango.
I mean, they flexed it to mid and offlane. I still think the Coddle/mid Pango combination is really strong. I just would assume that they shy away from their Clockwork to play in unison with it.
There is something right now in this meta or this tournament where I think you cannot draft in a way where your carry will get kicked out eventually, and your offlaner doesn't get to stay in the offlane. That happened this game. Tundra get to kick out the offlaner with their Ursa. Your Muerta doesn't do the same to Doom. Eventually, at like minute 6, 7, 8, you're gonna run into a huge problem. They need to fix that for the next game.
Can I also just talk about the Tormentor a little bit? So at the start of the patch, a lot of people had this incorrect read on it, that it was useless, took too much effort, needed to be buffed or changed, moved on the map, etc., etc. But just the concept of picking shard-dependent supports with a core like Ursa, who can get both Tormentors at minute 20 if they're winning, is so ingenious, because 9 Pandas is the other team that plays around the Tormentor so well around minute 20. So some teams are just exploiting every change in the new map instead of dismissing them as useless. And that's what sets apart these, Dota minds that we talk about frequently. Do they look at changes and think they're ridiculous, or maybe look past them or look into them more and think that there's something actually there?
And right now, Tundra are hoping to punch their ticket to the Velodrome Arena and play with the crowd. And if you at home are looking for a trip for 2, if you haven't done it already, well, this is your chance now to get a trip to the next ESL 1 event. Here's a video explaining how.
Hey everybody, we just finished filming another series of the DHL Dota Adventures, and it was a lot of fun, but we were missing something. We were missing you! Apply now and you can come to the next ESL event, join us, have a great time, and be a superstar. Apply now.
It's time. It's time for Ward Sweeper. I got Tundra here. Saksa and 33. I'm gonna play a little game for us. I'm gonna have you guys pick Slark, and I'm gonna test your warding and dewarding capabilities. Now, Saksa, I would imagine that you have an advantage here.
You would think so, but...
You would think so. You get 2 minutes to place 4 observer wards in your jungle. Sometimes the most obvious ones. Saksa, did you already place a ward?
Misclick. I was gonna Quelling Blade, and it happened. What can I say?
Okay, sure. After that, you get 2 minutes to go around and deward. Whoever gets the most dewards wins the game. Gentlemen, start now actually placing your wards. That seemed like a very YOLO ward. What's the strategy behind that one?
I feel like those are the ones that actually end up working.
Okay.
So we'll see.
We'll see. Oh, that's a slick one. That's very clever.
I like it, it's not.
That's right.
I gotta say, Saksa, you're taking strategies I have not seen before yet.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
We're gonna find out.
I feel like I will not get one, but we'll see.
Okay, you've placed all 4 of yours.
Kind of wish I took more time though, but I was getting stressed.
Bad mindset to enter a game with.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
All right, please make your way to the enemy jungle. Be gentlemen, don't. I saw that right click. None of that's funny business.
I have not seen a single ops. Dude, where did you place them? I have not found a single one.
Oh, come on. The most obvious one.
I don't know. I felt like he's gonna do it.
Dude, I have not even spotted a single ops. Am I in the wrong jungle or something?
No,
I don't know what it is.
I can verify. He has planted 4 observer wards on his side of the map in the jungle.
I mean, I heard that, but I feel like I don't believe it.
Oh, I'm getting heated right now.
Oh, found one.
Oh, we got one.
Let me offend.
Now, technically, Saksa would have won now because it's now 4 minutes and it's 1-0.
I got one.
Oh, okay, wait, okay. Oh, it's 1-1. And he got it before 4 minutes. Gentlemen, it's sudden death time.
What the fuck is it?
The winner. No. You're still struggling over this one.
I'm
you
not
gave up
fucking
on this one. Hey. Okay, okay.
Oh, I mean, I feel like that was the one that he told me he was gonna find, but it took him like a while. Nope.
You're getting way colder, 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 colder.
Colder?
Warmer, hot, hot, very hot, red hot, incinerated.
It seems a bit like cheating.
You've won, Netta. You won. Don't worry.
I got the W.
You got the dub.
Nice, nice.
Oh, wait, he's not. Hey.
Oh, that's a good spot. Found it.
Congratulations, 33, the winner of Ward Seeker.
Thank you, thank you.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let that be a message to all you players who think we just do tournament content for the enjoyment of the viewers. I'm trying to make you better at the game. Unsurprisingly, Saksa very disappointed with his result. I actually threatened him off camera. I was like, you want me to call Aramis back up? Because maybe he could find these wards. He was not pleased. He decided to hit up the lobby. Well, I'm assuming at least, because his 4-position Slark is looking like it might be a signature moving forward in this upper bracket, because they used it extremely well to get this 1-0 against PSG LGD. And now we're knee-deep into game number 2, draft number 2. Beastmaster, Anti-Mage banned out, Coddle, Medusa banned out, first pick of the Alchemist, and an immediate AA first phase response along with a Storm Spirit.
You know what, Neil? I gotta say, I think that game has inspired the
More
position
4-position
for Slark. I think that is where the idea comes from. Good job.
Yeah.
Is this a good thing? Have I created a monster?
You may have, because that shit is toxic for sure.
And this is coming from the man who's a 5-position Veno enthusiast?
Yep.
You're saying I'm
that shit
creating
is
something
good.
toxic?
People don't believe it. As in this game, you might actually see, I don't know how many support alchemists we've seen at this event. I know there have been some, I would also say that that is better than people give it credit for, especially if you're playing into some AA Storm. I think when you see these heroes that can be flexed, you want to try to deter them from being thrown in multiple roles. I think if I'm playing Alk into AA, I probably wouldn't want to play the hero as a mid or carry.
Yeah, but I think that Tundra have just been so consistent with their mid Alk performance. I recall 9 killing Paparazzi mid also pre-level 6 on his Storm Spirit with an Alchemist.
It was a pretty sick play, though.
It was a sick play, but he just owned so much on it that he just
he stunned him.
He set up a double wave and then stunned him underneath his own tower with a glyph, and then during the stun and acid spray, he was getting hit by like 7 creeps.
The point is, I just feel like they're comfortable enough on it to put it mid and not concern themselves too much with the AA. But if there is a team in this tournament to flex an Alchemist to support when they haven't before, it's going to be Tundra. They can flex everything. And normally, when you see 2 cores, a first pick team in the first phase, that concerns you. But not in this patch. These 2 heroes provide so much value that even if you give away both of your cores, it doesn't mean anything.
Well, what we saw 9 do as mid Alchemist against, it might have been Storm, it was one of the Spirit heroes, is instead of like Armlet, he went Orchid. First item. And I really liked that a lot, and I think that playstyle of Alk isn't particularly bad against AA if you go like Blink Orchid, because you're more of just a backline jumper. Yeah, you can't rely on your ultimate to play long fights, but that's not exactly going to be his role in the game, I think. They're more likely to build a pipe this game. On 33, last game we saw much more of like a split push out farm you playstyle, but that's because it was good against the LGD lineup from last game. But that type of playstyle is going to be quite difficult against Storm AA, global pickoff, reach from the Storm, and then you obviously have the AA ult to follow up. So they're most likely going to look to ball with a 3rd tanky core. I mean, I don't mind the Alchemist support. I just think the fact that they gave him Greevil's Greed for free is what's making him so broken, and I think that's kind of wasted on support Alk. So I've been way less impressed with it as support, but I could understand with the AA, you might have to do it. They even banned the Wraith King themselves. I thought they were going to look to take that.
For Tundra themselves, you mean?
Yeah, it's interesting that
they could on 16, 17 for sure.
I think that the Wraith King ban is quite good for them, because when LGD run this AA, they usually run it with something that can enable it on lane, so something like a Naga with an Ensnare or a Wraith King stun. So you do need that high aggression stun type safe laner to pair with the AA, and one of the better ones versus Doom would be the Wraith King. So I understand the need to take it away, because if you're picking your Wraith King on 15, that's a bit excessive in how many cores you're revealing this early. So it makes sense.
I'm not sure for LGD because, so even though I do like the AA Storm, and I think there's obviously logic to it and they'll try to execute it throughout the game, the laning stage is definitely something that I wasn't too impressed with in the last game from them. So going into this game with an AA, I don't think that makes it easier for you. And Tundra have pretty decent bans, especially if you pointed out already with the Wraith King. You also have the TB, which would have been good against the Doom. So for LGD, AA just opens up your lanes to be higher up in the scale of volatility.
Unless you enable it with a Naga, like last time, who's also a strong laner. Because I do think AA's changes have made him stronger on lane. He just needs a partner. And his partners are still available in the pool. Also, I mean, this Mirana is also just going to be a chain stun to whatever stun hero they pick. But with how well Nothing to Say played in the mid lane last game, I'm not concerned for the Storm pick either, because he solo killed 9's Void Spirit on his Pangolier. So even though we've seen 9 do some outplays on his mid Alchemist, I think Nothing to Say is going to have a fine lane. In fact, I would go as far to say that he'd win the lane versus Alchemist.
He should, I think. Like Storm, first of all, is already a pretty safe mid hero. Nothing to Say is one of the best mid laners for sure, especially at this tournament. And the one thing in their draft that I do like is the fact that you have an easier time playing the map against one of the teams that is just known for wanting to play the map, which is Tundra. So you have Moonlight Shadow that will allow you to go around. You have the Storm Zip into like Global Thread and the setup for Arrow. So that change, I do like moving forward. And this Bad Rider, I think it's not been played as a 4 in this tournament, but I think that's what we will see in this game. I've seen it in my pubs where Saxa plays it. You go Flame Break level 1 because it slows. You have Blood Grenade, and you skip Sticky Napalm until like level 8. Because Firefly deals way more damage now. You slow them with the Flame Break, and it basically replaces your Sticky Napalm.
My concern with everything you're saying is that we have theory crafted these lanes as if they are going to be 2-on-2. And Tundra is not going to give you a 2-on-2 lane. I think they are going to tri-lane you again, level 1. And AA Mirana are...
garbage.
Excuse my French, absolute dog shit in tri-lanes. So old AA with the Chilling Touch was fantastic But now, my main concern after watching Tundra many times in the group stage is the first 3 minutes. Like, I'm actually just concerned that the 2 side lanes are unplayable after 3 minutes, and I want to see LGD pick something that changes my mind. Maybe a setup for the arrow, like a DK or a Naga, like you were mentioning, Mira, would help this, but these heroes aren't particularly amazing level 1 either, and that's like the part of the game I'm concerned about, so.
I mean, unless they do pick a stunning carry, then they have the stronger tri-lane because they just won't be able to play into it, and that's the Naga that I talked about. So I actually think that if they were to play into Tundra's early tri-lane, then LGD would have the edge here. These are stronger level 1 heroes when you put all 3 of them together, and it seems like it would be in Tundra's best interest to just dual lane right now.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think Tundra, it's not like they go to lanes wanting to try lane. I think they're like the team that is most open at looking at, okay, where can we change the state of the game if we put a +1 hero? Like, where do we trade off 1 hero plus minus in the 2 side lanes to like gain an advantage 1 minute in?
That's what I'm saying. It's not a permanent tri lane. It's for like the first 2 waves. But if like 1 carry free farms with 8 CS and the offlaner gets 1 CS in the first 2 creep waves, that lane's effectively over. Like, people are just too good at capitalizing on early leads. So my concern about the Naga is that it does synergize with AA Mirana, but that's when it gets like level 3, because it's going to have level 1 illusions, level 2 Riptide, and then you take the net to set up the arrows. So theoretically, they could just throw Doom in the offlane against AA Naga. He should be totally fine on the first wave by himself. And then, like, whoever they pick offlane on LGD, I'd like to see Skeeter's hero, offer them some kill potential, whatever it is. And the Batrider Rubik can just camp them. Like, that's my concern, because nobody else is doing it in return to Tundra. Maybe I'm like, my trepidation towards this happening is like too much, but like, I don't know. Like,
I think you're overestimating this Batrider Rubik support duo.
Okay.
I think you might be just a little bit, but we haven't seen it yet, right?
This
Batrider support, we've been theory crafting it, but we have not seen it yet.
It's goated. Like the first 2 minutes, yeah, this hero is...
Well, you said the flame break slows.
Yes. It deals like, I think it deals 75 damage. It slows 25% for 5 seconds. And level 2, when you get the Firefly, it's also like 30 DPS and then 60. So yeah, even though I would say Rubik is kind of a, like whatevs, you have some Fate Bolt that's flying around, but this Flame Break ain't no joke. And especially on like a new patch, you haven't played against this shit yet. Suddenly Flame Break, like it pushes you back, you're like, why the fuck am I so slow? it happened to me like just today. Like, you don't actually know what's happening.
And it should also be said that the Batrider is still a potential open flex to mid.
Yep.
We are theory crafting something, but it would have a perfectly good lane against Storm as well.
Could just be carry. It's a pretty good carry matchup against Naga, to be honest. So even though it's an AA game, like if we see the Radiance Manta Mjolnir build that we saw earlier,
I think you should pick a new carry. That will be my read. I don't know if they're just like, yeah, whatevs, we'll play around it. You can like lift me out, or we'll just buy some Force Staffs. But
there's the kill threat that I'm looking for. That's perfect. That's actually so perfect. Like, that's exactly what I want. Like, I think of Tundra's games as being over at 3 minutes. Like, I think PA is a hero that normally struggles to get past the early stages of the game. Right now, LGD has no tower pressure, nothing that like forces the issue until later. Naga is okay at dealing with PA because you can buy the Bloodthorn, but PA is also nice because you can blur past the illusions. Naga relies heavily on the vision scouting from those illusions.
I like this PA pick a lot, also because she itemizes so well against Naga, and she eats supports like AA and Mirana in the backline so quickly. But also this tri-lane that you were talking about, BSJ, all of a sudden looks good with a PA, with a low cooldown slow, with the potential to buy something like a Blightstone. She's suddenly enabling her Rubik and her Batrider, if they want to start on her lane, to actually outkill the AA Mirana Naga lane. Now their tri-lane looks terrifying.
That's yeah, so it's the Zeal Pango.
Off-lane Pango. So where are these heroes going? It's going to be an off-lane Doom, 4-position bat. Kezu literally told us this was coming today off panel before we even saw the bat. He's like, we're probably going to see a support bat today because he saw it in his pub.
Yeah, it's not good. Or, like, it's terrifying. I played against his Slark 4 yesterday as well, and it's like, oh, it's a meme, but I've seen Milan play it months ago, and then now on this map, I was like, you can feel it. It looks bad, but then you play against it, and you can just feel that this shit is good.
He's not approving of you guys to pick it, by the way. You have to be Soxa if you want to make it work.
Yeah, you gotta be good.
I think LGD have to like smoke out early and figure out where they're starting on this tri-lane and just let Zeal tank it. Because I can't see Naga and AA fighting back into this PA Rubik bat if that's how Tundra are going to start, the same way that they did last game. They have to be just very hands-on with how they're approaching these lanes at the beginning.
LGD need to show me something better than last game when it comes to their early laning. Because I would say after 8 minutes, the game is going to play in a very similar way. You have to play together with nothing to say, hope that Zeal can connect while Giro farms.
But I'll make a counter argument though, is that if Tundra, like we've been theory crafting this tri-lane, if this tri-lane fails or they don't do it, they have a very greedy draft on Tundra. They're playing with Alchemist, Doom, PA, and a support Batrider. I mean, if Storm has a good game and AA gets level 6, you can start shooting Ice Blasts, Storm can rotate, Pango can play, Mirana can play. The only hero that's farming on LGD is the Naga. So if Tundra mess up their lanes, their draft is way too extensive. It's going to take time to come online.
I think I would argue that mid-alch isn't actually greedy anymore. Because it's like built in, you like run around, you make some plays, but I agree with your point for the fact that LGD need to kind of snowball, stay ahead, because I think eventually, just like game 1, they're getting outscaled. If they're behind at 15 minutes, I'll make the same call as game 1. I think the game's done.
Yeah, look out for the Alchemist Orchid. AA Mirana very weak against tri-lanes. That was my one thought I hope they would take away from game 1. I am 100% sure they're going to do it, and the
100.
game is going to look grim at 3 minutes.
Great. And then I can't wait to see more support Batrider in my future pubs, assuming it wins. And if it does, it's a 2-0. Let's see Cap and SVG take it away.
That's right. We're going to see a little bit more experimentation today. Experiment's been a success so far. The support Slark is doing very well. Now let's see how the support Batrider does, and if it does as well as the Slark did. After all, the start of game 1, we had that 12-2-15. That was Sox's first performance on the Slark. Let's see if he can get a similar score on his first performance in a professional match with Batrider.
I'm just reading this spell real quick.
Okay, so Flame Break. Slows affected enemies by 25%. Hit him with the blood grenade and you're not moving.
Yep, that is the combo. You're also pretty fast in this hero. Because this hero got a bunch of MS buffs before he got some of the other nerfs. You're actually like a 330 MS hero, I think, base. It's pretty damn nice when you're playing around slows and trying to chase people down. 360 MS at night. Even spookier.
Yeah. A fast little bat.
Gotta be prepared for these lanes like the panel was talking about. You gotta make sure.
Planet's already leveled leap. He's ready to go. He's like, all right, yeah, I see you guys.
Free leap.
I'll leap again if I need to.
This is good.
I mean, it's definitely not what Tundra, or excuse me, it's definitely not what PSG LGD want, because they have a combo, right? They've got Ensnare into Cold Feet into Arrow. I have to assume.
But they don't want to start 3 in the Naga lane, I think.
Sure.
Like, what is Zeal going to do? I guess you're picking this Pango because you know you're going to end up in the 3-1 situation, and then Pango's a sacrificial offlaner. Okay, you can just come in with roll later in the game that maybe they don't have the best direct answer to. It's like the LGD is just going to trade out the tri-lanes here. Once again, though, would you rather have the Pango or the Doom? I feel like Doom excels in these sacrificial positions because he can always catch up later, even if the worst happens. You have the leap.
I agree with that, but I think it's better than it was last time.
I mean, yeah, anything's better than last time.
I mean, Legion Commander, I think, is one of the worst offlaners to get griefed in the laning phase.
I agree.
Oh, just barely on the other side of the Flame Break.
And once again, the upside here is if you don't feed kills to this weird 4 position, then I feel like the weird 4 position doesn't feel as good.
Yes.
You know? You rather have the more stable heroes in a game where the weird stuff doesn't happen, and suddenly Soxa doesn't have a free boots and a free bunch of levels and all this nonsense. Because then he's just a Batrider. I mean, I guess this hero is very scary on the map early, but in theory, his spells are not crazy spells later in the fights, right?
Yeah.
Like, I would argue a good landed arrow is going to out-impact Batrider damage.
What happened to this safe lane from LGD? Why is it pushing? It should not be pushing in, right?
It should not.
That's what Tundra were doing. Tundra were keeping the lane back. They're like, I'm going to make sure Zeal gets 0 experience, but for some reason, this lane is actually pushed in. So the Doom's actually going to find something, meaning Planet moves to the other side to try and help Zeal a little bit, but...
Yeah, because he knew his lane went so far in. Which means 33 is going to get level 2 and already devouring stuff. Not the early side lane execution you want here for LGD. You are going to be able to pull it back with the Ancient Apparition, deny up some more XP. In theory, you can make this lane a little harder farther in.
The damage is kind of already done.
Planet's dead here.
Yeah.
And now you're feeding the kills to the weird 4 position.
I mean, at this point in time, a team's just got to be really, like, ironclad plan for their laning phase and have it practice, because this is just ruining some teams and their potential in this tournament.
Somewhere Zhao 8 is very disappointed right now.
Uh-huh.
Now Sox and TP's top. They're happy with what they got out of that trial. They got first blood for Phantom Assassin. Really shut down this Mirana Pango, which, I mean, what's your comeback potential in this lane if you don't have Arrow yet? And you're already level 3 on Doom. You're ready to fight. They're just taking it to Shiro.
Yeah, he doesn't have mirror image to be able to get rid of some of this damage over time, so he's going to take a lot on his way out. And that just puts Doom in a better and better position to get more CS.
The one downside for this 4-bat I see is Flame Break is an expensive spell for the damage. Like, Sox is out of mana now. He's used all his Flame Breaks early. And
that's a kill.
Get a good return.
Very nice. Mid lane, we're having a bit of a clash here between 9 and nothing to say. The unstable concoction, is it going to get off in time? It goes off, but he's already dead. All right, PSG LGD, finally something to cook with here.
Yeah, this lane setup, at least you have some play potential as opposed to last game. You're going to get some return kills. Look for the abuse body blocks into the net.
We saw this frozen in the group stage. This cold feet plus ensnare is really annoying to deal with, but PSG LGD overestimate its performance here as the Batrider gets the kill instead.
Soxa making it work. It's also a tanky hero. Downside is you run out of mana. Upside is you don't need much mana because you have a crap ton of early HP to work with.
Yeah.
Batrider has 890 HP with some branches and wand. Got 5 armor on top of it. A very tanky boy to try and punch through. Looking for those water runes. Arrow is up here. I don't think you're going to be able to get the punish. And no refill.
Yeah, I mean, leaving Shiro alone while also not being able to secure those water runes away from the Alchemist. Again, the movements are not always paying out here for PSG LGD.
Just a little sloppy. They're in an okay position, but you got to play crisp to beat Tundra right now. These guys are just operating on all cylinders.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what's happening here for PSG LGD, I'm not sure if I've ever seen that happen with Tundra. I feel like they are so calculated that things going wrong, like these little things, it usually just doesn't happen. Like you said, you kind of need to be, you know, on all cylinders when it comes to matching up against the TI champ. Shiro taking a lot of damage here. Why You Smile, unable to do much. Zeal dies on the other side of the map. Shiro is able to get away, but once again, he's pushed back.
Upside for LGD is NTS is having a decent game here. He's probably the big tempo creator that they can play through, as he almost always is. So even though your Pango is sacrificed, your Mirana's not going to have the levels. Your AA's getting stuck in some skirmish lanes, has to support Naga. Your Storm can pick up the weight, in theory.
Yeah, because the weight's dropping elsewhere. Shiro, every single time these illusions are just getting demolished by Scorched Earth, and as soon as he has that, the Batrider tends to get pretty aggressive.
This is the level 3 Batrider timing. He's just going to jungle with it. Pretty interesting here. Another upside of this, I guess, you can just farm, as Tundra always like their supports who can farm.
Arrow coming in. So right as the Batrider goes to jungle, I'll have to watch from afar as 33 does end up falling. Nothing to say. It looks like they tried to gank him, but he got his level 6, so he's able to make the jump away. Sadly, no power rune.
That is a rune he really wanted here.
Oh,
but
yeah.
did get the level advantage mid. 9's only level 5, but I don't think LG are going to be able to make anything of it as he hints to hit 6 here off that next creep.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Can you stop the farm rate here from Tundra? That's another question. Honestly, this early game's going okay for LG. I mean, your Pango sacrificed, but you expected that going into the game, right? You picked for it, getting some cheeky courier kills. Your Naga, a really decent position here with some early kills. But what are you going to transition it into? Because you're playing against Doom Alk. These are the 2 fastest GPM accelerators of the tournament, probably. So all things are just sitting there even. Tundra are still happy. Like, they're shifting the onus onto you. Planet going for the rune. 7 minutes. Does not want to lose that as
Stinking
all
doing
things.
the same on the other side of the map. So
he's high level. High level 4 there. They'll find Soxa again. So Tundra bleeding out some kills on this top lane. This A combination proving very effective. This is one of those 5s that does feel pretty good in the early game if you have any sort of setup.
Yeah.
It's like guaranteed kill every time.
And Naga is the best, right? Because it's an ensnare rather than a stun, so it didn't get nerfed up in this patch. So
very true.
Lasts that full duration that it did the previous patch, and is looking pretty nice. I mean, they're keeping this Doom down. He may be a farm accelerator, but it also is giving away a lot.
I mean, if Zeal were finding more, I'd say this is a pretty damn good early game from LGD. But I am still worried about the Pango's impact in this game, as Skeeter will run him down for the second time. And it's also just giving Skeeter a lot in this early game on a hero that might destroy their backline if he's just way too far. 8-minute power rune coming up. You know NTS wants it.
Yeah. See if he's strong enough to get it or lucky enough to get it to spawn top.
Well, that's a pretty useless rune, but he'll take the refill anyway. Maybe he can make Slain happen with the Invis top.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't have to use his mana to get on top of a hero.
I mean, 33 is giving up on top. He is farming jungle below the bottom gate right now.
He's got a ward sentry combo here, but looks like they're not going to try and use the Invis to catch Soxa. Don't see him, so they don't jump. A little bit surprised that they keep on... They just seem to really not want to rotate into Zeal's lane. They're just leave him alone on an island there. Like the mid, nothing to say, never rotates there. Is there any idea why that is?
I mean, this was the sacrifice lane, right?
Sure.
There's no play action out here until you have Rolling Thunder. And their combos all revolve around the early stuns, which there's only 2 of them. Ensnare and Vortex. That's pretty much it. These are 2 supports who need core disable to play off of. Pango does not provide it. At least maybe until way later on when you chain stun somebody on a hill. So I actually agree. Just let the Pango do his thing. Like, you're going to feel bad about giving PA farm, but in theory, you're matching it with the Naga, and this matchup's not that bad. Like, I think Naga can do fine versus Phantom Assassin for a lot of the game. It really just comes down to, does PA get on your backline before Naga illusions go in and you can set the fight up in that type of setup.
Sure.
Like, I don't think this matchup's bad in the one-on-one. So I think LGD are more comfortable scaling in this game, which was an issue last time, I felt at least. Like, I think we all felt like that game was going to be hard the second one of your cores gets doomed.
Yep.
This time, okay, you shut the Doom down a little. It's pretty hard to Doom your Naga. You get a Lincolns on some of the other cores. I can see a world where the LGD are a bit happier with their skill this time around.
A bit happier. I'm still not. I'm still not like all in. This is going to be perfectly fine. That's going to be the Mirana down, but will it be 9 falling in exchange? Nothing to say, plenty of mana to work with, and Zeal even showed up to be a part of that fight.
I mean, he wants ult. He was not finding his old bottom.
No.
Big core kill, powering up Storm Spirit here. And more importantly, you're getting supports on your levels on your supports.
Yeah.
Like, you almost have a ult already without any Wisdom runes. That's pretty damn nice. This is a valuable ult. Especially with the global ability LGD have. You have Mirana ult to get in deep jungle areas. You have Storm who can jump on the PA if you find him. Rolling Thunder up now as well. His A is one of these heroes he can soak up farm on these islands and still join the engagement. Man, 33 has been jungling out here for a while. This is pretty slow, like honestly. He'd rather be sitting in a lane, but he's respecting that kill combo top, letting Soxa get whatever he can out of it. Upside is you're going to get a lot more level spread out here, and you're going to get a bunch of stacks for later. So, yeah, even though 33 is in a rough position, once again, Tundra being very efficient with it. As you can see, the camp stacked are already out of control.
Yeah, it's funny how it was kind of the opposite a bit last game, where PSG LGD was doing a lot more early stacks. Skeeter, Blur's going to run out here. Let's see if the blast goes. No, it doesn't quite connect. And nothing to say using that much mana. Not even being able to get a grab. Oh, and he gets lassoed off the Tumbler toy. He still has to jump away, though. There was no follow-up disable, so he is going to be okay, but seriously, close call.
Man, how did that gank not latch? I felt like Skeeter was dead for sure there. Just, I guess, Blur and fast lift. And that is a kill LGD really wanted.
33, does he? Oh, he almost went for it. They steal it. The spell steal finds the real one, and now they're able to get the Doom onto the real carry. Shiro tried to commit for the tower. It will be denied after he dies.
The old real hero check.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. And good guard there from 9 will ensure another power rune into his pockets.
It's a nice little haste.
Put it to use.
Yeah. Battle Fury already done. Boy, Skeeter just had some great timings.
And he's got a lot of Ancients waiting for him. That's the other upside here for Tundra.
Imagine if 33 committed that Doom.
You feel pretty good about yourself. But instead, his return from the jungle is victorious. If I go jungle for 10 minutes, then I come back top. Shiro has 3 kills. My Bat Rider's level 6. Yes, of course. The calculations add up, and I will kill him instantly.
I don't think Socks and Dice to this tick out.
Nope, looking Gucci. Skeeter has farmed through all of those ancient stacks he created earlier.
That was fast. Oh, Zeal. Gonna be blown up by the Blink Dagger. I mean, that's the thing. What you were talking about on panel. This Alchemist, it can be greedy, but it is not the definition of a greedy lineup. When you run it mid, it is a perfectly acceptable tempo playmaking hero.
Yeah, he's just a brawler. First item Blink into Pipe here. That is a very sacrificial build for his team. Just believes in the overall scale from, again, a support duo, which is going to offer you a lot of spells, and then the Doom and the PA, who are going to pick up all the net worth here. They're climbing the ladder, climbing it fast. Question is, can you keep up with LGD? Well, the Naga probably can, but the Storm and the Pango, I feel like you need kills here. Keep yourself in the game. And that just means continuing to try and find those pickoffs, which feels so hard to keep finding it. Not just the meta of the map, but versus a team that's not making too many mistakes. I mean, Zeal definitely needs him this game. I don't know where he's going to find the net worth to make up this gap unless you're finding the pickoff.
The Blast is coming down to this bottom lane, but they see Snake King first. They're going to get him. Let's see if the Blast reveals. Oh, he's going to reveal him as he hits himself the Unstable Concoction. They immediately pounce on it. Okay. Zeal, I mean, I love the fact that they came down here. They wanted to make sure Zeal did not die a second time. They're like, we got you this time, buddy. We'll back you up.
Well played, Y. Well played.
Yeah, seriously, why you smile?
I mean, what a prediction. What a prediction. Predicted that Alk would come out of the gate, recharge a stun himself behind the tier 1, just instantly had that A already.
Yeah, well, I bet those reams of paper from 33 couldn't predict all that.
Yeah, there's nothing in the paper about that. You got to recheck it. Wait a minute.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wouldn't that be a dope call? Why it throws that ult? It's like, yo, guys, this is for the Alk. What Alk? That Alk.
Radiant are scanning.
Put your glasses on.
Well, why you smile didn't see this one coming.
That is true. That was also not in the papers. Need more papers.
Maybe it's gifts of foresight.
It's such a good clip, actually.
It's just, you know,
it's so many ways.
It's following the Seb no-tail, you know, just as much print out as possible. Any arrow? Planet gonna jump down, try and finish him off with the Starstorm. The other Lucians cut in.
And Planet's having a pretty decent game here, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
He's level 8. That's his Vessel finish. So now you have Vessel on top of that AO. Pretty nice combination for just burning down these big chunky cores in the fight.
I do like Vessel. At the same time, I was curious if he was going to go Yules, just so he could set up his own arrow. That way he could play with the Ancient Apparition, and they could be kind of a killing duo together.
I could see Yules being pretty good this game. That item just has really low cast range now. I mean, it's Final Moronic, you can leap in, but like, I was messing around with it. Man, that item feels terrible. It literally just feels awful to try and use anything.
Radiant's top tower is under
Big question is, what is Skeeter's impact going to be? Because he has been given a lot of priority here. Like, if you look at this net worth, it's just going to be second item BKB. LG do not have an answer for BKB PA in this game during that interval. If he just starts killing your supports on the map, taking those fights, joining them aggressively, that's a big concern for this LG lineup. So you got to keep finding stuff before that PA comes online.
Oh, we got off the lasso! Underneath the tier 2, it's going to be a lot of damage, and it's going to be an opportunity to get nothing to say. He's got a little bit of mana to work with here. Should be enough for a good jump.
This Alk is kind of low damage, right?
Yeah.
Like, his spells are the damage, but not the right click.
He's going back in. That is an armor rune on 9, so he was pretty tanky. That's okay, though. Planet, seeing the power of the PA.
I'm really curious to see which of these carries has like huge impact on the game first. Because you're going Orchid here on Shiro. This is an aggressive Naga itemization.
I'm certain.
Especially for this game, when you know PA is probably going to have fast Dispel and BKB or something else.
Yeah.
Like, nice on these other heroes, but you got to make it pay. Pay big time.
Zeal breaking some smokes here. They spot him for a second. Zeal realizing he's in trouble. Trying to run. Shield crash goes out, but he is doomed. There goes that. I will very confidently say Skeeter will have the faster big impact.
Well, he's gonna have the faster itemization here, but it's a question of who can use it, right?
Well, I'm saying it not because of the itemization, but just because I feel like Skeeter has been one of the highest performing carries when it comes to hitting a point and then using it.
Is that a stat or is that a gut read?
That's a, I'm sure there's a stat somewhere to back it up, but I think you can read it just off of that game one, right? Hit that Ursa timing and you just went for it.
I agree. He's very good at knowing when to join the fights and how to get there.
This is pretty good impact, though.
Yeah, there's that Orchid instantly going to work.
And a mid-tier 1 tower. Skeeter's going to show up now, though.
Shiro feels pretty strong right now.
Yeah,
especially pushing in this Tundra area when he knows PA and Doom are lurking. ED on NTS as well. He's still pretty far and 4-0 on Storm. A lot of damage right now lining up for LGD if they can connect it.
Oh, catching another kill. Orchid. Ensnare into the arrow. Tundra beginning to get picked apart. PSG LGD building up some momentum here.
This is how you want to use that Orchid. Get aggressive, use Moonlight Shadow, get in Tundra's face, get in their map, start getting the pickoffs.
Maybe we can take over enough of the map, start taking these Ancients away, take the Tormentor away, Roshan. I mean, they keep this momentum going. There's a lot PSG LGD can do.
This is the time to strike.
Yeah, before the
Bat Riders on play.
What is Soxit building right now? He's gonna have the Boots of Bearing when he wants to unlock it, when he runs out of the Tranquil Boot charges, or needs to use it double. Arrow, BKB is gonna be forced down. Really good use. Getting that BKB out of him as long as he doesn't get a kill for it. And
that AO just hurts.
Yeah.
Even with BKB. A decent little pop there for LGD, and they're gonna smoke off it, try and maybe just reload and go for him again.
These are the kind of pokes that are super effective.
You gotta keep in mind, LGD been making a decent amount of space, which means Zeal has actually come back in this game relatively decently after an 0-4 start.
Yeah. Double damage, nothing to say. Nice arrow, too.
I mean, when was the last move Tundra made in this game?
Yeah.
They're not falling behind net worth, but this game definitely feels different than game one in terms of what LGD want to do with their lineup. At least we're getting some back and forth. Nine's gonna go for the rope. What? What was he going for?
He saw the portal being activated, and he's like, somebody's coming through, and precast concoction. It's just Roshan.
Well, that definitely wasn't in the notes. Wait, what's the timer on this? 20 minutes. Guys, there's someone coming through the gate.
Imagine if they stacked up and all of a sudden Roshan, boom!
Oh my God, Skeeter, no, it's just Roshan. Nine's just Roshan.
Did you not look at my notes?
It was in the pre-match packet, you fool.
Roshan changes every 5 minutes. He'll come through the gate at 20:05.
They're still guarding the gate.
They are.
He's charging it. Wait, what? Oh, he sees him. All right, he just hit no. I thought he was charging for the gate again. I'm like, is this just a strat?
I'm looking at the minimap going, there's nobody. Yeah, there's nobody on the other side of the gate, though.
I mean, I guess if you keep charging stun outside the gate, eventually someone walks through, and then you look like a genius. You're like, damn.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And nonetheless, 5-man smoke trying to use Skeeter's BKB that we have not seen them aggressively able to put to use. Boots of Bearing ready on bat and pipe on 9. So early auras here for Tundra. This is usually when they want to fight. This is when they want to get the action happening, but where do you go right now? Naga Illusions are controlling the map. You're going to get your Wisdom Runes stolen.
Nice. All right, double Wisdom Runes for PSG LGD, and these later ones are a lot of experience.
I mean, how many times do we see Tundra get their runes stolen, right? I feel like it's pretty rare. Nice heads-up play. Every little bit. And now you have a net worth lead.
Reeves.
Yeah, you're looking at a Naga Heart coming out soon here.
That's big. Ooh, that's big.
You do not have much in the way of Naga Illusion clear right now at this part of the game.
right? This is not some like huge Doom AoE damage that's coming out yet. You have a Batrider and Rubik support that are okay at dealing some spell damage, but that Alchemist went pipe. It's not like it's some Radiance Alch that's going to be able to man-fight Naga in the engagement. So if you send these illusions in first, get a good scout, try and pick someone off with arrow, I think the fight almost looks pretty decent for LGD right now.
Yeah,
push the advantage.
I'm beginning to reevaluate some of that late game. I mean, with this fight build.
Are you? 13-2-15,
I'm just saying,
huh?
I'm not sure if this Alchemist is going to be able to.
The Psalms of Zhao converting you.
I've heard the call. All right, Tormentor time. Tormentor time for one team anyway. That'll be the Rubik Shard.
Not a bad one, I guess, if you're trying to save from like these net combos.
Yeah, exactly.
You dodge an arrow, that's a lot of team fight out the window. Once again, Tundra not in any rush this game. Did finish Deso on Skeeter plus that Orb of Destruction. A lot of minus armor coming through on top of an acid spray. Yeah. That's going to help you punch through this high agi Naga. Or deal with some limited stun capability for the Storm. I mean, Storm only has 10 armor right now. He's a negative armor if you're under all that.
Yeah, that's true.
There's that Roche.
The PA's taking away 9 by himself.
That came through the gate. Tundra know what's up.
Oh, PSG LGD. They are in a pretty good position here, especially with the Moonlight Shadow. They're going to see the Batrider. An initial pick off with the arrow, easy. And Tundra
Roche
have to immediately back out. So now that it's a 4 versus 5, Roshan should be free, especially with all the information these illusions give you.
Yes, I think you go commit for it now. Make Tundra fight into your vision, fight into the Naga illusions. You have 30 seconds, no Batrider here. And Tundra's jump is not that great outside of the PA, right? If you force the PA to jump in, that can be an awkward fight for them. Especially if you can reset it with Song. Yeah. Or just isolate the PA during Song.
You know what's funny is this stalls out. Roshan switches in 40 seconds here. And I think that's better for PSG LGD because then the Roshan is on your side where your outpost is.
That's true. I'm still surprised they didn't try and man up for it, though. I don't think it takes that long to kill. But maybe they just don't want to throw a fight in the pit.
Yeah, I mean, there's no harm in just letting it go to the other side.
It's true.
Tundra are just going to be stacked up here.
This should make my life easier.
And they had the information they were stacked up because those illusions pushed into the tier 2. Saw a bunch of heroes. So back they go as a group to the Roshan pit. He's going to about to go through the portal here.
Trying to go Butterfly next on Shiro. That is a big timing. You get to it as well for LGD.
Follow the big man.
I go where you go.
And Tundra is already set up to make a move to stop this. There is a ward that's limited, but it's spotting the Batrider right now. So Zeal, he's going to be able to stay in front of him. There goes the jump. Immediately finding the support. Shaking gets off the Glimmer Cape. They're going to go for Soxa instead. Should be able to get him with a pullback Rolling Thunder. Nine's going to make his entrance, going for the Ancient Apparition. They want to stop this Ice Blast, but a beautiful song. Oh, now they're grouped up. This is even better for Why You Smile. The initiation just got brought to him. Actually going to reset a bit, though. Not trying to jump off of that.
I want to fight with that Rolling Thunder. Committed Storm BKB as well.
Oh, Planet so close to being spotted. They take away the Watcher. Man, oh, this is so close. Moonlight Channel's going to be used. Get some leaps away.
This is a lot of time.
Get some good vision down, too.
Naga illusions going in. They're trying to re-go for the jump. They want snaking.
Once again, this Glimmer Cape is a problem for nothing to say.
By the man, some dust.
It's Sentry. It's nearby. Oh, they have so much good vision on LGD.
Yeah, I mean, you got to fight around this ward, right? You can't let them just get this Roche for free. It's a lot of minus armor here, though.
Oh, don't let that hit that Roshan for free. Now the ward up for Tundra's side is helping protect them. They get through the ward now, and they jump outside of the pit. They don't want to be caught inside of it. Nine, Unstable Concoction, uses it on the illusions.
Sending the vision in.
But they're getting sandwiched. This is looking a little dicey. They have the Ice Blast coming in. Oh, that's looking good. It's going to hit 3 heroes, and now Shiro goes to work. The carry's already dead. Skeeter's out. Nine's on the run. Soxa's TP'd out. PSG LGD, it's just a grab bag. Whoever they can get, it is a free fight for PSG LGD after that initiation.
Nine is just in that gate and out of there to go bottom and start the recovery farm. Roshan to LGD. What a jump, man. They just got the Vortex arrow on Skeeter. Exactly who you want. With a 3-man A blast on top. That ward.
So good.
Ooh,
I
that
plan
ward,
it, man.
That is a game-winning ward right there. Whose is that? We'll have some time to look. Plan it. Yeah, he placed that when he went in the trees.
Yeah, when he was sitting there that entire time and got the
damn.
wards out.
What a valuable op. It's just going to give him everything here because now you have Aegis on Storm Spirit. NTS can play so much more aggressive.
Now you've got an unkillable Naga Siren and a 2-life Storm Spirit.
I think the Snake King leapt out of that arrow trajectory.
Oh, and it hit
Skeeter
instead.
at the end of the pull.
Not me.
You remember when he tanked the arrow for Skeeter?
Yeah.
That was the Mr. President play.
That was all the way back at TI, yeah.
This time around.
This is the opposite. Mr. President, take care of yourself.
Would you take a bullet for me? Only once. The second time you're on your own, kid. I'm too old to be taking these bullets.
All right. Another Wisdom Moon. They're finally going to get their own Tormentor here, and that is going to be the Ancient Apparition Shard, which...
this is a nice shard.
It's real nice after the song.
Yeah. This is a new shard we have not seen a lot in pro games yet, but the way this works is when you throw this ult out and you hit them, they instantly get that cold feet on them, which means if you have a cold feet on someone and then you hit them with the ult, they get frozen and they can get chain frozen after that again.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Oh, nice. I mean, just the global vision here is getting opportunities. Nothing to say. Had to expend a lot, but will eventually catch up, and the arrow lands off of that one. They have really nice synergy going on here between Nothing to Say and Planet. They're landing some nice arrow combos.
I think Planet's played a phenomenal game here. Like, his game was not easy. You go back to, he skilled level 1 leap. He had no offlaner to play with. Not an easy Mirana game. Making some big plays down the clutch with these arrows.
Remember when I said I thought Skeeter was going to get the... off his timing, he was going to get the first big play?
He did not.
He still hasn't.
Yeah.
They haven't won a fight since I said that.
Definitely caster cursed the hell out of this man.
It really did. That's okay, though.
They're going to see him
that
on this
game
off,
3.
too.
Oh, Skeeter is perfect. Get the chain stun. Now, Snake King, he can come in, try and help out a little bit. They pop the BKB, immediately kill one, and they're going to be able to take away the Aegis. Question is, do they have anything for that? Oh, that ensnare. So close to catching. 33, he'll TP. Oh, the bash. Zeal, he's got a basher. Full recovery from him.
Like he can get the blink off. Not with that Bloodthorn ticking. Early Bloodthorn pickup by Shiro, paying dividends. That Orchid did pay off in the mid game. Now it's going to help him scale. Do at least find something with this PA BKB, which has just not gotten Skeeter much in this game. It's already down to 6 seconds. Yeah, he's going to need Ags here just to try and take those fights and get the burst into the burst.
Do we know if the ensnare is going to stop the BKB TP out? Because he doesn't have the Ags, to be clear.
Well, you can't. Ensnare does not work on debuff immune targets unless you get the Ags.
Okay, but you've seen a lot of glitches happen with these.
Yeah, but
where it
I mean, you can
some channel.
I think you can throw it on the guy, but it doesn't do anything, right?
Okay.
It's one of those things that his BKB runs out, I think it roots him.
Yeah, that I believe that would be how it's intended. I'm just saying, I've seen a lot of clips. Bushwhacks, spears.
Bro, stop trying to cast or curse his team even more. They already had the bugs game 1. They don't need any more bugs.
It would be a bug in their favor, though.
Oh, that's true. All right, you can curse him.
Thanks.
No BKB for 1 second?
Oh, and the Ice Blast, it doesn't matter after that.
What a find.
Snake King does manage to steal Rolling Thunder. Oh, the pullback here.
That's really
into
deep.
the Unstable Concoction, but a nice song. That will allow Nothing to Say get out, where he was probably quite literally doomed, but now it's Doom who is doomed in turn and will be blown up.
Every arrow is a big core kill here. There's just no answer from Tundra. They can't save from it. And they are lacking damage now. They cannot deal with these Naga illusions that are causing them big problems in the fight. Hex up for Shiro as well.
Yep, and he's going to put it to use almost immediately. 9 steps a little bit too close. They had the telekinesis save, but it's not a good enough save. All right, well, that's going to be one lane of barracks. Now, there is a tier 2 up at the top lane. PSG LGD. Oh, actually, hold up. He broke the creep wave with the courier.
Oh, my.
Oh, no.
33.
Oh, man.
You did him dirty. You did him dirty, son.
Oh, that's so good.
Literally the definition of he can't keep getting away with this.
I mean, they pulled that off at TI, too.
Yeah, so guys, when they go higher on like 25, I'm just going to use my courier. We're going to pull the replay.
Oh, God. They're so smart. But is it going to be enough to stop a PSG LGD who's coming back for revenge in this game to a 10,000 net worth lead and seemingly no stop in their dominance when it comes to these fights? Tundra are having a hard time addressing these initiations.
They just don't have the jump. Like, they can't start these fights because the Naga illusions go in. You have a really tanky Zeal now with this Greaves. A has Glimmer. You maybe all Morana ulted, right? The Vision has been the biggest problem for Tundra's game after game 1 where Slark was giving it all to him. They just have no mechanism to find the initiation.
Whoa.
You might not be happy you're low because
they're coming.
They are coming fast.
Oh, God. They're going to commit to it. Skater's low. The Ice Blast is coming in. So is Nothing to Say. A Telekinesis trying to get him away, but so many heroes are low. Nothing to Say. Committing, trying to finish Mara. Not quite enough, and now he's been doomed. The song is there, though. Everybody get through the gate.
Oh, you are lucky to get out of there.
Imagine if that Ice Blast comes in 2 seconds earlier, hits them while they're doing the Tormentor.
They're all dead.
They're all dead.
Oh, my God.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, man.
Millimeter difference.
I saw Jarek's tweeted this one out. He said, when you're a Warlock, smoke up, head for the, at 20 minutes, head for the enemy's Tormentor, and hit him with the Fatal Bonds as they try and do it. Like, this was almost that kind of play, where one ultimate around a Tormentor could have wiped him.
Meanwhile, Skier commits into Kill Planet. Remember, he still has no BKB right now.
They want to catch something out of this, and not just a Bat Rider. Now, they are going to get Stoxa. What more can they get? 9. He's the one being left behind right now. He does have BKB. He's going to pop it.
No bash.
Forced to use it.
The bash RNG gods on his side. You get a free Planet buyback out of that.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
And remember, you got to stall up this PA BKB timer. Every time it's on cooldown, that fight just feels hard.
Yeah.
Like, Hex is waiting for you. And the burst damage is crazy. These telekinesis saves need to be on point for snaking. Like, it is the one tool I feel like Tundra have where if you get this single target initiation arrow combo with AO, you throw someone out of it, then maybe you can take that fight.
The Ice Blast, it lands on him. The Cold Feet stun is there on top of it. And as try as he might, Snake King just could not get there fast enough with the telekinesis save.
Out of position. Not respecting the insta stuns that can come out here. And that is going to be a big misstep. Probably 2 lanes here.
Yeah, he had just bought the Aghanim Scepter, so.
That's Aghanims for 33. You have AoE Doom now.
Without a PA, how do you expect to win that fight? Maybe unless PSG LGD overextends. AoE Doom, but the song just gives them a free reset.
Now you can arrow somebody. It's coming in.
Telekinesis is not going to be there in time. The arrow and the illusions will kill him. Nothing to say. Back into it as they go for the Doom kill. Ice Blast cutting across. 33 stays out of his fountain to ensure that he doesn't get hit by that.
30 seconds, no PA.
Oh, Soxa couldn't even complete that TP. It was too dangerous out there. It is going to be 2 lanes.
How much more do they want? That's a big question here. Like, do you need the back when it feels like your Naga's invincible and they don't have Doom? That's the biggest thing here, but LG will say that's good enough. Go back top, push in this last lane, maybe play for the next Roshan. Feels like if you put an Aegis on this Storm, that might just be the game.
Yeah.
As double Lincoln Sphere up for LGD. Maybe not helping you with that Ag's Doom anymore, but it's definitely still blocking a lot of single target stun from Tundra. The Concoction, Lasso, Lift.
There's a lot of it for sure. What? Why did Planet choose the axe?
The prize is mine.
Because he's a monster, bro.
Is it just for the 20 armor if equipped hero is stunned?
I mean, there's no silences. So yeah, if he gets stunned, he gets 20 armor.
And I mean, he like the entire play for Skeeter at this point in time is get on top of the supports with this Aghanim Scepter, get the kill, refresh, kill another support. Like, he's just got to be able to snowball kill after kill.
And the issue is, who do you snowball first when all you see are Naga illusions?
Yeah.
Need an angle here for Tundra. Is this Ward the angle?
Nothing to say. Has an armor rune, so he's not the easiest kill. They try to jump him, but they had the vision on the high ground, and now they're going to be able to bounce back as the Rolling Thunder comes on through. Oh, nice telekinesis toss away. The same time, Skeeter jumps in and is going for the Naga Siren. The real one is controlled up by the Doom, and PSG LGD are leaving him behind.
Yes, bye. They're going to have to commit it here. Half mana for NTS. Can you find the return?
The Doom is going to wear out. Nothing to say with this last bit of mana. Gets the pullback. The arrow will miss. Minotaur stun and a TP out. Oh, 33. He gets bashed. Oh, Zeal gets him in the end. And with the buyback.
Payback for that missed bash on 9 earlier. That's an expensive Naga buy. I mean, do you just try and go high ground with the spells on cooldown for Tundra? Do you want this Roshan?
You could probably do it, but surely the safer choice is to make sure.
Oh, that's the safer choice, but the safer choice doesn't always win you games. I think this is the correct call.
Okay.
No buyback on Doombringer either. 33 buying out.
I mean, without Doom, how can they stop this Naga Siren?
That's what Shiro thinks. This is Megas into Roche if you want it. You don't have to go throne here. Just take the racks and back.
And Skeeter's not even here. He's pushing down mid. He's trying to work his way towards a nullifier, and that is going to be Megas.
A worthy buyback from Shiro for sure. Now you just go get Aegis, throw it on whoever you want here. And you're in a very confident position.
Well, if you're Tundra, you're playing for some super late game now. Full out Mjolnir for 9 is what he's going to be looking at next. Nullifier for Skeeter. Bots 2 on the Doom. These are all the items that they're dreaming of in the next 5 to 10 minutes. But they will not stop PSG LGD from having a firm hold on this game with both the Megas and the Roshan.
They were looking to maybe contest that. I mean, Skeeter is still pushing up really far here. I don't think he wants to just fight in their base against Mega Creeps, Naga Illusions, and the jump that LGD has. That sounds like a death sentence. Mine's going back for Mjolnir, but that feels a little too late.
Yeah, I mean, the Ancient Apparition is a problem. He's got Glimmer Cape plus Ghost Scepter.
He's a big problem.
Divine Rapier time, okay.
What else is there to buy? But are you going to have time to get there? Are you going to look for the jump, look for the poke? Rubik Illusions all to greet them right now.
The Lincoln Storm, he feels pretty confident being able to grab somebody. Sounds up almost immediately, but they got the Hex. Telekinesis throwback. Meanwhile, the Doom jumps forward, goes immediately for the Pango.
That's a good disengage from LGD. They're going to waste so much of this Doom timer right now. I mean, you just back out.
You can blink forward again, but they've got Megas. It is way too hard.
I mean, you just get to go again.
Yeah.
No Doom. Didn't cost you anything. NTS instantly in with another arrow combo.
Arrow. Oh, 9 jumps in front of it with the BKB and starts laying into nothing to say, but he's got no damage. The Ice Blast lands on a 33. He is terribly low. Has to get back to the fountain now. Meanwhile, Soul and Song, that saves Skeeter. He was in big time trouble. Skeeter jumping after the Ancient Apparition. Once again, unable to kill the support fast enough and gets stunned up into the arrow.
Does that buy?
He has the LGD.
Use it. Building's getting melted here.
Tundra is trying to lure them close to the fountain. See if Skeeter can use that buyback for good. Nothing to say. Jumps in right as that buyback goes out. The telekinesis save on the Alchemist. They get the stun on to Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say. Moment up, but he eats the cheese. Consumes it. Ice Blast coming into the fountain. PSG LGD. You want to farm some heroes? No, they're going to close out the game. They're going to hit the Ancient. Back into it. Nothing to Say, though. Arrow lands onto the Bat Rider with 9 controlled up as well. They're just throwing bodies out there, trying to delay the end of the game, but it will not happen. PSG LGD taking this game 2 and pushing us to a game 3.
Damn, I am hyped to see what happens game 3 because this was not a clinical game in terms of like perfect execution everywhere, but it felt like a game where LG were very confident in what their strategy was and how their lineup was built. and this is like the team we want to see, right? Them using Jowe's draft for its intended purpose. NTS having a perfect game here. 10-0 and 16 on Storm Spirit. Never died once. With all the control that Tundra have, that's just damn impressive. And honestly, Shiro, he just played these fights beautifully. Tundra, they're usually the Naga team. They're usually the team taking the Naga, the enemies pushing out these lanes, putting themselves in an advantageous position on the map and out-farming you. Didn't feel like they got to play Dota this time around. LGD matched him in the 3-on-1 tri-lane laning phase. Zeal had a really rough start, but he's able to come back, and we're going to game 3.
That we are indeed. Perfect performance of the Orchid Naga Siren from PSG LGD will put us to a game 3.
Tundra may be the Naga team, but are they the Naga Ancient Apparition and Mirana team? Because that is a recipe that brought LGD to success earlier in the tournament, and they've replicated yet again here against an Alchemist and against some other weird picks. The Phantom Assassin coming out, the support Batrider coming out. I'm personally pleased to see this one lose, because if Saksa keeps on destroying pubs with off-kilter heroes, well, I fear for matchmaking as time progresses. Although you were a believer, Kazu, you say that the hero's good, and it probably was, but the circumstances were not ideal in this game number 2.
It was not good this game. I would say that in this game, so Tundra in the mid game, they were still ahead. I feel like they played the mid game fairly poorly, which I assume that at the same time I need to credit LGD very heavily on creating a map where it was very likely hard for Tundra to play with the Naga, Moonlight Shadow going around, because LGD's mid and late game in this particular game was very crisp. There's some high-level stuff going on with spell usage, teamfight execution, the way they're warding, how they're moving, where for Tundra, I feel like they just fell flat for me in this game.
What was the problem then? I know, Effie, you seem quite pleased with yourself after so much skepticism was thrown LGD's way, and yet they persevered.
Of course I'm pleased with myself. These two are like, the trailing is too strong. It's over in 15 minutes, sir. Like, what are you guys talking about? Did you not say that? No, I'm just...
They're behind
the paraphrasing.
There's no video evidence.
Yes, pull it up right now.
No, it's honestly, I can see how this game could have gone very poorly for LGD, but they did what they needed to do, right? They had Zeal tank the tri-lane. They started off on a tri-lane themselves, where they didn't give 3-3 a good lane, and then planted TP's bottom to play with Zeal later, enabling him, but they didn't give Doom the start that he wanted, so Naga had a great start. And they had the AA blast to just kill Alchemist. NTS exploited that over and over, so the Storm had super high impact. And after that point of the game, I think LGD just played so tight together, right? It felt like they were always running around as 4 heroes. Every move that they made had intention to it. Even when PA got her BKB initially, because all of the net worth on Tundra went into this PA. When PA got that first BKB, there were 4 heroes in the LGD, 4 heroes of LGD in the triangle of PA. They forced her BKB, they used Song, they kited away, and they just made it so that PA's net worth meant nothing, just due to how tightly they were playing together. And if we're going to talk about that Roche engagement, which could have swung either way for either team, like let's say Tundra had won that Roche engagement initially, the one where they couldn't see each other's wards and they were kiting in and out, like it really could have swung in Tundra's favor, but LGD just played so cleanly, they disengaged so cleanly, they jumped in so cleanly, they used Song so well, so hats off to them.
Let me tell you guys, this is why I put 5'3" on my Tinder profile. Because that woman, she shows up to the date, expectations, bars down here. She shows up, she sees, holy crap, he's 5'9". That is so tall. Now, let me tell you, that's the expectations that the group stage of Dota set for me. I had a certain bar, and I came into this game thinking Tundra's is going to do everything they've been normally doing. Or Snore, they're just gonna own these guys. And then LGD, man, I would take them on a second date in a heartbeat. That was the sexiest Dota I've seen in a long time. I think you talked about all the things they did right. That was just smooth. I was watching this game and I'm like, damn, like Tundra looks like crap. And it's purely because LGD just
Can I tag along on the date?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll add a 4th wheel to the mix also, because Pyrian is down on the floor right now, wondering what's going on, or rather we're wondering. He's investigating. Pyrian, sort through the papers. I know 33 was sorting through them too.
Yeah, sorry, hold on. I had a piece planned, but I was lost in my slew of papers that I've obviously thrown together that bit because I saw 33 playing with some papers. It's not a good one. I was busy eating pizza. I want to give a shout out to Mark, Everybody that's working at this event knows Mark. Mark, God bless you. Thank you for the pizza. And thanks to Ola as well. She does her part too. I have nothing else to add.
Shout out to Mark and Ola. They're taking care of us because it is a long day today. 4 best of 3s, and we're going the distance, period. What's going on?
Let me tell you something. I'm normally the person who's saying, Game 3, like that. But honestly, this is a terrific series. Game 1 was awesome. Game 2 was awesome. I am really, really looking forward to Game 3. You want a Game 3 to decide a match between these two. I think they deserve it. Some superb Dota in both games.
What's the booth situation? Anyone walk out? Anyone still sitting there?
So, sorry, let me just duck down.
Go deep cover.
No. I'll go very deep cover down here, like David Attenborough.
Well, you're doing squats at your age.
Just shut the fuck up.
You're doing great, Period.
In their booth, PSG, LGD, visible, communicating with one another whilst looking at the monitors in front of them. They have much to discuss. All right, that's enough of that.
Yeah, no, they're busy at work. I've often said that one of the things I've noticed is when a team loses, they get up and they storm out is quite common, or they all sit there staring at their screens. This is confusing because they won in convincing fashion, and they're still sitting there staring at their monitors. So I think they're deciding, how do we round this out? I did not see any of Tundra, so I think they're doing the same thing. Might have to rethink my conclusions regarding player responses after a game series if it goes to a 3rd game. So I'll get back to you on that one.
All right, thank you very much for the nature documentary, Ted Attenborough. We'll tune in with you later. But for right now, we need to determine which of these teams are going to come out on top. This is the series that I was hoping for from LGD, because I was underwhelmed after their Lima Major performance and them not claiming first place like they always do in their regional DPC had me being like, oh, well, maybe the shine has finally come off this organization. Maybe it's finally time for some other Chinese org to be the top dogs in that region. Then I watched Dota like this, and I'm like, no, they still got it. They still got the sauce.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned, just because I feel like Tundra were experimental with their Batrider there. They played the Alchemist into an AA, and I think the AA Nagamurana is one of LGD's staples right now, whereas Tundra busted out something that maybe they weren't prepared for, and LGD, it worked well against them. But I think Tundra have a lot cleaner drafts that they could just bring out in this Game 3. So I don't think that's too indicative of what Tundra have to offer still. So but it's still scary.
At the minimum, though, I know, Brian, you keep emphasizing how Tundra are doing tri-lanes at the beginning, and you're not seeing teams match that pace. This is the first time that we've seen someone go head-to-head in this tri-lane v tri-lane situation.
Yeah, Kezu mentioned how in the Game 1, Skeeter was able to stay in his lane and boot out the offlane, while the opposing offlane, 33, was just chilling, right? And what they did this game with the counter tri-lane, and then with the levels later, they utilized the Naga net that synergized with the Mirana arrow that Mira was hyping up in the draft. Like, 33 had the same treatment. Like, both offlaners are... He was jungling on Doom for like 10 minutes, you know? And that's exactly what caused this game to be playable that most other teams have not been doing. And then LGD was able to take a not so insurmountable lead and just make some sick plays in the comeback.
I think that, sorry to interrupt, this game just now, I would say that Tundra were not comfortable. And I could see that from the mid game. They were off. When they can't play the map, I feel like they were a little lost. Perhaps going into the next game, I think that's something that they will change, where maybe you need another hero that allows you to play the map. If you do pick Alk into AA, I'm still a believer that you can play it support. I don't think it looked that good. So they'll change up something for the next game.
Maybe they'll play a traditional support, or maybe Saksa has a third weird off-kilter support up his sleeve. Only one way to find out. I won't take your time. Let's go to a break, and then we'll come back with game number 3 of Tundra Esports versus PSG LGD.
Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt. Ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Im Coupé hinten links. Ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt. Die ganze Nacht nur. 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 Die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs. Sportcoupé angehen. Mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft. Wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt. Ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft. 808, bist du laut, hörst du in der ganzen Stadt. Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen, mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, nothing to fear, yo. Everything you see ain't what it appears, though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm one you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. And you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all of your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. What's that? Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Last game of the night, my friends. Tundra Esports up against PSG LGD. Winner has a date with 9 pandas in 2 days.
Am I invited?
Or BSJ.
How many people are invited on this date, Ryan? We already have 4. Is it the 5th wheel now?
Damn.
Loser, though, they're going down to face off against Talon in a best of 3. So stakes are high. You want to make it all the way to top 8. You want to make it into the crowd days. Who gets more powered up? Tundra or PSG LGD? You know, actually, I can't even guarantee that either of these teams would be more crowd favorites. Even with a European crowd, I feel like PSG LGD still has a pretty strong Western fan base.
I'm a fan of LGD.
That's what I'm saying.
Am I the only one? Hello?
You're alone. No, I'm actually a fan. I'm a fan of LGD.
No,
After that
sorry, I was thinking about this Crystal Maiden first phase ban very strongly. So what are they going to do? Zoo on 8?
I think that
Ench on 8, maybe?
I think they might be considering that Tundra tries the same strategy with cores the whole time, and then they think the same thing that you thought about the Batrider, where this tri-lane stuff is not nearly as scary without a Crystal Maiden or a Coddle involved.
Makes sense.
Maybe they think that that's like the crutch of Tundra, the foundation of Tundra's strategy.
Yeah, it opens up their Ench too, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, CM, I guess, has just been a strong hero. And sometimes there's a lot of thought behind these first phase bans. I think for this, it may just be to make Tundra's opening harder to do. Whereas for LGD, their closing pick, one hero that I always like when I think of Tundra is an IO, because it allows you to play fast, be more mobile on the map. It would also be very good with your Storm. It's one of the best traditional heroes against Doom, because you can reload out. You can also kind of overpower Doom in the lane, because Doom, heroes that deal damage slowly over time are pretty weak against IO, because IO will just let you fight through it. So that's maybe something that Tundra should already kind of think about. But looks like they don't really give a damn. They just pick some bounty.
They were also waiting to see if Tundra would just take the Alk that they left open, and then they would just respond with another AA. But they pivot to the bounty instead, which is very good. This hero has so much value, not just for Tundra, but all teams in terms of what it does for vision, how it can play with Blood Grenade, what it does in the Twin Gates, and tri-lanes. This hero excels in tri-lanes, right? All you need is boots and your Shadow Walk, and that's almost a guaranteed kill.
And a Blood Grenade, baby. I love that item.
Do you actually love it that it's in the game, or do you love using it?
I love, I mean, both. I just think it's a little too good in the meta right now.
Okay. I was talking to Tsunami that I thought maybe like it needs the same treatment as Orb Venom, where if a ranged hero uses it, it doesn't slow as much.
Should it be? I feel like it should just have a little. Their slow should be a little less, no matter what.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, either way, I just think the fact that you
maybe
give
like
every
some
hero in the game
12%.
the ability to chase you is kind of weird.
Do you guys like this AA again? Because it did look nice with the way that they tri-laned. It looked good with the Naga, but I feel like Tundra now are just going to take out the heroes that synergize well with it, like the Wraith King and the Naga, and then maybe an Ursa to protect their Doom or something like that. But it felt so good last game because it dealt with the Alchemist, who is a core, whereas now it's not really dealing with any hero in particular. It synergizes with Storm in that you're always going to have follow-up damage on your zip in, but there's nothing else outside of that. And the Naga gets taken out already. They're going to take out the Wraith King. They're going to take out whichever stun hero is in.
Well, there's definitely less purpose, because last game we had the Alk, where then that was the reason mainly why they picked it. It does still give you the follow-up damage of the bonus magic resistance. You have the Ice Blast, of course, but they're going to have to check again. You need to get this hero through the lane, and then, you know, the hero can, of course, be good, as they showed last game. But this, to me, just shows that they value this hero way higher than many other teams. Because this doesn't look like a straight, oh shit, there's IO, Chen, Alchemist, let's pick AA. It's more like, I have Storm, I want follow-up damage. I don't care what you have, that's what we want.
Well, it's rare that you'll have supports that give global potential. So if that is something that they value, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, but outside of that global potential, it still needs to be enabled. So I feel like at this stage of the game, when there's no direct counter that it's providing, then it's really easy to draft against.
My issue with last game for Tundra was that in the mid game, their primary initiator, Alk, relies on a Blink Dagger, and the new AAW, I haven't played against it yet, but I know when you
It's
have the shard in
annoying.
the past, like, you just can't blink at all. You can't navigate fights. So I think if 9 is on a hero with innate mobility that can maneuver the fights through these AoE slows, it will be a different game. It still does shut down Doom pretty hard. Like, you saw how squishy Doom looks when he gets hit by that Ice Blast, a hero that does rely on tanking a portion of the damage and then disengaging with Scorched Earth and potentially re-engaging with Doom. But I definitely think the AA, it impressed me last game, but I also agree with Mira. It's not like the exact same situation.
It made more sense last game, and
Yeah.
LGD had to take their own Wraith King out because Tundra has their choice of pick here, and they don't want to play against it. And then the Alchemist gets taken out, which is another Shiro hero that would have paired well with AA. I mean, what's left now? I mean, PA-AA used to be a very strong combination back in the past, but I don't like PA so much, especially after her last performance. Also, Mirana is something that is pivotal to their tri-lanes that they run with AA, and Tundra just took it away.
I mean, there's something where, I mean, I don't think this is a particularly good CK game, but that's one of the heroes that can get your AA through the lane. Unless there's a chance of them playing it 4, not really sure if that's something they're comfortable doing. I have not seen too many AAs lately, so they definitely must know something that I don't. I mean, we're new into a patch. This hero may be way better than we give it credit for, but they'll have to show it to us.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
It's definitely good with something like a Storm Spirit,
Yeah.
Ember Spirit, or Void Spirit, because they will always have follow-up damage without the need to rotate a hero, but it does need a lane partner, and I don't think any good ones are left here. Also, when you have first pick, you tend to gravitate towards heroes like Bloodseeker, who are more reliable without seeing the enemy heroes, but Bloodseeker doesn't pair well with AA, so it doesn't look too viable for them right now.
And CK is just one that kind of stands out to me. I'm not sure, unless there's anything off the board that I'm not thinking of, because as you mentioned, they did ban Wraith King themselves. I personally don't think they had to do that, but they did, so they'll have to deal with that.
How about Muerta?
Not a
Fear,
fan.
Wild Cold Feet? No.
I really want to see Slark. Like, I know you're going to get counterpicked by the carry, potentially something like Bloodseeker, but a lot of the bad matchups for Slark, the Illusion heroes and such, are already out. And Bloodseeker particularly is bad against AA Storm.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm looking at for LGD here.
I wouldn't mind a Slark if they busted out something like an IO and then just played some IO pairing on the offlane. That way you just have the IO to bust out the Slark if he gets doomed. I could see that happening. But if you pick the Slark without the protection of an IO, it looks very scary, even versus the heroes that Tundra are showing right now. Just as the game progresses, not on lane. Slark does well on lane versus Doom.
They go for the Bloodseeker themselves.
Well, you kind of have to do that, right? Like, this is the hero, this is a carry that you pick when you don't really see anything yet and you don't have enough information, but I just don't like how it pairs with the AA. I guess that they can correct this by tri-laning again and picking a support with a stun to play with the AA, right? They started tri-lane last game, they might be doing the same thing this time around, and now they know for sure that their carry will be able to scale into whatever Tundra picks.
Maybe because your spell on AA now actually deals damage, the Ice Vortex. Maybe you don't have to play on kill combos, but rather you can also try to play with a carry that will help you push out the wave, and you just play for golden XP. I'm not sure if that's something they want to go for, because, I mean, this doesn't strike me as a particular... You're not going to really kill heroes with this. I think if you're getting through the lane with Bloodseeker being farmed and AA having levels, you should be very happy, because AA is a hero that throughout the game, it gives you a lot of impact, especially when you compare it to kind of other traditional 5s. And that's at least something I'll have to pay attention to in the game.
Now your only reliable stun is your Storm Spirit Vortex, and I don't like when that happens because Storm gets put into positions where maybe he has to toss himself in there first and he dies. So you have to correct this with the offlane pick being some Tidehunter or some just anything that can stun a multiple amount of heroes. Because we saw earlier in the series before this one, I believe it was 9 Pandas.
Yeah, against Shopify.
Against Shopify. It was Shopify who played the Storm with no other disables, and the Storm just kept dying.
You have to think of a mid that doesn't mind getting ruptured, maybe like an Ember. What else is there? Like Void Spirit gets hit by Rupture when he's Astral Stepping. I'm kind of
still cool. Void Spirit is cool.
I don't love it nearly as much against Bloodseeker. I actually think Bloodseeker kind of owns this hero. You can dissimulate away from Rupture, but you can't Astral Step. You still get hit by it, so heavily negates your mobility. They didn't really have an amazing Rupture target so far, so I think he's going to be very happy to Rupture the Void Spirit anytime he goes in.
I think it's one of those situations where you know it's going to have a good lane against Storm. You know that it's going to be able to blow up either of these supports. AA and Disruptor don't have the best ways to defend themselves. If the Void Spirit is the one getting gone on, then with a follow-up Static Storm, then it's bad for him, but there really isn't that stun that we're talking about yet, right? So I can see it going both ways, but Void can have a really explosive game just because of how defenseless Disruptor and AA are in protecting themselves against the Spirit.
I think it's kind of annoying to pick a mid hero against the LGD heroes that they're showing you, because a lot of times when you think of, okay, spirits don't seem great, I want to have like some tiny Kunkka and tank it up, but that's kind of annoying to play into Storm AA as well, because they don't really care. They're gonna burst through your HP pool anyway with all the...
Can't be a blink hero, right?
Sorry?
Can't be a blink hero, right?
Yeah, like that just feels bad. So you're kind of, I would say, gimped down to some of the spirits, so like some Ember Void. I'm not sure which... I would have kind of liked Ember with some BKB, but you can play around some spells here too. Try to dodge a bit with your Void Spirit. At least your lane is gonna be okay. And you can, you know, try to negate around the map a little bit.
Also, guys, Underlord's still in the pool. They opted for Pango last game on LGD, but I think banning out the Ursa, banning out the PL, you can just pick your Underlord here. He's going to give you like your secondary disable on LGD through his Pit of Malice, and because most of his bad lane matchups are gone, it seems like there's no reason for them to not go for it here if Tundra don't ban it out.
Is there a world where Tundra picks CK?
Last?
Yeah, where like you ban out Underlord because I think it's very good against this. And they're just one of the few teams that ever run CK. They haven't run it this patch, but it just makes a lot of sense to me right now in the side lanes to have a setup stun. So they do ban the Underlord. As Mira mentioned, that hero surprisingly making it this far in the draft. I think Tundra needs a guy that stuns that is not Void Spirit. Like,
yeah.
And I would love to see CK just because you don't have to necessarily commit to do that.
So is it Brew for LGD now?
That would preemptively cover the Illusion hero. Lycan.
It's the first time for Zeal this event, assuming it is offlane.
All the Illusion guys and Ursa, some of his worst matchups, are gone, so I actually can see a lot of merit with this pick. Most of the heroes you would normally pick are out of the pool.
It also plays very nicely in the fights. Like Bloodseeker Storm, they love going in. Disruptor wants people to go in for you. Lycan kind of, he plays off of the fight exactly with his other cores too. Very annoying for these subs as well in the fight. And having more vision as well. Like last game, one thing that LGD did super well was like using the illusions to help the Storm get this initial jump. Now he's going to have more vision around the map. There's going to be some Overlord or whatever build he wants to do, some Wolf scouting around. So I actually like that pick.
Oh, they go Sven as the stun. Now that they pick Lycan, yeah, that makes so much more sense.
Yeah, I think that's a good deviation from the CK. Otherwise, I would have liked it before the Lycan pick.
So, to be honest, I do like Tundra's draft more here. I think LGD have put themselves on a timer with the Lycan pick. They're not playing with nearly enough disables, and they're going to depend on their mid-game timing with the Lycan. And yeah, they played really tight last game. They showed us that they can just out-formation and out-hold areas better than Tundra, but I think now with this Sven pick, they have a solution to almost every one of LGD's heroes.
I think it's really just the type of hero they needed. Like now you have multiple sources of being able to jump. You have some follow-up with the Mirana arrow. LGD can try to emulate what they did last game, because eventually they can still try to go together with a lot of tempo, but I think they need to out-execute Tundra in this game. I feel like this AA Bloodseeker lane for me is a bit of a question mark. Their top lane is like kind of a wash. So I feel like unless LGD really pop off, I would favor Tundra like some 65% in this game.
I'm fascinated by this because like I see everything you guys are saying. I love what both teams are representing. This series is super exciting for me. I think LGD's draft is really cool again. Like I think what they did last game was a creative solution to what Tundra's been doing. I often think Lycan's a pretty punishable offlaner if you don't see the carry matchup, and I looked at all the heroes that would just own it and they were all gone or they didn't look very good. So I like the creativeness of this 9th pick, Lycan, a hero we haven't seen very much this patch. I'm kind of digging their draft, I'll be honest.
I think the Warcry armor is going to be a problem for Lycan though. And like I mentioned, I just don't see enough reliable stuns on LGD for them to be able to take it late game.
Okay.
No, I really like the Lycan pick, and I can see LGD win. Like, no, there's no problem. I think both these drafts are playable. They have their own win conditions. I just think this game is harder than the last one, and I feel like Tundra were heavy sleepers in the last one. They didn't even show up to the game.
Yeah.
So I'm just slight favor to Tundra, but
I'm not like drastically in favor of LGD. Yeah, I'm just down for a team. I'm down for LGD to run this draft because I can see what they're thinking.
Same.
Good. I wanted a neck-and-neck draft. I want to see it come down to the gameplay, not just the heroes picked. Winner is going to move on to a match with 9 Pandas. Loser goes down to face off against Talon. Please get ready for game number 3 with Cap and SVG.
Are you down to clown? Are you down to head to Wolftown, Avery? Are you liking the liking?
Could be a blood moon.
Ooh, a blood moon. Bloodseeker and Lycan.
That's when you bite the Bloodseeker.
Damn.
The Blood Wolf.
The Blood Moon comes out and the Bloodseeker's ready to play. Hello, I should be sitting down for this. Tundra versus PSG LGD. Game 3, our final of the quarter upper semi... What...
Upper bracket of the Berlin Major, boy.
Quarterfinals.
What is...
I may have lost the title.
Moon ain't out yet. Moon ain't out yet.
All right.
Are you down with the sickness?
The lycanthropy sickness? I don't know. I feel like I was like, are there answers to this? And then I saw the Sven, and I was like, well, I think there are answers to this. I think the Sven was a pretty good last pick for Tundra.
I think it was terrible.
Why? Why do you think it was terrible?
I don't know. I'm just
Why do you hate the TI winners, Avery?
Adding variability. I hate every TI winner. They won TI.
That's true.
Fuck them.
Avery has never said a more truer statement than that one right there. That is a Dota player to a T. That guy won TI. Fuck him.
They have enough fans. They have enough support. I like good old underdogs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and who like once upon a time, PSG LGD being ranked as the underdog, you definitely would not be saying that. But in this day and age of Dota, and perhaps this day and age of Chinese Dota specifically, are LGD coming into this one's the underdogs against the TI winners in Tundra?
Well, they're coming in with the dogs. Woof, woof.
That's true.
Heel's going to try and make something happen with this later pick Lycan. So my issue with the Sven pick is I think Sven is like... All right, I know all these matchups are back and forth, but I personally, in all my history of playing Dota and all these games, I feel like Bloodseeker just destroys this hero.
Okay.
Like, you can play a Sven game, you can get out ahead, you can just blink on him, you can stand your ground with the Warcry. Okay, of course. In a lot of games, if you're up 10 or 15k with Sven, I think this hero has a good chance to beat anything. But if all things are even and you get Rupture on Sven, I feel like his team fight's over. And the hero can really suffer in that area. So I don't think... this matchup is that one-sided. I think LGD were ready for the tri-lane again. They brought 3 top. Yeah, Tundra weren't doing that play, so they go instantly back bottom. I think LGD's side laners are going to be okay for most of this early game.
Which is a godsend for them because Game 1 was pretty much game ruining. Game 2 was a little bit of a bumpy start. But now Game 3 is the most normal laning phase we've had, and that has got to favor PSG LGD, who feels like they've been a little bit slower on some of these 7-3-3 changes when it comes to the laning phase.
It's slower on the uptake, but this is a team that adjusts very quickly, right?
Yeah.
Like we saw in Game 2, those adjustments are already made. Now you're in a Game 3, high-pressure situation. You're looking at, what, top 6 in a major in a single game? That's a lot on the line. So now it's just who outplays the other person. Like, most of the time, honestly, okay, draft means a lot, but Game 3s, Game 5s, I DC draft. It comes down to who wants it more, who's going to make the big plays, who's going to get the good RNG.
In which case, this mid matchup is so important to watch, both for the skill and the RNG, because nothing to say, he popped off in that game too.
Oh, he went absolutely. They could not stop him, quite literally. 0-death game for him on that Storm.
And his synergy with Planet was incredible. So much so that Tundra felt the need to take away the Mirana away from Planet. He's going to be playing the Disruptor this time around instead.
I almost wish LGD took that bottom first round.
Yeah.
I was like, just take it. I mean, the issue is I think they were looking at Bounty Hunter. Otherwise, they would have.
Sure.
They didn't want to pick it in the matchup. And Sox of Bounty Hunter has been a problem for a lot of teams this event. If there's one hero that has risen in stock for me, it is Bounty Hunter support for sure. Yeah. And I think Sox has excelled on kind of these weird fours that go around, make some chaos in the laning phase, and then have a surprising amount of net worth going into that mid game. This is one of those heroes that just fits that to a T, especially with Blood Grenade abuse.
Oh no, he hit him with the stun. Okay. And now he's immediately going to punish Why You Smile for that play.
No Lotus from
Oh, is he going to get the kill? He's taken out. He will die. The Bloodseeker gets a couple of hits onto Soxa, but not enough to really maintain an aggressive front here.
Chain Lightning paying off for 33. How many times have we seen that?
Yeah, seriously. That's, you talk about RNG. That is one of the real feel-good RNGs right there.
That's what happens when you win TI. Yeah,
things just start going away.
Still,
if that was the case, there'd be more 2-time TI winners.
Well, that's why it was a fluke. CS still looking okay across the board. No huge outliers. Trying to heat up this top lane, man.
This one's back.
There's a lot of damage.
Decent damage, yeah.
These Wolves hurt, man. You can't underestimate them. Like, I don't really view Lycan as a weak laner a lot of times. I mean, he has really bad matchups, like these bristlebacks and stuff that are just hella annoying, but in terms of just straight up man fighting this hero with a melee carry like Sven, like, I don't view this as some lane Sven can just destroy. I really don't think it's that one-sided. You also have Wolves for the arrow block, which might be really annoying for Tundra this game. You can never disrupt that combo.
I will say simultaneously, it also, I don't think it's a lane that Lycan is really the be-all, end-all when he hits level 6 either, right?
No.
Like, I think Sven can stand his ground and Mirana can leap away.
Sometimes I also think the upside of Lycan is you get the helm and you can leave him alone, and then your 4 can roam. But they don't really have a 4 roamer. There's no pressure that can go into 9 on mid. And so you kind of just have to play these static lanes, which sometimes can leech a lot of XP away from the Wolf that you might not want going that way.
Yeah.
Sox is up here, has left 33 alone. Feel like he's strong enough with that Vanguard that he can just start making the roam on the Bounty Hunter, trying to get action happen with Boots, Orb of Venom, Blood Grenade. It's a lot of early damage, slow, harass. Zeal very far up here.
Gonna hit. Let's see if the arrow lands. They're gonna get the glimpse back on a Skeeter. That's gonna help out a lot. The fresh set of Wolves trying to block what it can, but getting in front of him with the lead body blocking very nicely, and that should finish him. A second kill for Tundra.
Nice XP going into their supports. And these are double vision supports. So if you get the Ron ulti here with these Shadow Walks, you can just bypass the Wolves. And the vision was a huge issue for Tundra in game 1.
Oh, and this rotation is going to help out a lot, where 9...
This is good timing.
He was getting pretty fine CS, but he was
sentry.
also being ruined. They have the sentry already pre-laid down. Zoxa gets dusted as well. Nice rebuttal from PSG LGD.
I mean, I'm sure that sentry was also intended for Obs, but just ready for the gank nonetheless, because 9 had level 6 first.
Yeah.
Like, that normally is just a good storm kill. Looking for the 6-minute rune as well. They're going to try and force it away from 9 here. 3 heroes mid for LGD. Really want to make sure NTS keeps his 0 kill streak, or 0 death streak alive on this Storm Spirit, and double damage. That's a nice rune. Side lane's going a bit worse for LGD now over the long term, right? Zeal got punished off that bounty rotation. Now he's falling a bit behind. And Shiro's just been left 1v1 versus 33 with Vanguard. He's invincible, and he is getting big. Real big on this Doom.
Maybe where that double damage needs to start having an impact.
Ooh, that was like full phase boots.
Oh no.
That was a lot of network.
And another one.
That's the dust and detection.
Now they have no detection, so Soxa's game is pretty free for the next 2 minutes.
Those are huge courier snipes. So much extra gold for Tundra and so much off the map for Shiro down here. Ooh, you already have Doom up for 33. You can just buy Arcane Boots, get that threat online. And that makes NTS's life harder too, because you can always TP this Doom into a Storm gank.
Yeah, I thought he was going to push in the lane with DD and then TP. Going for the Wolf kills immediately.
Rest easy, child.
There's that NTS TP.
Rotation's coming through. Skeeter's already made his way pretty far back, but is going to be pulled back in. The question is, can they do enough damage? Glimpse back into the kinetic field. Nothing to say. Doesn't have the mana here. And with 9 having full resources, this fight just got a whole lot harder, especially for Zeal, who's going to be the focus of it. Pops his wand, but it's not good enough.
DD ran out before that move got made. Just not enough damage. This Lycan's providing nothing in these early fights. Like, this is not the lane I would want to be going to fight into. But I guess Vanguard Doom is not giving you another option here. And you can't really gank mid because you lack the early stuns. Just a slow early game by LGD, and Tundra are using it to the maximum. Remember, they have Doom Devour with a Midas coming at some point and Track. So if you go into this mid game from a behind position, the fights and the passive farm, you're not going to have that Naga to keep up like you did in game 2.
Yep.
And 3K lead already.
This Bounty Hunter is already doing a lot of work, and you can see the combo they're going to be trying to execute quite a lot. The stun into an arrow or into a remnant.
Yeah, I think you need the remnant in there somewhere. I don't know how reliable Bounty Hunter stun into arrow is.
Yeah,
I guess
could
we'll
be.
find out. I will run back to his courier. A wise decision. Finishes up his boots and dust. So you have some kill threat now. But Tundra are just playing with the 3-man hit squad while their 2 side laners continue to pull ahead in these matchups. So they're happy just trading like this on the map.
Yeah. And their supports on the side of PSG LGD are so ineffective when they don't have their ultimates.
Yeah, there's just no damage. You have some decent control, but how do you
Around the back
Shiro's
here. Cover the backdoor entrance that Shiro might have been hoping to go through. The arrow comes out, hits him. They covered all angles there. There was no escape for Shiro. A beautifully laid trap by Tundra.
That's just not a kill you can be giving up in this game for LGD. I mean, Tundra were just planning for that forever. Like, anytime I can doom this guy, just bring anybody down here. Free kill. And 33 is mega farmed. Absolutely mega farmed on this Doombringer. He bought a casual cloak. I mean, I guess he'll build in the pipe, but I thought he would have just gone Midas here. Like with the start he's had.
Yeah.
Midas Octarine build. Looks like you're just going to be unstoppable. Probably unstoppable anyway. How do you have damage for this Doom?
Oh, it's going to take some really good glimpses and some really good ice blasts. Nothing to say. It's going to cut over. They do manage to hit Soxa with a dust. So that'll be a kill most likely. Nothing to say. Is struggling though. Taking a lot to be able to get that one. Snake King's going to be the next target. Glimpse back in. Okay, never mind.
Very nice. That's that control. Like, the supports of Tundra are very exploitable here. Disruptor's very good versus both of these in terms of guaranteeing you the kills with Field and Glimpse.
True.
That's where you're going to have to make up the levels, because, yeah, the level disparity is really hurting your cores right now. Did see this kind of sacrifice on Zeal last game that worked out? But the big question is Bloodseeker able to make up for a lack of offlaner the same way Nog is? And I would argue no, right? Whereas Tundra, once again, they have a similar type of lineup where both those side laners, they have really good farm mechanisms.
Yeah. Why you smile? He's going to sit in front of the tower here.
I don't know if this is a defendable tower. You have Catapult Wave coming in. You have Vanguard Doom.
Yeah.
It's better just to get out. You might not be able to get out.
The noose is closing around YU Smile's neck as 9 is making its way over.
Wait, there's a mouse in the building?
Wouldn't be the first time.
Got him.
But no. Oh, they want Shiro instead. That's an even better kill. They drop the sentry, but is it too late? Gets out the rupture. The Blood Right gonna help out, perhaps, as the arrow comes across. Doesn't actually kill Shiro. Shiro gets the kill on Soxa, but doesn't heal up enough. He still dies. 1-for-1 trade-off. But now they have the dust on the Moonlight Shadow. 9 gonna be pulled back in. He already blew all of his charges, so he's gonna die here. Really good for PSG LGD. Beginning to curb some of that Tundra aggression.
It's costing them detection. But every time you get one of those detection kills, you feel great about it.
Yeah.
And you're getting the payoff. We'll lose this tier 1. That was inevitable. Arrow on
Nice
the mark.
arrow. Don't think you can do anything with that.
You only have 1 leap.
Yeah.
No mana.
You got one big old Doom.
I mean, you're getting the levels hero for LG. That's the most important part. You're like 1 creep away from your AA ult. You got Disruptor 6 off mid. Lycan is catching up. He has HOD. Net worth is missing for LGD, but now the XP is there. So now is your time to try and make it up before Tundra run away with the gold in this game.
Okay, so if he gets Hanamitis on Doom, and he gets a bunch of levels, gets a bunch of strength, he gets a Crimson Guard, does Lycan do anything in the fight? If all of Tundra are Crimson Guarded?
I don't know. I'd have to look at those papers he was looking at earlier.
I'm fairly certain those papers say Crimson Guard on Strength Hero equal no damage on Lycan.
You think that was the entire stack?
Yeah.
It's like 30 papers.
Yeah, it's 10
of them are Doom enemy carry. The other 10 are Crimson Guard.
Crimson Guard equals good.
It's pretty good. That is a concern. I mean, Crimson doesn't last forever. Like, what the hell?
What? What is this? wait.
That was 1,000 gold.
All right.
I guess let that be a lesson. The price you pay for being so aggressive that you're never on your side of the map.
A treasure trove of bounty runes that have been spawning since 0 minutes, all just sitting there.
I guess Bounty Hunter wasn't hunting them.
No, hunting a different bounty. Going for a different booty. Oh, these supports. They're so close to finding the bounty hunter. He's around here somewhere. Hit him with the dust. And spot him. Okay, now they just need to hold him in place long enough for some core to come in, or maybe they just do it themselves.
Down and dirty. Killing spree for Y. 3-1 and 3 on this Ancient Apparition. He's having a great game.
That's pretty nice.
These LG supports salvaging a lot of that rough early game.
It can help out a lot because I think floor staffs are going to help a lot against this Doom plus Sven.
Yeah, if you can kite out Tundra's jump, that's the good part. The downside is you have Bounty and Mirana to start those fights really close, where you don't have to use long-range spells to get in. This
Try to go for Shiro. The rotation is coming in at the same time for PSG LGD. Shiro, get him out! Oh, they barely save him.
40 HP.
They glimpse him back into the Static Storm on 9 at the same time, but with Skeeter here, it's just too much power. They don't have an answer to this Sven right now, who is level 12 at 14 minutes. How did he get so massive?
150 CS with a free lane.
Wow.
He has been farming it up, and the EHP is through the roof right now for Tundra. Warcry on top of these high HP heroes, unless you have A ult, which is searching for 9 in the base. Oh, this is going to be close.
Okay. I don't think that's enough.
I don't think it is
it's
either.
Definitely not enough.
Man can dream, though.
Good try.
And you still get style points. You know, you send a message.
Yeah, who's winning in style points right now? Because I'll tell you, Tundra's winning on actual points.
I mean, Socks are right. This man played Slark and Bat.
that is true. That's
got to be worth a damn lot of style fantasy points.
Well, okay. Yeah, you get a lot of style points for playing it, but when you lose with it, surely it's like negative style.
Nah, you're still styling. You just blame your team.
Okay, I understand. Once again, the blame team dynamic. Soxa spots Planet, placing a ward, but they spot Soxa, seeing him plant a ward. They're going to try and get this kill. The same time. Oh, this kill is hard. Nothing to say. He's blown a lot of mana here. 33 is going to come in and try and get the kill on at least one of them. Meanwhile, we have the chase on the other side of the map.
What's that track kill?
These chases are not going the way of PSG LGD. Wait, what?
Ran out of Scorched Earth.
And yeah, I guess he felt like he wasn't going to catch him anymore, so fair
Didn't
enough.
want to waste the Doom on a useless disruptor. But early pipe for 33, bailing out his Bounty Hunter. Or as he is rushing that Crimson next. That is going to be a problem. Like, what do you do in the pipe Crimson right now if you're LGD?
I think you cannot beat that 5-on-5.
You got a rat. You got to start wolfing it up on the side lanes, making sure you have Ancient stacks for your Bloodseeker to keep up in net worth with Sven.
Yeah. Because your pickoff is incredible, right? Rupture, Storm Spirits, Glimpse, all of it's really strong individual pickoff.
The thing is, do you have the vision to find those pickoffs?
Yeah. And
You have
that
the little
division
Cobalt.
advantage is to the favor of Tundra pretty heavily, right? With the, as you said, the two
double
vision.
Cobalt.
All right.
What's going on here, boys?
We're rolling in the dough over here.
Everybody's got a little pet.
Of course, you can only get that aura once, so stacking.
Yeah, but it's nice that they each have one, you know? It's like it's very cute.
I guess so. They dig them up at the same time pretty much? Wow.
Little Cobalt pals. Look at them go. They're going to die at the same time.
Brother.
I'll see you on the other side.
I'll see you in the mine in heaven.
How are they going to a mine in heaven?
Because they're prospectors. That's their
doesn't
dream.
mean they like it. Maybe they hate it. Maybe someone put them in the mine.
Yeah,
like
the
Dresden in the
Taskmaster,
third
the Cobalt
Rebellion.
Taskmaster put him there.
Ronald, Tundra looking for the initiation. They have Sven Blink.
Do they want to go for a Lycan? Azeal's putting himself out there on the front line.
Helm of the Overlord. He's looking for an ancient creep right now. That might have been a good time to strike.
Yeah, catch him before he gets that, but he gets the big lizard. Wait, no, he went the lizard, the little lizard. For the War Drums aura. Accuracy increase. I remember that one.
That's useless.
Why did he?
But the attack speed,
25 attack speed. I mean, surely it's got to be better than having an actual. The fervor on the big guy gives you way more attack speed on one person.
I mean, maybe he just wanted the extra goal from killing the big one.
Yeah. Okay.
Like he's struggling on net worth.
Sure.
You know, maybe it's not like I'm gonna get this creep and fight. It's just like I gotta take something here. Plus, it looks badass, you know.
Does.
I mean, it's blue.
Blue equal badass. All right, I understand.
Yeah, red go fast. Storm go
Oh,
fast.
the static storm pulls
Storm
him back
pulling
in.
the
Is that
storm.
the other side of the connective field? It is. The ice blast coming in, but it's not enough. It both didn't hit him, and they stop his TP out. Boy, that damage was non-existent with the Doom around.
Pipe. Big problem for LGD right now.
Yeah.
They're gonna try and get out, but the jump's coming. Snaking gonna try and catch anything here.
Get out. Planet. Not going to be hit by the arrow, but he's certainly going to be hit by something.
Do you Roche if you're up here? You have God Strength. Oh, how fast it is.
It's an interesting proposition because PSG LGD, it's hard to fight into this 5-man.
Nine's looking bottom. I don't think he has the damage to solo Shiro here.
Yeah, but he's got help coming in.
The gate. Phylactery bounty on the job.
Hit him with the magic damage. Blow him up. Shiro is dead.
Whew.
That was a lot. I feel like 9 might have actually been able to solo that.
It was close. He has Orb of Destruction on top of this physical Echo build. It's a lot of burst. I think this reach is just too far.
Yeah.
Like, you got to respect the ores that Tundra have right now, and if you're not jumping Doom where he can't get him off, I feel like you do not have anywhere close to the burst to deal with these heroes. Like, what's your actual damage in a jump? It's Storm plus an AO. That's pretty much it. And there's nothing else coming out unless you're landing Rupture and you're bringing everybody to that fight.
Against a lineup that's tanky, yeah, pickoffs gotta come naturally.
That's why Tundra are just looking for anything right now. Like, anything Soxa finds, they're just gonna pounce.
They get the combo, stun into arrow. It would have landed, but it was put in the wrong direction.
Oh no.
Now Soxa may be in trouble. Nine's gonna come in. Oh, he's gonna wait until nothing stay jumps. Zone static storm. They're going for the kill. Still on the bounty hunter. 9 walking away. Has to use his double astral step to get out of there.
That still took a lot though.
It did.
Like, that does not look like a fun kill to get for LGD.
No.
Soxa very tanky here, very annoying. I think Snaking thought he was just gonna hit him with the 1 stun. Didn't realize he could give him the 2 tap. Perma lock him there. Otherwise, yeah, that stun's a lot more reliable for the arrow than I thought. Shiro just trying to get to BKB here, which will allow LGD to take the fight.
Hit him once, hit him twice. He's stunned for so long. Back into the game, Planet being picked off in the bottom lane. Tundra exerting a full influence here of this bottom lane, setting up to take this tier 2.
Gonna try and get the rebuttal mid. Soxa tanky again, but those auras aren't here this time. He'll tick out to
burn
the
him
dragon.
out. 33, not quite level 15, so he can't eat these big creeps.
And that was one of the other problems with the Lycan pick, is it was into Doom.
Yeah.
So your Helm of the Overlord here that you rushed, just gonna be food, literally.
I feel like you're just going to have to play so much split push with this Lycan. I just cannot see him being effective in team fights, but maybe I'm wrong. Snaking, there's the pickoff though. PSG LGD always have great pickoff.
I guess that's the name of the game. You kill supports for another 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Game might even out. Still, Sven and Doom are out farming you on the map right now.
8% pickup, but 15% magic resistance. When you already have a pipe, and you've got a Crimson Guard, then you're getting a bunch of armor from Warcry.
It's a good magic resistance game. Can't argue with it.
BKB goes off real quick there from Shiro. First sign of danger.
Burning in with the Dragon Glimpse will get dodged. Does pick up that haster. Jeez. Chill.
Suffer no wolves to live. Goodness.
Now they're going to smoke with no Rupture, no BKB on Bloodseeker. So Tundra, no, there is no fight LG wants to take right now.
Yep.
Just going to try and go for that Storm pick. How long does NTS linger down here?
It's during daytime, so they're going to get some good vision of him first. He jumps, he jumps, he jumps. How far can he jump? Oh, Roshan.
I thought I was just gonna bash him there for no reason.
I thought maybe you would wake up from the remnant and hit him, but that was a little bit too late.
Yeah, that was a scary thing to jump towards. That was a lucky jump.
Yeah, if it hits him, doesn't it wake him up and he aggro's onto something? The storm lightning, I mean.
That was lucky, but I mean, him jumping right as Skeeter jumped was also good.
Oh,
Aneol's gonna bash
this. Keep bashing him. Keep bashing him. All right, it changed targets.
An issue is Pipe is just blocking so much of this A capability.
Oh, they're coming through the gate. Oh,
is it time?
Can they get here with
It's
the
so
static
close.
storm? The Blood Right's gonna go out. They're gonna catch some heroes. BKB is going out though.
They're just TPing out. You gotta stop these.
Oh, get
There's
stuns,
nothing.
get stuns. No stuns. 9 TPs out. They only catch the Mirana. 3 heroes inside the pit with the static storm. Only 1 kill out of it though.
If only you were faster. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, maybe even 10. That fight looks so different.
I mean, if they manage to actually stop Roshan, say they even collect an Aegis for themselves, then all of a sudden your team fight is actually possible. But now with an extra life on the Sven, it just continues this narrative of PSG LGD are incapable of taking full 5-on-5s and have to just play for a pick-off rat game.
I mean, they're ratting though. Like, look at Zeal. He's 3rd on net worth.
Yeah.
After that start, once again, he has recovered really well here.
No, the net worth is stagnated pretty heavily. We've reigned in like that 5 to 7K for a while.
And LGD are just building to scale. They are building for the late game. If you can buff up this Bloodseeker, bite him, have him run in, rupture Sven, you can take out a lot of Tundra's damage.
Do you think that's what he should go next after AC?
That's a hard call. I mean, biting Bloodseeker is honestly not that good, right?
Yeah, he's already got Thirst.
He's already hasted, so you're just adding some crit and some minor damage boost. You probably do not go axe this game. I just always like seeing it.
Yeah.
Now, biting the Ancient Apparition.
Okay, but what if he bites the Storm Spirit instead?
Now you're speaking my language.
Thunder.
Yeah, bite a hero that has a mobility spell.
Yeah, but it could be zipping through the air. It would look so cool.
There's some style points.
Bye, Planet. Oh, and they pick off Why You Smile at the same time. So, you know, pickoffs like this start getting deeper and deeper onto the... Oh, no, he got pushed back. You got to be careful with that corner.
Yo, NTS, man. I've already had enough issues with you going through stuff on the map. Let's leave that in game 1.
These invisible boundaries are everywhere.
They're causing him some problems. This is Aegis period for Tundra. I think they would like to get the fight, but of course LGD are just probably never going to give it to him. They'll instead try and trade Tormentors out. If LGD can go 1-for-1 for Tormentor during this Aegis period, I think they're pretty happy with that.
Yeah. They'll get it.
They'll go to AA. Again, that's a good one to get here. It's effectively another lockdown tool if you can land it on the Void Spirit.
Yeah, any lockdown is
cold feats.
Worth so much. Do you think the stun goes through BKB? I haven't actually seen.
The cold feet stun? No.
Yeah, well, I'm saying off the Ice Blast, though.
No.
Okay. Spot him for a second. They're going to go for the dive. After all, they have double damage. Nice Force Staff, though, up to the high ground. Careful the arrow.
Oh, he did not commit on that. I thought with Aegis, maybe you just commit with the DD, right?
Sure.
Showing respect to LG's teamfight capability around that tower, perhaps with buybacks that you don't know if they're there or not, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's tier 1, tier 2 up, and I think the dangerous part would be you be pulling your team out of position. Look how these ancient creeps are just...
The Golem. Run, Golem. No. He's been slain.
He'll be slain.
And that Golem.
Problem is, LGD's just not actually out on the map outside of the ancient creeps that Zeal keeps on using. Spotted him for a second there, I think, from Planet. They're going to go up for it. Second time around. Force Staff. This time around, it may not save you. They go for the Lycan instead. A really nice Ice Blast. That's cool. Frozen plus Blood Right. Okay, that's a lot of good damage. They could take away the Aegis. They could go for more. Nice TPing out. Oh!
What have you done?
Can they catch the Sven before he blinks away? No.
It's 5
but they can grab him afterwards, maybe. Pull him back in with the Blood Right. That's going to land. He has BKB.
Don't have too much left in the tank here for LGD, though. It's just all Storm mana. That's pretty much it.
Just accept the supports that you can get, especially with the Glimpse back. Nicely played by PSGLG. Great response from the supports.
I feel like that AO froze him in PKB.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would, but he hit 3. They insta get cold feeded into Static Storm. That is some nasty stuff, and maybe that's why Tundra were respecting the team fight here, because that did not look that one-sided. Like, amazing force staffs by Planet 2 to bait these fights. And yeah, you're just insta 3-man frozen. This shard is good, man. It is really good.
So the only one who popped BKB in that fight was 9, and he popped it afterwards. So still TBD on that.
Okay. It's hard to tell. Nonetheless, LGD holding on to this game. His gold lead is not going anywhere. The Lycan Rat, he's got to AC now. Basher for Shiro. Man, if you can land this Rupture on Sven, so much Tundra's damage goes out the window because 33 went all the auras, right? So when you go all the auras on this Doom, you're shifting the damage responsibility to your other 2 cores. It's not some Ags Refresher Doom that's automatically going to carry late game team fights by just blinking in and destroying everybody. You're pumping up your other 2. That's a Void Spirit who's having issues sticking in the fight because, yeah, you have BKB now, but there's big control mechanisms on the side of LGD, and they have been surviving the initial jumps. But that is a big question. If Tundra get a clean jump with Skeeter off the Blink God Strength, you chain it up with 9, and then those auras come through, it just takes 1 kill to suddenly rout LGD's formation.
Yeah, I think it's near impossible to win if Tundra actually connects on it. Because 9 is scaling really nicely with this physical damage build.
That's where the vision is just, it is so key to both these teams. Bounty, vision, plus Murano ult vision against the Wolves and maybe some of these random ice vortexes. Like, Planet getting Force Staff in that fight is what changes it, right? If he does not get that Force Staff off, that engagement looks entirely different.
And him surviving through that engagement also means he can start working towards an Aghanim Scepter, which I think is pretty massive. I have a hard time seeing PSG LGD.
Oh, there's that jump.
Zeal, the Howl, tries to protect him. They do have the Rupture, plus the Ice Blast. That's pretty decent. They go for it. Oh, careful. No, he got doomed up right in front of the Sven. The worst situation, and Shiro's committing, will die. Everything to try and kill this Sven. And yeah, you got him, but at what cost?
It's a 5-man death cost for a single Sven. I mean, I guess it's good you got him so you're not losing objectives off the back of that. But goddamn, was that costly. What a nice Doom connection for 33 on the Storm Spirit jump. That's huge. Absolutely huge in this game.
Yeah.
And there's that jump that Tundra have been looking for the whole game. Like, finally, you get this Sven initiation on a big core. You don't get Lycan ult off here. This AE blast does not connect with the stun.
You know what's messed up is that I keep thinking about this. When he uses his grab on Storm Spirit, he can use it on a BKB target, right? And that animation may be what catches him on the Doom. The fact that he can cast that spell at all on a magic immune target means he sits there long enough to get doomed.
I mean, if you get doomed, you get doomed. That's the price you pay.
I guess so. I'm just wondering if there wasn't even an option, if nothing to say would stay still long enough.
I think he got doomed there. That was just a fast turn.
Yeah. Well, PSG LGD, some heavy farming in their future if they're going to turn this game around.
Yeah, your Storm is pretty behind now. That was a very crucial fight to win to try and turn this game. Now it's 16K gold lead. Harpoon completed for Skeeter here. On top of Octarine, Boots of Travel 2 for 33. His most favorite build. He's going to be everywhere now. He can TP to the Invis Bounty Hunter stunning you. Can TP to Void Spirit setting up on a side lane. Suddenly that Lycan Rat, not as good as it used to be. The clock is ticking.
How do you get farm? Or how do you get to Aghanim Scepter on Storm Spirit and Disruptor and get this big team fight combo if you can never show on the map because of this? Ooh.
Got BKB off before that arrow. Barely.
Ever so barely. Okay, that's space for the rest of the team to push out the other side of the map. Briefly, anyway.
You need these Ags. Tundra in a good position to just secure next Roshan. Put Aegis on Sven. Let him go ham. Maybe even the Void Spirit, depending on how strong Skeeter thinks he is. Still, team fight's all about the vision and the jump. That is Sox's job. That is Zeal's job. Wolves versus the Bounty, trying to find targets.
0 damage.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Skeeter TPing to the other side of the map with his Silver Edge, Blink Dagger, Harpoon. Super good amount of catch.
He glimpsed the wolf.
TP away. Oh, he hits him just in time. That's another track kill for Tundra. 21,000 net worth lead right next to Roshan Pit. Wrong Roshan Pit, though. Run, Golem, run! Oh, no. The Doom is coming! Oh.
That was an accurate sound effect. I'm sure the audience appreciated that one.
You can still hear him inside of Doom's belly. Help me.
Oh, he's gone.
No, he's being digested right now. He's not gone yet. He is slowly being dissolved inside of Doom's belly.
He's gone. Just accept it. Roshan is not gone.
You know what? You should if you kill Doom, he should pop out the digested creep that he's eating.
All right, I'll make sure to email that to Valve for next patch. Add it to the Cap's dumb suggestion.
I think it's very important. Please add this. Listen, it can't be any stupider than half the shit I've heard Suns fans say in these casts.
Well, that's probably accurate, yeah. What is this? What are we? What? I did not know we had that capability.
I think that's them simulating popping the creep out of Doom when he does.
I thought that was just Moonwalk Doom. Or the Howl of the Moon. Sox are going to try and set up again. Back through the gate after Roshan.
Do they have any...
Oh, LGD are going to get jumped here.
Yeah, they're going to get the bots 2 in. Oh, the 2-man stun. Trying to get Shiro out of there. BKB making his way. Rupture Sven doesn't give a damn. He'll run after this Bloodseeker. Oh, they doom him too. I think they're going to have to go for the deny here. I think Shiro's just going to get run down by the Doom. And in fact, he hits the stomp, killing Zeal as well effectively.
Oh, the stuns off the shard.
Oh, and Harpoon the creep too and eat him up.
Reel in the fish.
Oh, no. I mean, they just can't. They need more farm, but they just cannot stay out on the map. Look at them. They're constantly being hunted down. Nothing to say. He's being routed. Look at he's TPing on 9. He almost found him.
That was too close for comfort, honestly. That's a gem storm. Like, this is a gem Y bought out to try and deal with the bounty hunter map pressure right now. Just nowhere to go. Tundra have closed this map out completely. Aegis for Skeeter. This is a high ground mechanism if you take a fight close to LGD's base. And of course, Cheese on 9. Are you killing Void Spirit anymore? I doubt it.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
I doubt it too. PSG LGD are going to have some amazing team fight. Like,
they need Tundra to overextend. Like, or Rupture does a crazy amount of work. They somehow get the Disruptor Ags, which... Godspeed, Planet.
Yeah, they needed to get him to dive. They get ruptured on the dive. They try and back out. They get glimpse back. And that's just life number 1 for the Sven.
I guess if you land a massive A blast like we saw earlier, like an AoE control spell now.
Yeah, the only way to do that, though, is off of an Aghanim Scepter on Storm Spirit, which...
He's close.
Is he? Where's the point?
Ish.
Is it on the? Is it on his courier that died? I think it might be. Yeah. Oh, he's got it in stash. Okay.
Oh, he has it.
All right. We got the AoE combo with the Ice Blast. We may not have the Ags Disruptor, which don't hold your breath for that one.
If you get a 4 or 5 man pull,
okay,
something might happen. I don't know what it'll be. You might win or lose.
Thank you, Avery.
You're welcome.
Astute analysis, as always. Something will happen.
Aegis for 2 minutes.
They're getting more harpoons.
You can just chain harpoon people.
Yeah. I mean, the entire play is rupture the Sven to kite him. What if you're being harpooned into him all the time?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You can't escape. He doesn't have to move. He's bringing you to him.
Radiant's top tower.
You ever read Moby Dick, Cap?
You know, I was actually waiting to make a harpoon with a Slark joke at some point in time. Moby Dick.
There's a whale out there. Tundra won it.
Oh, this is an opportunity right here. Ice Blast on top of 2. It's looking beautiful. Trying to clean him up with the Ice Blast debuff. Still on him. They've gotten 2. Is this Sven going to be able to get away again? He goes in. He's going after the Bloodseeker.
Through the gate.
Get through the gate. Get through the gate. He got through. Why Smile and Zeal are on the other side of things, though. 9 is going to pop back in. They actually managed to grab the Sven.
In
the corner, kiting him around. He can't actually do anything. He's satanicked. Trying to heal up off of that one, but he's got the control. Planet trying to hide away right next to the gate. Okay, we've got more buybacks coming in from PSG. Oh, 33. He hopped through the gate to be able to get nothing to say, but it couldn't zip away in time. He dies, and he doesn't have the buyback. All these heroes are stuck, though, on the wrong side of the gate.
This gate, it's destroying them.
Stop these heroes. They can't get through. They're waiting for the Force Staff. One gets through. The other one blinks out. They're all okay.
3 buybacks out of that fight. One of them 33s. At least LGD are getting some kind of comeback with that pull. That was a pull of dreams right there. You're not going to ask for much better. All the cores just clumped for that Tormentor.
Oh, but if they could have killed 9 on top of that,
then maybe you can take that fight.
Yeah.
Still, it's just too much HP to crawl through here for LGD, man. 33 buyback, another 4,300 HP, but hey, you defended that Aegis. Got cheese out of there as well.
Yeah, you did. I mean, you stalled out this game for sure.
You're only down 40K.
Only 40K. The game is going to push farther. It's going to go later, and you're going to get farther and farther behind net worth, but you're still alive. Just got to keep staying alive, Avery. It's all we can do, day by day.
Hey, that gate looked pretty good. I'd fight her on that gate again. Sven has a lot of net worth, but can't walk through a shimmering blue wall.
You think the gate
that
should
wasn't
have like
in his papers?
I feel like you shouldn't be able to force staff through it. Maybe blink is fine, but
I don't think you should ever be able to cross it again. Once you're in, you're in.
You have to stay inside the enemy base.
It's death or glory. The ultimate cage match.
It'll let you walk through, but it'll give you a pop-up message. Are you sure you want to go through this gate? You will not be able to return again.
There may not be any return.
Smoke up from Tundra. I mean, you blew through some buybacks here. PSG LGD, if they get caught, not expecting a big initiation like this. His creep is gone. Zeal realizes it. They're trying to get their jump out now. Zeal maybe left behind. Yeah, he's gone in an instant. 9 committing in deep here. Gets the kill on a YU Smile as well. So there is a hero who had to buy back in the last fight and is dead for quite some time.
Tundra, I don't think they're going to go high ground without the next Aegis. Just continuing to build the gold lead. Assault Kuros for 9. He is a true right-click carry now.
Send it back.
They're looking.
Trying to stall out.
God Strength out in like 5 seconds here.
Yeah, 5 seconds is more than enough to tear through the tier 3.
Absolutely true.
Might be enough to get the melee barracks as well. No interruption from PSG LGD. They are not going to risk a fight without at least the Lycan, but it feels like the Ancient Apparition is a must-have too.
You need a... Or you have Ag's Disruptor.
Okay.
But do you have the damage? That's a big question here.
Oh, Planet sold everything for this play.
Oh my God.
He's got brown boots and Ags. That's it. He gave up everything he had for one
Ultimate
chance,
sacrifice.
one prayer at being able to turn this game around.
Sometimes that's all you need. One big pull.
But it has to be nothing to say. He has to once again find the perfect initiation. Shiro spotted. Moonlight Shadow. God Strength being used. Okay, that's an opportunity. Pull him back in. Ice Blast coming out. Got to be careful of the Satanic, though. It goes in. Doom out on the Bloodseeker. Nothing to say. Low on mana, too. They use the Static Storm, but it's for naught. The Storm Spirit's dead. Bloodseeker comes back in. But it is not the fight that they were looking for. Back into the fountain they go, but Skeeter is farming through all of that one. GG is called.
Satanic gets him back up to full, and 60,000 net worth at the end of this game. I mean, sometimes gold is stronger than a prayer. LGD had one, but outside of that 1-3 core connection with the pull, this game looked pretty damn solid for Tundras. They'll close out the series in a very nice game 3 here. Bounty Hunter doing a lot of work in that early stage, and then you're just off to the races with Sven and Doom, where LGD could not punish that map with the Lycan pick. Just did not work out. No momentum for Zeal in this game, despite a decent recovery, and NTS did not have that perfect game like he did in round 2, but hey, A pick looked pretty nice.
It did. Ancient Apparition continues to shine a little bit, but for PSG LGD, even though they were able to do really well in that game 2, they were just behind constantly in this game 3. Tundra, I mean, there was this window of time where maybe it didn't happen immediately in the laning phase, but it was like that 7 to 10 minute mark. Tundra just ruined PSG LGD and got like 5,000 net worth ahead, and they were cruising on that.
Yeah, I mean, Skeeter's 16-1. Like, he had a pretty uncontested game. He was way out in front. This is what you want Sven games to look like. This hero shines when he is 10, 15k ahead on the map, because then he just blinks on you, destroys a hero, and you have to take that fight. And that's where rupturing him, okay, it's nice, but he has so much gold he can just stand his ground and fight you back.
Skeeter at 9-33 with a death apiece will be able to close out game 3. They're going to be moving on to the upper bracket semifinals.
It may have been a good 6 months since the TI winners last held the Aegis, but they're back to play again as they defeat PSG LGD in this upper bracket match and move onward here at the Berlin Major. I'm proud of them. This was, especially after their Lima Major performance, people were like, oh, okay, they're a patch team. They had their Wraith Pact fun. And now that they have been brought back to Earth, they don't have it anymore. But they got it. They still have it. They beat LGD with it. They topped the group stage with it. I think they still have it.
I mean, these guys are good. I would say anyone that calls them a one-patch team, I feel like they have not really been paying attention. Maybe it's because the last patch took like, what, 2 years? So you're like, oh, Tundra, a one-patch team, because, yeah, we were there for a while. But either way, in this game overall, they're just good. You can see that the way they play the map, the way they itemize and go around. Even, like, I just really like the way Saksa moves on a lot of these heroes, like whether it's these bounties or sometimes it's the Ricky or the Slark in game 1. There's a lot of like small things that go into this type of gameplay that makes it very easy for them to play the map. He gives them a lot of vision, and this Void Spirit was something I wasn't sure how good it was going to be. We knew that was one of their better picks, but him being so tanky as being a universal hero, buying Echo Saber and being able to buy these items that makes him more tanky against these disruptors and AAs, it looked really solid and better than I thought.
Especially, you had some questions about it. You didn't like the matchup against Bloodseeker, Brian, for the Void Spirit in particular.
Yeah, for similar reasons. In the past, you'd have like a Yules or like a Kaya first, and then the mid-game, maybe a Witchblade. And in the mid-game, you just die to that Rupture. But we saw that one initiation where he tanked the Rupture mid, got glimpsed, static stormed, lived with like 400 HP. That's something that would not have happened last patch, as Kez was mentioning. But let me tell you, I went on that second date with LGD. The vibes were good.
You did? Yeah, I wasn't there.
You were not invited.
I guess I didn't remember he was going to be on this panel.
Also have to wait.
I even managed to convince them to take me home. I asked to use the restroom, and the toilet paper was rolled backwards over the back rather than over the front. And that's when I knew the vibes were dead. I was convinced. I was almost there, and about 30 minutes in, I noticed the toilet paper, and I said,
wait, which way does it go?
It's supposed to go over rather than under.
What if PSG LGD had a cat?
Like, you pull it down this way?
It's folded away from the wall, not towards the wall.
Yeah.
This is
Does it
very
matter?
important. Yes,
Apparently, yeah.
very much so.
Thank God I wasn't at this date, huh?
It matters a lot?
These things matter, people. Just like the way LGD built Helm of the Overlord against Doom.
The itemization, the orientation, and the happiness that Tundra must be feeling, because we've got Pyrian Flax standing by with 9.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I am, as you say, here with 9 at the end of that really, really good 3-game series. Game 1, you looked like you guys had it in control. Game 2, looked like you didn't have it anything like in control. And then Game 3, you came back to win. What were you guys saying before Game 3 to sort of reset?
We knew, Game 2 was rough, but the only thing that made it really rough was the Naga pick, honestly. They are really good at playing the map with Naga, and it completely stopped us from doing any plays. We didn't feel like we had any opening. So we just went into Game 3 saying, fuck it, they just had some good idea with Naga. Next game will be different, and we're gonna play a different game and have it in control again.
You definitely managed that. One of the things that I've noticed looking at your team is that your supports and pretty much all of your team seems to have a lot of gold. And you guys have set a lot of records for gold per minute. Is that a focus to get gold on everybody? And if so, who has to pay the price and get less gold than they would like? And is it you? I can tell by your response.
I mean, it's me, I guess. I guess everyone just likes to have items in the team. I mean, everyone is kind of like Snaking used to be a core player. Saxa, honestly, Saxa is not like a core player, but right now it just feels like the map is so huge. There's so many camps. It's really abusable when you can have subs that can get farmed. So yeah, we just pick because it feels good and it feels right.
Fantastic. And last question, what is with all the papers that 33 is waving around? Because I've heard that 33 and Ari are sort of like the nerds on the team. Is this all just his research that he's checking during the game? During the game?
I mean, we just have mostly all the info about the enemy players and their hero picks, and Ari does note on the papers, basically. But I'm not gonna tell which notes or whatever.
Of course you're not, because that would be ridiculous. Well, congratulations. That was a phenomenal 3-game series, and we wish you all the best in the tournament. Back to you guys.
Okay, do I need to explain to Ted how replay technology works? Did he think that he was actually pulling out those papers during the game?
No, right? He was trolling.
No, I think he was asking about papers in general.
But he said during the game.
Yeah, he meant the ones that he was watching. I don't think...
I think Ted legitimately thought that he was killing him in-game while sifting through a stack of papers.
Believe in him. I know, I'm sure he knows.
That would be hilarious.
That would be really cool.
I'll ask him.
No, Ted, my boy, I got you. He was just referencing the papers.
Sure.
Right? But yeah, honestly, Tundra played so impressively today. I just think that this team is so creative. We talk about how their hero pool has been the most limited in this group stages, but AUI mentioned it's because they're getting what they want, but they have more things up their sleeve. They're playing the support Slark, they busted out the support Batrider, they played the offline Medusa, and this team is so terrifying to draft against because they're taking these meta heroes that people are afraid of and they're flexing them to strange positions. And it just seems like they're one step ahead of the curve when it comes to these unusual drafts.
Which means that they will have a wealth of strategies to dip into when they face off against 9 Pandas as we look towards all the matches that we had happen today. Game and Gladiators, so-called maybe actually the best team in the world, 2-0'd Team Spirit. And I know I had some issues with maybe them letting the Medusa go through one too many times, Brian. That was my main grievance, but also Game are pretty good at Dota right now.
Yeah. You gotta pick your poison. We always say that. Gaiman's got a lot of poisons. They've got a lot of bullets in their, or weapons in their arsenal. They're the most terrifying team for sure. Tundra for me is second, but I'm most excited to watch 9 Pandas, to be honest. They're the biggest wild card for me. They probably impressed me the most today in regards to like what I expected for each team to do compared to what they did. It was a solid win over Shopify. It wasn't like stomps from the laning phase. These were convincing, like, drawn-out games that they just out-executed consistently, and I think that's the type of team that's going to have a chance against Tundra and Gaiman.
I agree. Today, 9 Pandas really caught me off guard with their outplays. It was just old-school outplays from start to finish. And just to highlight one player in particular, Kiyotaka, their mid laner, played impeccably today. He actually seems like he's the one of all the mid players in this tournament who's most in form right now. So he is something to be feared. And I think that Tundra is definitely going to place heavy priority on shutting him down in their series.
They should, because when you look at these, this guy has a lot of standout performances. So what, he played Puck Tiny in these games. I know that also from his pubs, he's known for these. He also has a occasional Tinker that you have to pay a lot of attention to because this guy plays a mean one. And they play like Chen, they play Beastmaster Lycan, that hero works, and even Bounty Hunter. Like those heroes all work really well with Tinker. They have a lot of really cool strats, and I think it's just cool to see that they're kind of owning pretty hard. For me, one team I'm looking for, or looking at, is OG. They've
taking down Liquid, the first team to do it since Gaming Gladiators for like, what, 40 series, 50 series or something like that?
Whatever the number is.
It was a high number.
It was since TI. First team to take them down.
Yeah.
Yeah, OG are just feeling the new patch, stand-ins or not. It seems like BZM is playing on his A game, Yuragi's playing on his A game. It feels like Mind Control as a stand-in is doing so much in terms of communication, and Kitrak so much in terms of ideas, and it feels like they're honeymooning right now.
Yeah.
So they definitely could be another wild card in this tournament. You know, calling OG a wild card team is so crazy, but that is what they are right now.
Don't you guys think it's weird? So whenever this team does well, in my opinion, it's not when they're playing with their main roster.
Yes.
Don't you guys think that's a bit disheartening?
Is that really an opinion, Kazu? I feel like that's straight.
It's a fact.
Facts, no printer.
That's a fact. But that
Good
that
one.
feels...
Good one, BSJ.
I didn't even get it. What's the joke?
Facts, not printer.
Yeah.
Okay, dude.
There you go.
Thank you, BSJ.
That's my hip-hop reference for the day.
Let me Xerox you a copy of our lower bracket then, because let's take a look at what we're going to be going to tomorrow when we look more into our playoffs. We have sent a handful of teams down here to elimination territory.
The trenches.
4 of them have been waiting patiently for their opportunity, and now we can tell them who their opponents are. Aster is going to be going up against Team Spirit at the very beginning of the day, which I'm sure Team Spirit are eagerly looking for revenge after being sent down 2-0. But going up against Aster, going up against the King, Effie.
So there might be a little bit of a mid-diff between Spirit and Aster, but overall, I think Spirit are the better team at playing them up. They're the better team strategically, and I think Aster will definitely run into some obstacles when it comes to drafting against them, because Spirit have been boldly first phasing Yaturo's hero and having it work out for them. So I'm really curious to see how this goes. I don't have a solid read on it, but I do lean towards Spirit.
Okay. Second series of the day is going to be Team Liquid going up against Extreme Gaming. Now, Extreme should have been the best Chinese team in this tournament if we were going to go based off of regional DPC results. And Team Liquid, I love a good lower bracket run from Team Liquid, but this is a Team Liquid that has not bled for quite a while. Have we seen them have to adapt? Because, yeah, sure, they get 1-1 split in the group stage, Kazu, but they lost a full 3-game series against OG. Now they have to figure out what went wrong.
You need a slap in the face sometimes. You really do, especially when you win a lot and like on a new patch as well. Sometimes you need like a little bit of a wake-up call.
Let me know if you need one.
I'll hit you up tonight, Brian.
Okay.
Thanks. But Extreme, they have looked flat out, okay, maybe not bad, but they've underwhelmed for sure. So unless they have like some cool strategy coming into tomorrow, then Liquid are still heavy favorites for me.
And the final series is going to be a fun classic and a very confusing one for casters to have to do. Shopify Rebellion versus Evil Geniuses. Last time we saw this match go down, it was at the Lima Major, going up against a home crowd advantage, and yet Shopify still came out on top. You think Evil Geniuses may have even more pressure being the only South American team here, Brian?
Well, both of them are the only ones representing their regions. There's pressure all around. I mean, this is a hype series just because these teams do get to play each other a lot. We saw them at Dream League, and I think Shopify has kind of got their number right now, so it's definitely on EG to mix it up, spice up the relationship a little bit.
You've really been on this analogy for quite a while, Brian.
It's for the whole series. You got to keep the continuity.
All right, well, let's put it to bed for right now. The schedule that you see on the right side of your screen is going to be fixed. Today was rolling because we had 4 BO3s to go through. Tomorrow, though, anytime you see on Liquipedia or wherever sources you're going to, that's the time we're going to play the game. No earlier than that, maybe later if it's a 3-game series. And we are starting later? I believe we're starting later.
We're starting
at noon tomorrow. So if you're located CEST, I don't know these.
That would be
time zones.
What time is it now? That would be almost 13 hours from now, people.
Okay, 13 hours from now. More Dota coming your way. That's the first day of playoffs behind us. We still got plenty more Dota, and in just 2 more days after that, we'll be done with all these open playoffs, and we're going to be bringing the crowd in. I hope you guys will be watching. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Right now, they're pretty clumped. Yatoro's getting gone. He has put the BKB. He'll turn towards Quinn, but the buffs come out. Vacuum. It's a big vacuum. Stone gaze, though. It's already off, and Yatoro, frozen in position, will not be able to get out the follow-up damage that he would hope for. 2 dead on Team Spirit.
There are some ESL employees that are working here, and I thought we could do maybe like a new kind of interesting interview. So let's go ahead and grab a little talk with him.
Duracho showed himself. He's gonna get one shot.
Do it!
Yeah! Oh, that feels so good. See that stupid snake lady get one shot, and they can look for more. He zips in, but he zips straight into the remnant. He gets caught by the blast. Lol, he's dead.
And they cut the tree.
They cut the tree. Yatoro's not going to be able to get the Wukong's command off collapse, but will get the call and the dunk off at least onto Celery.
I don't know what this thing is. It says power 3 and it has a bunch of switches.
Press that.
Don't press power 3?
Yep.
No, don't press that.
So they successfully get Roche, but Liquid still want to fight the Roar and the Pango roll on top of BZM. He's already at half HP. They're focusing him down very easily. And oh, hang on, he's connected to mid. He's gonna branch the jump. Oh my God, what a play! Can he get the kill though? Balance Strike is there. Fairy Fire keeps him afloat for the time being. One more right click will do it, but he eats the tree as well. Excuse me, what the hell was that? They know it's happening, but they don't know how close it is. Still a little bit. Okay, he shows us out. Foxy. All right, he sacrifices his body for the betterment of society. I don't even know where I'm going with that.
Okay, Kiyotaka has been gunning for a lot of these really aggressive moves. They do manage to get the vacuum impale combo. Oh, that looks so good. Is it enough though? The Stone Gaze stalled up a lot of these things. Kiyotaka hitting another combo that finishes off that Enchantress. There's so many illusions out right now. Somebody save this Medusa. No, trapped inside the Chronosphere. No saving our tour.
Well, you're doing squats at your age.
Just shut the fuck up.
Now he's got to make the long jump away. Kiyotaka might chase after him. He's got the coil. They need TPs coming in. The orb isn't going to land. That's super important. His flight's going to be able to run interception. Freezing field. Immediate stun from the Minotaur. They do have the Noxious Plague out onto Kiyotaka. Abed commits and gets the kill. But Kiyotaka bought back and kills him right back into the play. Making does manage to steal Rolling Thunder. Oh, the pullback here.
That's really
into the unstable concoction, but a nice song. That will allow Nothing to Say Get Out, where he was probably quite literally doomed, but now it's Doom who is doomed in turn and will be blown up.
Communicating with one another whilst looking at the monitors in front of them. We have much to discuss.
This time around, it may not save you. They go for the Lycan instead. A really nice Ice Blast. That's cool. They almost frozen plus Blood Right. Okay, that's a lot of good damage. They can take away the Aegis. They can go for more. Nice keeping out. Oh,
what have he done?
Oh, this is an opportunity right here. Ice Blast on top of 2. It's looking beautiful. Trying to clean him up with the Ice Blast debuff. Still on him. They've gotten 2.
Do it!
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
All the time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. What are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give it. What did you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now. I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud. I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey,
might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's usual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
The soil and the dust are trailing behind my